sinners and saints. Girl, you and I will die. Leave us bound to the tracks of the train. I'm not excited, but should I be? Is this the fate that half of the world is planned for me? I know I love you, and you love to see it. But what all you want can change a little drop for me. I'm not excited, but should I be? Is this the fate that half of the world planned for me? I know I love you, and you love to see it. But what only one contains a little doubt for me? Thank you so much. It truly feels amazing to be here with you guys in Iowa City. And we just wanted to say, like I said, that song's a little bit nihilistic. I'm not excited, but should I be? Obviously the answer is yes. We're getting excited to seeing you guys. I want to say, this is the first time I think that any of us have really come out to play music to support a candidate. And maybe for some of you guys, it's the first time you've come to a rally, the first time you got excited about somebody. And I think we all know the reason why. Is that this is a once-in-a-lifetime candidate. We don't see people like this all the time. Somebody who is independent for 30 years. We don't see people who've been saying the same thing over and over again. Thank God we have YouTube. We can go back and watch Bernie's speeches. 1991. What's he saying? Same thing he's saying today. 2002, saying the same thing he's saying today. And it's not boring. It's amazing. We're so excited to hear it. And I'm sure you guys are just as excited as us that we're going to actually get to see this guy come speak in here very shortly. So please make some noise for Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you. Whoa, there's a lot of people here. Let me thank Ezra and Vampire Weekend. Thank you so much. And Lissy and Jim Sobiel and Josh Hutcherson and Foster the People. And let me give a special thank to my brother, Cornel West. It has been a beautiful, beautiful night of great music. I thank all of you for coming out. I thank all of the musicians and all of the actors and everybody who has helped put on this extraordinary event. What this campaign is about is something that is very, very serious business. And what it is about is not just electing a president of the United States, as important as that is. It is about a political revolution and transforming America. It is about creating the nation that all of us know we can become. Now, I will tell you something that no other candidate for president will tell you. It's not a pleasant truth, but it is the truth, and it's important that you hear it. Given the realities of American political and economic life today, no president, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can do what has to be done in this country for the middle class and working families alone. It cannot be done by any president sitting in the Oval Office. The only way that we can bring about change, the only way we can take on the powers that be in America, that is Wall Street, that is corporate America, that is the corporate media, that is these huge financial institutions that make hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign donations and control the economic and political life of this nation. The only way that we can bring real change to this country is when millions of people, young people, working people, black people, white people, Latino people, gay people, straight people, women, men, when all of us stand together and very loudly and clearly say, enough is enough, this government of ours, in this great country, this government belongs to all of us, not just a handful of billionaires. In America today, we have more income and wealth inequality than at any time since 1928, and it is worse than almost any other major country on earth. The likelihood is, if we do not get our act together for the first time in the modern history of this country, your generation will have a lower standard of living than your parents, and together we will not allow that to happen. What America has historically been about is the concept of fairness. It is not about the fact that today the top 1/10 of 1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. It is not about the 20 wealthiest people in this country owning more wealth than the bottom 50% of the American people. It is not about one family, the Walton family of Walmart, owning more wealth itself than the bottom 40% of our people. It is not about people in America having to work 2 or 3 jobs in order to bring in enough income and some health care, while 58% of all new income goes to the top 1%. Are you guys ready for a radical idea? Together, we are going to create an economy that works for all of us and not just the 1%. And here is what else is going on in this country today, and I'm not happy to say it. I'm the former chairman of the U.S. Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, and I've worked very, very hard to make sure that our veterans get the health care and the benefits they need. But it pains me to talk to veterans from way back in World War II or Korea or Vietnam, people who put their lives on the line to defend us, to defend democracy. And now we are living in a country where, as a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, billionaires are able to buy elections. Now, maybe I'm an old-fashioned guy, but I believe that democracy is about one person, one vote. You disagree with me? That's fine. You know, in politics, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. That's called democracy. That's a good thing. But what is not a good thing is when people like the Koch brothers and a handful of billionaires are able to spend $900 million in this election cycle to elect candidates who represent the wealthy and the powerful. When you have a handful of billionaires spending more money on a campaign than either the Democratic or Republican parties, that is not democracy, that is oligarchy, and together we're going to change that. Let me tell you something else that we have got to do as a nation, and that is to end institutional racism and a broken criminal justice system. It is not just that all of us are disgusted when we turn on the TV and we see a video of some unarmed person being shot by a police officer. It's not just that. It's that we're tired of seeing local police departments look like occupying armies. It's a demand that police departments begin to look like the people they are policing in terms of their diversity. But when we talk about a criminal justice system which is broken, it's not just even racism. It is how unfairly the law is often applied. Let me give you an example. Today in Iowa or in Vermont, some kid is being picked up for possessing marijuana. Now, I know that none of you know anything about marijuana. I don't. But here is the point that I want to make. Some kid gets picked up for possessing marijuana, and by the way, this becomes a racial issue as well, because it turns out that the black community and the white community do marijuana at about equal rates. But blacks... That wasn't exactly my point. But it turns out that blacks get arrested 4 times more than whites. Okay. Here is my point. Young person gets arrested for marijuana. That person will have a police record for his or her entire life. Now compare that to what goes on Wall Street. Wall Street, whose greed and recklessness and illegal behavior drove this country into the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression of the 1930s. Recently, a major Wall Street firm, Goldman Sachs, reached a settlement with the United States government that because they were defrauding many investors and the American people selling worthless products, they reached a $5 billion settlement with the government. Now, some kid today gets arrested for possessing marijuana, gets a police record. Do you know how many police records are going to the executives on Wall Street for destroying the American economy? Zero. So what criminal justice should mean is justice for all, whether you're wealthy and powerful or whether you are poor. And by the way, when we do talk about marijuana, what I want to say is that some of you may know, and some of you may not know, that we have a law or a process in Washington called the Federal Controlled Substance Act. And in that act right now, marijuana is listed side by side with heroin. Now, I know that you are an intelligent group of people, and very seriously, I know and I hope very much that you all understand what a killer drug heroin is. There are two ways out when you do heroin. Number one, you're going to get arrested and go to jail. Number two, you're going to die. Stay away from heroin. In terms of marijuana, what we are seeing is a lot of lives have been really hurt, because if you get a criminal record for possession of marijuana, it could impact your ability to get a job. And that is why I have introduced legislation and will move forward as president to take marijuana out of the Controlled Substance Act. The issue of legalization of marijuana will depend on the state. 4 states have done it, other states are considering it, but it should not be a federal crime. Now, we've got in Iowa right now a lot of Republican candidates, too many to count, running all over your beautiful state here. And if you listen to some of them closely, they will talk about family values. And I want everybody here to know exactly what they mean by family values. What they mean is that no woman in this room here tonight, no woman in the state of Iowa or in the United States of America, in their view, should be able to control her own body. I disagree. And what they also mean by family values is that our gay brothers and sisters should not have the right to marry. I disagree. And when we talk about the major issues facing our country and facing the world, let me speak to you for a second about an issue which I know a little bit about because I'm on the Senate Environmental Committee and the Senate Energy Committee. And here is the simple truth. The truth is that according to virtually the entire scientific community, climate change is real. It is caused by human activity, and it is already causing devastating problems in our country and all over the world. What we must do from a moral perspective to make sure that the planet that we leave to our kids and grandchildren is healthy and habitable. We must transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainability. And in that regard, I want to congratulate the people of the state of Iowa because you are helping to lead this country into sustainable energy. You're getting some 30% of your electricity from wind. You are leading the country in biofuels. Thank you for what you are doing. Now, what this campaign is about is asking you to think big, not small. Asking you to envisage what we can become. Today, the United States is the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people as a right. Now, the British do it, the French do it, the Canadians do it, every other major country on earth says that health care should be a right. So let me be very honest with you and tell you what I think. I think that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. And if we move, as I believe we should, to what we call a Medicare for All single-payer program, we can guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child as a right and save middle-class families thousands of dollars a year on their health care costs. On February 1st, in a couple of days, Monday night, the eyes of the entire country and much of the world will be on the state of Iowa. And what they are going to be looking at is something very, very profound, which is what your decision will be about. And it's not just the name of the person who wins, whether Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders or whatever. What is more important is whether Iowa is prepared to lead this nation in a different direction. Whether Iowa is prepared to say that public colleges and universities should be tuition free. Whether Iowa is prepared to say that we should substantially lower the interest rates on student debt. Whether Iowa is prepared to say that at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, yes, the billionaire class and large corporations will start paying their fair share of taxes. We began our campaign about 9 months ago, and the very first polls here in Iowa had us behind Secretary Clinton by 50 points or 60 points. Today, 9 months later, the race is virtually tied. And here is what I think will happen on Monday night. And I'm being very honest and straightforward with you. If there is a large voter turnout, we will win. If there is a low voter turnout, if a lot of people don't show up, we will lose. Now, what the pundits say, again, I'm being very straightforward and honest with you, is they say, well, young people, they come out to rallies, but you know what? They're not going to come out to participate in the caucus. So how would you like to make the pundits look dumb on election night? Now the truth is, and you all know this, is that in so many respects, this election is much more important for your generation than my generation. Because, God willing, you're all going to be living for a very, very long time. And you are going to be experiencing and seeing the impact of decisions being made today in Washington. Now, I know that many of your friends say, you went to a political meeting? Wow, that's pretty lame. But let me just say this to you with as much conviction as I can. I did talk to people who put their lives on the line, and some came back without arms and legs to defend American democracy. Democracy, football, unless you're a player, is a spectator sport. Democracy is not a spectator sport. Now, some of your friends may say, I don't like politics, I'm not going to get involved. All that they are saying is to allow somebody else to make important decisions for your life. I think that's dumb. I think you should be involved in that decision-making process, not some billionaire in Washington. On Monday night, we are poised to make history. Help us do that. Join the political revolution. Thank you all very much.
There you go, everybody. That was future President Bernie Sanders, and that was his speech at the Iowa City concert and rally. That was just badass. There were so many things that he said in there to the students, and this is where the true power exists. That's packed full of students. Here, I'm gonna cut to this. There's just tons of people there. Tons of people there. New picks out of Iowa. Where are these coming from, Lou? Lou's telling me there's new picks out of Iowa. Here's. Oh, good. Okay, we've got some picks coming in. They're dropping them in here, folks, so I can show you what's going on. If there's picks up on the hashtag, I'll pull them up here. Let me tell you what we're going to do. That we ran a little clip there so I could run through your comments and we could do what we were doing on the web. Thank you for staying here. We have close to 400 joining us right now, I think. And 300, more than 300 joining us right now. Let me just check audio, make sure everything's okay. I'm pretty sure we're good out. Everything good, guys? Everything good, guys? Yeah. Audio good. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody who is still with us. That was Bernie Sanders in Iowa City. What we're going to do right now is I'm going to show you some pictures coming to us from Lou, being sent to us from you guys, being sent to us from on the webs. Scott Valindas and everybody's talking. Lou is at the Council Bluffs field office right now. Or no, Lou is, I'm sorry. What are we saying here? The pictures are from Council Bluffs that I'm going to show you here in a second. Scott, where are you? Are you in Des Moines? I think you're in Des Moines. You'll hear that in a few seconds, guys. Lou's in Lincoln, of course. He's in Nebraska. That's where the heck he is. Here, let me show you some of these pictures, folks. Pictures of the caucus right now going on. This is, as Bernie so well put it, your democracy. And a democracy is not, I love this, it is not a spectator sport. There's people join the political revolution today. They are at a caucus field office. This is in, where do you say this? I saw the name on there. I'll put it up in a second. Let's just look at some of these pictures here. Here's another one. Working there. Another one. Looks pretty organized. Looks pretty good. Those pictures. This has never been, let's see, what do you say? This is Council Bluffs. That's Council Bluffs, folks. I know that this has happened. I mean, caucus happens every 4 years, whatever. I mean, it's never been this big, folks. It's never been this big. This is what's amazing. This is what's awesome. We are rising. The people have risen. Those kids, did you hear what Bernie said? That was so badass. He's like, your friends are like, what did you do? I went to a political meeting. Right? That's not cool to do. What you know this is a real thing when you pack 5,000 college kids. That was mostly college kids who raised their hands and said, we've never done this before in our lives. And we are so motivated by you, Bernie. We are so ready to take back control of our lives. Because that is what this is about. And he made that so clear. This is about our lives. Right now, we have a choice to make it a good life for everybody. Doesn't matter what your color is, doesn't matter what your race is, doesn't matter what you think. We can make it good for everybody. Or we can fail. We cannot rise to the occasion and let the establishment remain in control. I don't want that to happen. You don't want that to happen. Bernie doesn't want that to happen. I'm waiting on some people to say some things. Oh my goodness, Janine Calkin is typing. I hate to say it, but I'm not sure what that means, Scott. I'm going to wait to find out exactly what that means before I say it online, because I'm not sure what you're saying there. Janine, I see you typing. It's good to see you. Janine, everyone has been out working, hitting Rhode Island. That's where she is. She's Rhode Island for Bernie, folks. Outside of being a producer here for Bernie 2016 TV, which she has been absent, remiss from those duties because she is doing what is much more important than this place. Talking with you guys here is great, but what's much more important is boots on the ground in the states that need it the most. Janine is collecting signatures in Rhode Island. She has been doing that for days to get Bernie on the ballot, because that is first and foremost. O'Malley doesn't have himself on one of the ballots. At this point, I still don't think he does. Right? That's important. Oh, excellent, excellent, excellent. We have something going on. There's a live stream starting at 7 p.m., folks. We are going to have a live stream. at the Des Moines Register to see some of what's going on. I'm just getting this information here. We will get the link out to everybody. I am going to go to this link here. That means it's going to start roughly about, now. So maybe a couple hours. I'm so bad with the time, folks. Really, 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 really bad with the time. I'm so fried. I'm not even sure what time it is here. I lost track of the day. Somebody told me in Safeway this morning that it was Monday. I was very surprised. Like, holy shit, it's Monday. What do you know? Anyway, we are going to be bringing you that feed, apparently, from the Des Moines Register, WHO TV. So we will pull that up and just and watch that, I guess. They're going to have news and commentary. We'll see what that's like. We'll see how we can blend with that. I will get a chance to check that out. What we're going to do now is remind everybody that the goal online is to push out the hashtags Caucus for Bernie, that's FOR, Caucus for Bernie. All of the memes, all of the media, Sean, I can see him right now. He is still working on the backlog of the memes, the screen captures from all of your quotes. He's got them in Slack right now. He pulls them out, adds information to Twitter, and posts them out. That's why we're carpet bombing for peace. We are carpet bombing to save our nation with memes, with blogs, with video clips, with text posts, with anything we can on the internet, because it is the only place left we have control of the information and the truth. We have no control of information and truth from corporately owned, establishment-run media. It has destroyed our democracy. It has taken control of our government. And it is time that we fight back. We are fighting back with Bernie Sanders. What we're going to do, hi Janine, it's so nice to see you in Slack. Missed you. What we're going to do is look at some comments really quick, because I know you guys have been in here. What does that say? Good to see you. Good to see you all. We have 267 plus joining us, 1,800 playbacks. Nice to have you all here. Yes, it's February 1st. I know that only because my birthday is January 31st, and my sister's birthday, 6 years younger than me, is on February 1st. So we exchange quick birthdays and move on. Bernie is no communist. He is not. I can barely eat or sleep as well. Yes, Jeanette, that's a great way to put it. We are the Air Force. We are the Air Force. Janine right now is functioning as a Marine. Yeah, because she can do grounded. That's a beautiful way to put it. I think it's funny that we're going to use military terms, but we know them so well because we've been inundated with them for... Oh, look, I'm frozen pretty good there. What the hell is going on with that machine? We have been inundated with military terms. We know them so well. What we're going to do here, Scott Melendez has given us footage of last night. So we have some Bernie speaks, about 45 minutes long from last night. I'm going to load that up. We're going to watch that together. And while we're watching that together, I'm going to verify this other stream and when that starts, figure out what that is and what all's going there with you guys. And we'll do some more memes. And we'll do some more conversation. We may break in to the Bernie speech if we need to interrupt with some announcements or big news. Okay? But otherwise, that's the plan, is to run this new clip. Nobody has seen this unless you were watching RSN. Although we didn't get either. This is what we were supposed to show you guys last night. We just didn't have the bandwidth to get it out of the building. Those of you who were upset about that, we were upset too. It was very frustrating if you were with us last night. But Scott recorded it. That's one of the other reasons we're so glad that these road warriors are with us, is because they recorded. This is what sucks, guys. I'm looking at some conversation here. Looking at conversation. I can't stand waiting. Please caucus for Bernie. Ben Carson is sleeping on CNN. What else does he do? That just seems to be Ben Carson, right? It's just so sleepy. I don't get Ben Carson. To John's sister, yes, it's my sister's birthday today. My sister, you know what? I don't know that my sister and her husband feel very... They have not responded to me in that regard. They should, but I don't know. Dad feels firm. I have a brother. I don't know where he sits. Probably. Love him. Glad we're going to make a better world for them. Whether they want it or not. We're going to make a better world for them, whether they want it or not. That is what we're doing. Breaking news. How's Eric? Drop the link in the chat, and one of our writers will pick it up, and Cynical Girl. With John Whitman. We're going to run this quick stuff. Remind everybody, all of us here, run this quick stuff. What else are we going to go through? And we'll cut them when we need to. I need a second shot. Can you come in and mumble something, talk about anything that's going on so I can set up this next piece?
I'm normally looking something along the lines of Twitter, because that's what I have my head very deep into right now. Things are going good. We've got tons of action already. People are excited. I'm back here blasting stuff out that you're sending me and making some of my own memes up here that I'll drop into production soon. And we're doing all kinds of fun stuff. So
nice. Are there any? Are there good memes showing up on that hashtag already? Should I just pull it up and kind of go through a string there? Do you think?
Well, I wasn't sure what our usage of those are. We're pretty much just open and able to just share those, right?
Oh yeah, I share them all the time. That's really good.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
There's lots of. I could either grab them for you, or if that'd be easier. So.
Well, let's not. No. Okay, I've got this video loaded up. No, you know why we can't do that is because Slack keeps telling us we keep stuffing Slack for pictures.
Okay, let's not go into that.
Guys, we owe Slack. We've abused some services just in this revolution, and I want to say to Slack, whoever created this, that you have given us one of the most important tools of the political revolution. I know the campaign uses it. I know that pretty much all of the volunteer groups that we have connected with use Slack, and it has given us the ability to really interconnect groups. Somebody else who's in our Slack, who I've never had a chance to talk to because I'm always broadcasting, created a bridge between Slacks. I mean, this is the brilliance of the 99, folks. We've made this is what they couldn't compete with. For all those billions of dollars that Hillary has, all they can really do is feed the mainstream media machine, right? They worked with Microsoft. I'm sure they're making some sneaky stuff there. And I'm sure they've got somebody here or there making some sneaky stuff. But they didn't have like 20 different volunteer app organizations. They didn't have 10 different web organizations, all cranking out websites, all cranking out applications. I mean, they didn't understand the volume of what we can make in intellectual property here. That's what they didn't get, right? What does Bernie need to win? There's an app for that. Literally, it's been made. And there's duplicates. That was part of the problem is, like, we have 90 websites dedicated to showing Bernie Sanders information, but that's okay. Because from an internet perspective, that floods the web with Bernie. It just makes it beautiful. They could not compete with that. They were like, shit. Doesn't matter what we do. We could buy all the ad space on Google. Wouldn't make a difference. Right? That's what we have, folks. That's what makes this so badass. Is that we're going to win this with information because we have been working the web. And we know how it works. And the establishment doesn't have a clue. And the few people that they can hire to help them build weapons for the internet are ill-equipped. They lack the staff. I mean, Sean can tell you, it takes staff to do what we do. Right? It takes human beings to make memes and retweet and write things. You can't fake it with bots. YouTube lets us know. Right? And it's not effective. We all know that that's not effective. It's the real conversation that is effective. Conversation amongst human beings is what builds trust. Why do you think Bernie has done so many of these? 2 a day, 3 a day, 4 a day. I can't keep up with this guy. You know why? It's because everywhere he goes, his eyes meet real human beings' eyes, and they get to see the trust. they get to feel that this guy is not full of shit. Go, wow. And everybody that talks about Bernie says it. It was, what's his name? Mark Foster. What is it that Bernie had? What is that? I don't recognize that. I haven't seen that in my lifetime. It's the truth. Holy shit, Bernie has the truth. It's mind-boggling. It makes all the difference in the world, folks. Trust is how you build an army of people. And Bernie has built an army of people. We're going to listen to him here on Vimeo. This is Scott Galindez, reader-supported news. Scott is incredible, and I really wish that before I play this, I'm just going to say this one thing. One of the saddest, for all that we're doing here and the beauty of it and how awesome it is that we're all here together, one of the saddest things that I feel is that it's really sad that we have to fight media, because what we're doing here is such a beautiful evolution of it. And wouldn't it be really nice if they instead of shying away from it, instead of fighting against it simply because they are with the establishment, what if they embraced it? Wouldn't it be amazing if they're like, wow, you guys are doing really great stuff. Here's some awards. Let's work on that together. Let's figure out how to make that beautiful with our $1 billion equipment. Instead, we sit here together acknowledging how great we are, acknowledging how wonderful we are together in this internet family, in this global family that sits outside of the establishment, is not recognized by the establishment at all. And I just want to say that what we do here with you, the audience, what happens here in the chat is far above anything created by any corporate media. The establishment has nothing on you.
And speaking of our chat audience, let me interrupt you and bring a couple comments in.
Please, so I can set that. We're ready to go. But go, do it. Sway.
Okay, first off, I have an executive decision. There's little in chat about Dr. Ben Carson, the Republican presidential candidate. So may I please share his comment? Most current doctors recommend the words of Dr. Ben Carson for all of your sleeping needs.
He's a sleep aid. Okay.
Right. And then Robert Anderson followed up with this comment, and I have to say I second Robert's comment here. I, as a pothead, am far more energetic than Ben Carson. LOL.
Me too.
Yes.
Me too.
Seriously. And then this is just goes back to and ties into what you were just saying, John, and why I wanted to, interrupt and bring engagement with our chat is Mark Terry's comment was, Mr. Sanders may be our only hope for civilization. And, that sounds a little bit hyperbolic, but at the same time, given everything that we all see going on around us that we're aware of, I think in terms of one of the comments we had yesterday, and I can't remember who made the comment, but it effectively says, we're finally waking up to Bernie. That Bernie's been awake all along. It's just the rest of us are waking up to him. You know what I mean? And there are so many things that are tied into this perfect moment in time, and what makes 2016 such an important election and race for all of us. So I just wanted to bring that in and give you a little bit of breathing room. And if you've got the video ready to post, okay.
I do. We're ready to go. I just want to tell you one thing. I just received some battle news from behind the lines from somebody dealing with streaming, and it may mean something coming up here, and I need to find out what that is but it looks like maybe, possibly, something. My dog again, guys. Sorry about that. Hope it's not somebody actually there. Like I said, he barks at a lot of things. 5 p.m.-ish, maybe, something. Wednesday, we'll see, folks. Stay tuned. That's what I'm getting here from behind the scenes. Just in. Sorry, I just had to interrupt with that. That's what I was doing. It was like, oh, wow, look at that. That's what I mean when I say this is what it's. We really are transforming things right now, folks, is that the information comes in. It's like, holy shit, that's awesome. That's awesome. So Wednesday, something cool may be going down. Don't promise. Celeste, that was a beautiful setup, and I destroyed it. Here is the video. We're going to run this. We're going to run your comments. We may break in with other exciting news, and we'll fill you in on what's going on. This is the Voice of the Revolution. Thank you, everybody.
Let me begin by thanking Ilya Shaman and MoveOn.org and DFA and Roseanne DeMoro. And let me thank Shelby
Sending out $32 million, $1,000 at a time. 1,000 people win $1,000 every single day. Get in on this.
And Evan Berger and Tara and Steve Delacenzo for all of their work tonight and for all of their work during this campaign. Well, it turns out that tonight is the last rally of the campaign. And I want to very sincerely, on behalf of Jane and myself and my staff, thank the people of Iowa for welcoming us into their state, their beautiful state. Iowa has shown my family and my staff incredible hospitality and warmness, and we appreciate it very much. This is a beautiful, beautiful state, and it's been an honor to have the opportunity to campaign in it. The other thing I want to say about the people of Iowa, and I've been deeply impressed by this, I think Iowans understand that they have a very unique role to play in the presidential process. And I believe that they take that role very, very seriously. And I think there are many people who have come out to our rallies, have gone to Secretary Clinton's rallies, Governor O'Malley's rallies. They are listening very carefully about the choice that they want. They accept that responsibility that is given to them. And all of you in Iowa should be very, very proud.
Equally with the president, he's probably the worst president in the history of our country.
When we began our campaign 9 months ago, we had no money, no political organization, and very, very little name recognition. In fact, a poll done by the Des Moines Register 8 months ago had us 41 points behind. We have come a long way in 8 months. Today, as we prepare for the caucus tomorrow night, we have 15,000 volunteers throughout the state of Iowa, and I want to thank them all very much. Many of them have worked incredibly hard, day in and day out, knocking on doors and making phone calls, and I thank you very much. And the reason that we have the momentum and the excitement is because of what you have done. Now, I want to tell you something else, though, which is very interesting. When we began this campaign, as I mentioned, we had no money. And we had to make a choice. What the pundits were saying is, look, in this day and age, when you need hundreds of millions of dollars, if not more than $1 billion, to run for president, what the pundits and the experts said is there is only one way to raise that money, and that is to have a super PAC. And we said, no way. We ain't gonna do it. Now, my opponent yesterday announced that she had received some $45 million for her super PAC. We announced that we received $0 for our super PAC. But this is what we also announced. We announced that we have received throughout this campaign, and this is so unbelievable, never in a million years would I have thought this possible. We have received up to now 3.2 million individual contributions. And that is more contributions than any candidate up until this point in a campaign in the history of the United States of America. Let me also tell you what gives me enormous pride. You know, when people have super PACs, what they do is they go to wealthy people's homes and they sit down with a dozen people and they leave with $3 million, $5 million, $10 million. These folks can contribute as much as they want. So I'm proud to tell you that our average contribution is $27. How's that? To paraphrase Abraham Lincoln, this is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people. What I have also said when we talk about a campaign of the people,
that's absolutely true. It's not
and
just
this is an important point to understand,
Sanders,
and I think I'm the only campaign candidate who has ever said this.
Right?
No president of the United States, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can bring about the changes that we need in this country today. The rebuilding of a disappearing middle class, dealing with income and wealth inequality, dealing with climate change, dealing with the corrupt campaign finance system, and all of the others.
He lost Iowa.
No president,
and then he's trailing in South Carolina. He won't have
the powers
the press.
that be.
It's over for
Wall Street, which has endless supplies of money, endless. Corporate America,
whether he wins tonight is
has helped destroy the middle class.
Look,
the corporate media who tells us what we are supposed to believe and what we're supposed to hear. And large campaigns.
You say over? Nothing is over until we decide it is. Okay, I hear you, brother. But tonight is the night we start deciding. So I got the regular show for you guys, and
that is why we need a political revolution. That is why we need
what people are
tens of
saying
millions of people
about the election.
to stand up and say loudly and clearly,
in that regard, breaking down
enough.
the different candidates, and there's crazy stuff going on. That was such a maybe you want to Caucus
and what this campaign is about, of course, I'm here to try to win tomorrow night, try to win the Democratic nomination, try to win the general election. But more important,
but it's an amazing day.
Process are millions of people coming together, black and white and Latino, gay and straight, male and female. People born in this country, people who have immigrated into this country. We will not allow Donald Trump
say one more thing about
and the other people. We will not allow them to divide us up. We will stand
not only the
together.
assessment of has about a 3% lead over
We will stand
20% of the
together
voters in
because
Iowa
we know
caucus
that this is a
make up their
pivotal
minds
moment
3 days
in
before the
American history.
They probably
And most of us
largely
understand
were not
that it
factored
is
into that
too
vote.
late for establishment
So we got a whole
politics
20%
and establishment
don't know which way they're
economics.
going.
We, together, we are going to tell the billionaire class they cannot have it all.
Say,
People say the American people are angry. Well, you know what? I'm angry.
okay.
And the American people have a right to be angry. They have a right to be angry because they are working in many cases longer hours for lower wages.
That's why it's so
People
exciting.
are working
But,
2 or 3 jobs trying to cobble
Now,
together some income
get
and
back
some
to
health care.
conversation. Now,
People are
let's start
worried
out
about
nice
the
and easy
future
for you guys.
for their
Nice and
kids.
easy,
They're
okay?
worried about
Just
their
a fun little
parents.
story. It is
And meanwhile,
campaign.
almost
Just
all
gonna have some
of
fun.
the new
Let's start.
income and wealth in this country is going to the top 1%.
Now, Ted Cruz wants to see
What this campaign
I don't
is
know
about
we're going to find out.
is
But a
coming
nice
together
guy.
and saying something really
He's got that
radical.
look like,
You want a radical
I am
idea?
Trying to be
All right, here's a
like
radical
this.
idea
And
together.
when things go
We're going
bad,
to create an economy
candle
that works for
First
all
face
of us,
up.
not just the 1%.
Like when Trump handled
Together,
political
we are going to put an
Here's my
end
family. I'm
to
going
the
to give my daughter
grotesque
a
level
kiss.
of income and wealth inequality that exists in America today. America is not about the top 1/10 of 1% owning almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%.
But most
America is not about
Look at Ted Cruz trying to catch
20 of the wealthiest people, 20 people owning more wealth than the bottom half of America. America is not about one family owning more wealth than the bottom 40% of the American people. That is not what.
It's like a friend of mine once tripped in the winter. He had this long coat on. He's got his hands inside the coat. He falls down on his face and he's rolling around and looking up going, did anybody see? Did anybody see?
The American economy should be, that is a rigged economy.
Look, I
want to tell you something.
You wish you wouldn't flick you while you're running for president.
Manifestation
So it's
of a
just a fun
rigged
little story.
economy. You know, you hear a lot of
any
Republicans
policy or even
running
politics.
around the country
But
talking
it
about
is
welfare abuse, how
representative
poor
of
people are
Ted Cruz and how he's
abusing,
running this
taking
campaign.
advantage of the welfare system. Well, let me tell you who the major welfare recipient in America is. It turns out that it is the Walton family,
Dad,
the wealthiest family in America.
Let it go. Let it go.
And the reason for that is this family that owns Walmart pays its workers wages that are so low that many of those workers are forced to go on Medicaid, they're forced to go on food stamps, they are forced to go into subsidized housing. You pay taxes to provide food stamps, Medicaid, and subsidized housing to the workers of the wealthiest family in America. So I say to the Walton family, get off of welfare, pay your workers a living wage. That is what the rigged economy is about, that working families subsidize a multi-billionaire family. Now, when we talk
about everything
about our economy, it is clear to almost everybody that wages in America are just too low. The federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour is a starvation wage. We've got to raise it to a living wage, $15 an hour over the next few years. So if you see somebody getting ready to not the crap out of it. And when we talk about equitable wages,
I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees. I promise. I promise.
The women and fight for pay equity. There is no rational economic reason why women are making 79 cents on the dollar. It is old-fashioned sexism, and together with that, when we talk about the economy, it is not just the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality.
By the way, after
it is not just that millions of workers are working for horrendously low wages.
A Black Lives Matter
It is
event,
also
and he
the
got their ass
fact
kicked and
that
thrown down
real
the crowd while the
unemployment
people were
in this
chanting.
country
And one of
is
the
close
black
to
guy got thrown down at the
10%,
Trump rally,
and youth unemployment is off the charts.
Okay, and
I asked some economists a while ago to tell me what youth unemployment really was for high school graduates. This is what they said.
And no one got charged.
The kids who are white,
Oh, of course they
real
did. Like it doesn't really
unemployment
matter. You should be charged no
33%.
matter what the event is and no matter
For
what the color
Latino
is.
kids,
That's what assault
36%
security is. A
for
presidential
African
candidate
American kids,
encouraging his crowd, his mob, to go assault people.
51%.
I never liked any of that.
That is unacceptable. Let me just connect some dots here.
I mean, you want to talk about
If anybody here thinks
when you
there is not a correlation
say, hey, I'll cover
between
your
that
legal
horrific
expenses.
rate
Don't do
of
that.
youth
Even
unemployment
in your
and the fact that
scenario,
we have
if you were to accept that you were
more
joking, even though you
people
clearly
in
are not,
jail
you said you were
than
serious
any other
in that
country on
clip.
earth,
Even if we
you
were
would
to
be
accept
missing
that,
a very
what if people
important
didn't realize? And by the way, again,
So are you ready for another radical idea? We're going to invest in education and jobs for our kids. We're going to invest in education and jobs for our kids, not jails and incarceration.
This is what I would say. This is the starting of fascism. Because when you get a mob,
here in Iowa, we've got a whole lot of
and I'll have your back
candidates
legally,
for president running all
and you're
over
running
the
for
state.
president,
Probably can't get a cup of
incredibly
coffee without running into somebody who's running for president.
Let's hope that his supporters
And many of the Republicans who are out there running for president, they talk about family values. You all know what they mean by family values?
Story about the Democrats.
What they mean
about Hillary Clinton.
is that no woman in this room, no woman in this state, no woman in this country should have the right to control her own body. I disagree. What they mean by family values is we should defund Planned Parenthood. I believe we should expand funding. What they also mean by family values is to tell our gay brothers and sisters that they should not be able to get married. I disagree. Jane and I have been married for 27 years. We have four beautiful kids. I think we got my two daughters here. Where are they? He says
at any industry that flouts the law.
And we believe in family values. In fact, there's nobody who believes in family more than Jane does.
Industry under control. That's
But our family values are a little bit different than Republican family values. Just a little bit. When we talk about family values,
that's the whole Bernie Sanders
what we believe is that it is imperative that we end the international disgrace of the United States being the only major country on earth that doesn't provide paid family and medical leave. I tell you how absurd and bad it is today in Iowa, today in Vermont, today all over America. Women are having beautiful babies. And for those of you who are parents, you know what an extraordinary day that is.
So Hillary Clinton now, with a last-minute change of strategy, doesn't really know. And she also knows, especially in a Democratic caucus, yes, the voters
If that mom
progressive,
is a working class woman or low-income woman,
now she says,
that mother
in a broader
will have to separate herself
I'm going after
from her
all of
newborn baby.
When I talk about going after those companies, those businesses, those special interests,
She has to go
I
back
have a
to work
much
in order to
broader
bring in enough
target
money
list
to take
than
care
my
of the family.
opponents.
That is not a family
Okay, well, let's
value.
break that
That
down.
is the opposite of
First
a
of all,
family
I'm going
value.
after all.
And that is why, together, the United States will join the rest of the industrialized world. We're going to have 3 months paid family and medical leave.
Really?
When we talk about real unemployment being 10%, and youth unemployment being off of the charts, it is a no-brainer to say that we must have a massive federal job program to put our people back to work. We should be hiring teachers, not firing teachers. We should be hiring nurses and doctors, not firing nurses. And when our infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our water systems, and Flint, Michigan comes to mind, but it's not the only one. Our wastewater plants, our rail system, our levees, our dams, our airports, in many parts of this country are disintegrating, need massive investment. We can create 13 million decent paying jobs, rebuilding our infrastructure, and that's what we have to do. Every day, I am criticized. Well, every hour I'm criticized. And they say, hey, that's a great idea. We're going to create 13 billion jobs. You're going to rebuild the infrastructure. How are you going to pay for that?
That's why she's trying to.
Well, I will tell you how we're going to pay for it. Right now, you have major corporations in this country making billions of dollars a year in profit.
I love that.
Who stash their profits in the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and other tax havens. And in a given year, some of these multinational corporations don't pay a nickel in federal income tax. Well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take away that loophole. They are going to pay taxes. And we're going to use that money. We're going to use that money to rebuild our infrastructure.
Whether you agree with it on policy,
when we talk about the economy, when we talk about the elephant in the room that a lot of people don't want to talk about,
the same exact corner
and that is the greed, the recklessness, and the illegal behavior on Wall Street.
I'm not going to go for real estate. I'm going to go for
this is an issue, my friends, that we just cannot run away from. And I know what the power of Wall Street
trying to make your case the Democratic
when I was in the House representing Vermont, I was on the House Banking
one day before the voting begins.
Wall Street spent billions of dollars in lobbying and campaign contributions in order to get deregulated. And they said to Congress, trust us. We are honorable people. Get the government off of our backs. Let us have investor banks merge with commercial banks, merge with insurance companies. It'll be a great thing for America. Well, I worked as hard as I could to prevent that from happening. It happened. And then a few years later, Wall Street told us what it means to do their thing. And it turns out talk about family values, what we believe is that it is imperative that we end the international disgrace of the United States being the only major country on earth that doesn't provide paid family and medical leave. And let me tell you how absurd and bad it is. Today in Iowa, today in Vermont, today all over America, women are having beautiful babies. And for those of you who are parents, you know what an extraordinary day that is. That's a pretty big day for the baby as well. But if that mom is a working class woman or low income woman, that mother will have to separate herself from her newborn baby a week or 2 weeks after birth because she has to go back to work in order to bring in enough money to take care of the family. That is not a family value. That is the opposite of a family value. And that is why together the United States will join the rest of the industrialized world. We're going to have 3 months paid family and medical leave. And when we talk about real unemployment being 10% and youth unemployment being off of the charts, it is a no-brainer to say that we must have a massive federal jobs program to put our people back to work. We should be hiring teachers, not firing teachers. We should be hiring nurses and doctors, not firing nurses. And when our infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our water systems, and Flint, Michigan comes to mind, but it's not the only one. Our wastewater plants, our rail system, our levees, our dams, our airports, in many parts of this country are disintegrating, need massive investment. We can create 13 million decent paying jobs, rebuilding our infrastructure, and that's what we have to do. Now, every day I am criticized, well, every hour I'm criticized, but and they say, hey, that's a great idea, Bernie, you're going to create 13 billion jobs, you're going to rebuild the infrastructure, how are you going to pay for that? Well, I will tell you how we're going to pay for it. Right now, you have major corporations in this country making billions of dollars a year in profit, who stash their profits in the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and other tax havens. And in a given year, some of these multinational corporations don't pay a nickel in federal income tax. Well, it's true. And when we talk about the economy, let me talk about the elephant in the room that a lot of people don't want to talk about. And that is the greed, the recklessness, and the illegal behavior on Wall Street. This is an issue, my friends, that we just cannot run away from. And I know what the power of Wall Street is. When I was in the House representing Vermont, I was on the House Banking Committee. Wall Street spent billions of dollars in lobbying and campaign contributions in order to get deregulated. And they said to Congress, trust us. We are honorable people. Get the government off of our backs. Let us have investor banks merge with commercial banks, merge with insurance companies. It'll be a great thing for America. Well, I worked as hard as I could to prevent that from happening. It happened. And then a few years later, Wall Street told us what it means to do their thing. And it turns out that their greed and their illegal behavior drove this country into the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. Millions of our fellow Americans lost their jobs, their homes, and their life savings. That's the reality. And it turns out that when we allowed Wall Street to do their thing,
you guys, bitchy gay guy writes in, I'm so ready for a night full of caucus.
Now let me tell you a story.
Okay.
In this campaign,
I brought it up. Let's be
we
fair.
are taking
Jessica
on
Justice says
the
this caucus coverage is going to be on Fire Talk,
and we are taking on the
TYT
entire
Okay,
establishment.
so Fire Talk is
And let me
fantastic.
tell you one story which kind of brings together
and so you're not
what this whole campaign is about.
Major event is on TYT
That is, we are talking about a rigged economy,
So we're going to be doing
a
it at 8
corrupt
o'clock
campaign
Eastern tonight.
finance system,
That's when it begins.
and a
We
broken
will have the
criminal
numbers for you,
justice
by the way,
system.
coming out of the
Here's
caucus.
the story.
The polling.
A few weeks ago, Goldman Sachs, one of the largest financial
ABC will have their own
institutions on
polls,
Wall
CNN will have their own polls.
Street,
We'll have all of them.
$5
And we'll have the results as quick as anyone else.
fine
Okay?
to the U.S.
So
government.
make sure
They
you come to
paid that
TYT
fine
Network.
because they essentially acknowledged
Okay?
that they were
Now,
operating a
last couple ones here,
fraudulent
CJ says,
procedure
give Ted Cruz
by
some
which
credit,
they were
the
selling
issue of him trying to kiss his
subprime
7-year-old
mortgage
daughter on
packages
cameras.
that
At
were
least he doesn't
worthless.
want to date his daughter.
Go see The Big
true.
Short. It's a good film.
That's
That's what they were doing. And now they paid a $5 billion fine. Okay? This is
He
called
said on
Wall
at least
Street
3 different
fraud.
occasions that he would like to date his
Then,
daughter.
when you talk about
The guy is
political
the biggest
power,
creep in
understand
the world. And he's
that Goldman
easily
Sachs,
winning other
along with
Republicans.
other
All right.
financial
Watson says,
institutions,
I love the smell of
spend
establishment panic in
zillions
the
of
morning.
dollars
It smells like.
on campaign contributions and
Okay.
speakers'
Finally, John
fees.
Chris Lopez
And the other
says,
thing that they
unless
do
everyone also
is they have a revolving door. You know what a revolving door is? If these folks come from Wall Street to work in the government,
And by the way, that's
representing
true.
Wall Street, and they go back
So,
to Wall Street. Turns out,
again,
over the last 25 years,
TYT,
Goldman Sachs has given this country two secretaries of the Treasury and dozens and dozens of other high-ranking officials. Okay?
I think one of the
Now here is
older gentlemen
the last point that I want to make.
He's just not as liberal as Bernie Sanders. And if you
If
want
a
to vote
kid
for
in
Hillary Clinton based on that,
Iowa, a
makes
kid in
perfect sense.
Vermont,
Nothing wrong with that.
gets caught
For the
today
people
possessing
who are claiming
marijuana,
that Hillary Clinton
that kid
will be
will get
more
a
progressive
police
than Bernie
record
Sanders, that is
that will stay
demonstrably
with
not
him
true
for the
on a
rest
great
of his
majority
life. Not a joke.
For once you
serious
say that
business.
the shoe is challenging
And yet,
establishment, the
here
big
you have
banks, etc.
Goldman Sachs
It's just not
paying a fine
So
of
in cases that make
$5
sense,
billion
and both for the right
ripping
reasons,
off
but
the
don't
American
pretend
people
that
and
she's more
doing
progressive,
enormous
or that she's
damage
going to try to
to the
change and
lives
challenge
of millions of our
or the
fellow
Bernie Sanders, because
Americans.
they're not
Not
factual.
one
Okay.
executive
Now,
on Wall
one funny
Street
story for
has
you guys
been
before we head back into
prosecuted. That is a broken criminal justice
and for good
system.
reason. He
And
also
I
makes
think
inappropriate comments that make no
it is
sense.
high time
Now, they're going to be
to
talking about
restore
Iowa, and they're going to get
justice
into a
to
sandwich
our
discussion,
justice system.
which
When we talk about serious issues facing this country, there is one issue that impacts all other issues, and that has to do with the disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United. You all know what that's about. Okay, and that's what, by a 5-4 decision, what the Supreme Court said is that, okay, billionaires, you own much of the economy, now you can buy the United States government. And that is exactly what they are trying to do today.
It's not a new event.
You have a handful of billionaires, the Koch brothers, and a few of their billionaire friends in this campaign cycle are prepared to spend
the line of the night, of course, is I like my meat
$900 billion
not loose.
to elect candidates who will represent the wealthy
Which is
and the
dirty
powerful.
in an incomprehensible way.
When you have one
I'm not
family
sure what illusion he's
spending
going to
more
do, but I
money than
do know
either
it's
the
not
Democratic
appropriate.
or Republican
So,
Party,
I gotta
my
play the
friends,
video
that
for you
is
one
not
more time,
democracy.
because my favorite
That is
the dumb thing that
oligarchy,
kills me
and
since that happens
together
every
we're
day.
going to end
The
that.
reaction.
When we talk about our needs as a people, everybody knows that we need to have the best educated workforce in the world. We did 30 years ago. We don't today.
And I don't even want to get
It
into
is
the courtroom.
beyond my comprehension that there are hundreds of thousands of bright young people in America today who have the ability, the desire, and the qualifications to go to college, but they can't go to college for one reason. Their families lack the funds.
Now,
to my mind, when we talk about public education in America in the year 2016, it is not good enough to just talk about first grade through 12th grade. The world has changed. When we talk about public education, in my view, we must fight to make public colleges and universities tuition free.
It's a very important position.
And when we talk about higher education, we also have got to end the absurdity of millions of Americans struggling with outrageously high levels of student debt. Anybody here dealing with student debt?
Now, the first part of it is
the other day,
she says,
I was here in Iowa.
In an interview,
young man raised his hand. It was a small meeting. Young man raised his hand, said, I went to college for 2 years, $60,000 in debt. $4,000 per month. A few weeks ago, I talked to another guy, 29, married, 2 kids, working in sustainable energy, not making a lot of money. And this is what he said. He said, I am paying $90,000 in debt. He's paying 53% of his income.
And he says he is not for equal pay for women. And that is
talk to a 55-year-old guy in Nevada.
We would like for there to be
been paying off his student debt for 25 years. He's more in debt today than he was when he took it out.
Are you surprised?
Talk to a woman in New Hampshire.
And if you complain about it, that they
I'm not just paying off my daughter.
You shouldn't have been surprised.
I'm paying off mine as well. Now, stop and think for a moment. Our job is to create a system where all Americans can get as much education as they need. Education is a good thing. People should not be penalized for trying to get an education. So what we are going to do as part of the same legislation is substantially lower student debt by allowing people the opportunity to get the lowest possible interest rates they can find. People say that's really great.
Now, when asked about
you're going to make public colleges and universities tuition free. And I would never say that. Lower student debt in America. How are you going to pay for it? It's an expensive proposition. And I'll tell you how we're going to pay for it. We are going to pay for it
but I never said
by imposing a tax on Wall Street speculation. When Wall Street crashed, the middle class bailed them out. Now it is their time to help the middle class of the country. When we talk about our responsibility as adults, parents, grandparents, nothing more important than I can think of than making certain we leave this planet in a way that is healthy and habitable for our future generations. Climate change is real, and climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change is already causing devastating problems throughout this world.
Now, of course, he's going out.
We have a moral responsibility to the children, to future generations, to have the courage to stand up to the fossil fuel industry and to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. I am a member of the committee, Health Education Labor Committee in the Senate to help write the Affordable Care Act. And the Affordable Care Act has done a lot of good things.
Now,
we have done away with this obscenity called pre-existing conditions. We We have added
what happened to you
over 17 million Americans to the ranks of the insured, and we have done away with policies that force women to pay more than men for their health care needs.
See, that is...
Here is an important point. Despite the gains of the Affordable Care Act, 29 million people in America still have no health insurance. Many people here in this room and in this country are underinsured. What does that mean? It means you're paying high deductibles and high copayments. Anybody here paying high deductibles and high copayments? And what that means, if you're paying a $5,000 deductible, $10,000, I forgot the other day, $13,000 for a family of 6.
And now they're charging
what it means is if you don't have a lot of money and you have a high deductible, you know what happens?
Again,
you don't go to the doctor when you should.
Donald Trump smeared
And when you don't go to the doctor when you should, you get sick. And I've talked to doctors in Vermont all over this country. People are walking into doctors' offices
if what she says is true, I have sympathy for what she went through.
And sometimes they're walking in too late. And the doctor says,
you should care when it happens to others as well.
And they say, well, I didn't have any health insurance, I had a high deductible. We lose some of those people. Thousands of people in this country die every year because they don't go to the doctor when they should.
It's amazing to me that Donald Trump is comfortably winning the Republican side. He's got huge leads.
Now,
Hampshire's got an 8-point lead in Iowa. We'll see if that holds
major
tonight.
country on
And then nationwide,
United Kingdom, Germany, France, all of Scandinavia, Canada.
And no matter what he says, the Republican voters seem to support him.
Guarantees health
The fact that he
to all of their
never
people
specifies
as a
any
right.
policy
So let me be very clear because I have been
But if you're in
criticized
the party
for
that
this.
says, I don't care
So let me say it for the
I don't care what
umpteenth
you're going to do.
time. People want to
I'm going to vote
criticize me
for you based on whether
I believe
you
that
make me
health care
feel good,
is a right, not
how
a
you attack
privilege. I believe,
and whether it's similar to Obamacare,
nurses here, so supporting me.
Everyone
See, these nurses,
that is just like Obama.
they understand something. It's to them, it's not some academic issue. It's not some ideological issue. They were trained
for 2 years in my speeches. I'm going to repeal and replace Obamacare. I don't even know where he gets this. But he's a liar. Ted is a liar. That's why nobody likes him. That's why he doesn't have.
But what they understand is they cannot do their job that they
not one. He was
are entrusted with. When people have no health insurance or are underinsured, they can't do their job when 1 out of 5 Americans can't afford to buy the prescription drugs
What's good about my policy?
that their doctors prescribe because they can't afford the outrageously high cost of prescription drugs.
Let's find out about how fantastic.
You say that Ted Cruz is a liar, but you have said that you want everyone to be covered on health care and the government is going to pay for it. How is that not? I want people taking
And that is why I, along with
taking care of. I have a heart.
we
I want
believe
people
that
taking
this
care of
country
people have
must
no
move
money. We
forward
have to help
to a
people, but
Medicare
that doesn't
for
mean
all,
single payer.
single payer
It means
program.
we have to our economy because they're down and
And not
have
only
absolutely no
should we
protection, so they end up
provide comprehensive health
you know,
care
when you could have
to
a simple
all of
procedure or
our
even a
people.
pill.
But
You can't
when
do
we
that.
do
We'll
that,
work something out.
we address
work
another
something
issue,
out.
and that is in our
What are you
country,
gonna do? We're
we
gonna
are
do
spending
something.
almost 3
We're gonna help
times
you.
more than the British
I'm going to take
who
care of
guarantee health care to their people. 50% more
everyone.
than
Have
the
you heard
French
any policy
guarantee
so
health care to
far?
all their people.
Wait, so
Far
wait,
more
are
than the
you for
Canadians.
single payer? Are you for
If we
Medicare
move
for all?
to a Medicare for all, single payer
What are
system,
you for?
we guarantee health care to all, and
I'm
we
gonna take
save
care of them.
middle class
And then I'm gonna
families
take care of the
thousands of dollars a year on health care.
Donald Trump's positions on healthcare are very
Friends, there are 11 million people in our country who are
This guy flipped
undocumented.
flops more than
Many of
any
them are
politician
living
in the
in
history of the world while pretending not to be a politician. So he says he hates Obamacare and he's against Obamacare.
Many
That
of
makes the
them
Republican
are
base happy with that. And then he
living
says he's going to give health care to everybody. That's a position that appears to be as liberal as Bernie Sanders.
And
So
let me
I
tell
say to
you
the
that
Republicans,
no matter
be
what
careful
your
what
view
you wish for.
may be on
You just might get
immigration,
it.
it is not acceptable
Issue.
that we
Like,
have
what do I think
people
about
like
education?
Donald Trump
I'm going to talk to the
using
schools, I'm gonna talk to
racist
the teachers,
and xenophobic
healthcare. I'm gonna
terms
talk to the doctors,
against
I'm gonna talk to the
Mexicans
hospitals.
or against
I'm going
Muslims.
to take care of it. I'm going to be fantastic if that goes away.
In a democracy,
you can
people
get this
can
guy.
disagree on
Not
any
sure
issue,
you're going to like
including
what you get.
immigration.
But
We will not accept
whose fault that'll
people
be?
demonizing entire people. Many of us remember what Dr. Martin Luther King
Elections in
Jr.
general,
said,
not
and that is,
necessarily this.
we judge people based on their character,
Now, we often talk
not
about
the
the
color of their skin,
establishment,
not where they came
we
from.
talk about it on the
That
internet,
is
the
the
establishment
vision
media talks about
that
it.
we must
But they refer to
continue.
the establishment
And by the way,
as a collection of people,
let me
senators,
also say
congressmen,
a word
party
about
officials,
criminal
etc. That is not the establishment.
And that is,
So I
together,
want to be
we
clear with
are
you guys
going
and
to
give you a better
tackle
understanding of who actually
institutional
runs politics.
racism. We are going to stop what I know makes many of us
given checks
tired of seeing
run for
videos
office,
on television
given large
of
checks,
unarmed people,
for
often African Americans,
personal
being shot and killed.
speeches she gives to the bank, both the Picture Association, MSI,
There is a lot of work to be done,
private
and this
equity,
country
Wall Street,
faces
one of the
a lot of
corporations
very,
that they've
very
been servicing
serious
throughout their careers. Now that's the truest.
I believe that as
The rest is just
Americans,
order takers. So
when we
among
come
the
together,
establishment figures, the
when we
donors,
are prepared to
looms
stand
large.
up
Well, there's one
to the
company that
powers
looms
that
very
be,
large, Goldman
there's
Sachs.
nothing that we
And Bloomberg
cannot accomplish.
News
A few weeks ago,
explains the firm
I was in
ranks among
Birmingham,
the
Alabama.
15
Jane and I
biggest
were
donors
there,
to federal candidates
and we went to the church.
back
Some of you may
in
remember
2001,
there was a church in
according to the Center
Birmingham
for
where
Responsible
4 little
Politics.
children
Now,
were killed when some
you can tell which way the
segregationists
voting's going to go,
bombed the church. Remember that?
oftentimes by which way the money's going to go.
Well, it
You
turned
can
out
tell
I
which way
learned
the money's
something
going
when
to
I
go,
was there.
by which way
What I
Goldman
learned
Sachs.
was that
Not
month
every time,
alone,
but often
there were
times. In fact,
14
you know that,
bombings in
the
Birmingham,
top donors
Alabama.
to President Obama's campaign back in
In other words,
2008 were
the African
the big
American
banks,
community there was
including
being
Goldman Sachs.
terrorized.
Now they've
by
switched, and
racist
they're largely on the
segregation.
Republican side. So
But the people there
campaign contributions for
had the
2016 so far go
the extraordinary
61%
courage to
to
say, no,
Republicans.
all of
So
those
where's the money?
bombs
The
are not
money
going to
is on
stop us.
the GOP
We
side.
are going to
Now,
go
it's not
forward
surprising the
to
GOP is
destroy
saying, we
segregation.
promise
We
we
are
will
going
not
to get
regulate
the right
Goldman
to
Sachs.
vote.
We'll let you run amok, do whatever
when
you
you
want,
think
take any
back
kind of
on
risk
that,
you want, and
you
then
know
in the
what
past they
courage
have bailed
is.
them out. And so when you look at the specific candidates,
And I think back historically,
most amount of money to
way back,
Bush.
when women
they
were
gave
not second-class citizens of this country, they were third-class
to
citizens.
Jeb Bush's
They
campaign.
was divorced, they didn't get any
But
property,
recently, that story
they
has
couldn't
changed
vote,
as his
they
campaign has
couldn't do
been
the job
a
they wanted
disastrous
to do. It
failure.
was a
So
man's
in the
work,
fourth
not
quarter, you know how much
women's work.
Jeb Bush got from
What
Goldman
do women
Sachs?
do? Women and their male allies said, no,
2009.
we're not going to have women as second-class
You know
citizens
what that
in this
means?
country. We're going to stand up
Short of
and we are going to fight
the
back.
shoot.
And
This
we are
guy's
seeing
not going to
some
make
real
it.
progress
It's a
in this
losing
country
investment
in overcoming
bailout.
sexism. We've got a
So
long way
they're
to
now
go.
investing
We have
their
made
money in a
progress
new direction.
because
So
all of
which
us
way are
understand
Goldman Sachs
something very
employees
profound.
contributing now?
Real
On the fourth
change
quarter, they have given mainly to
never comes from the
Marco
top
Rubio.
on
So
down.
he has got
It always comes from the bottom
$7,000.
on up.
So it's obvious who the establishment has as their favorite candidate today. Now, there is one other person involved in the mix on the Republican side, and one other person you should take note of. On the Republican side, we're told, the least establishment candidate, perhaps outside of Donald Trump, is Ted Cruz. The senators don't like him, the Washington
And by the way, the people of Iowa will have
That's
a
a lot of
place
money.
in American
In fact,
history, and
that's
I'll tell
more
you why.
money than the rest of the
8
Republicans
years ago, a young
combined when
United
you take
States
out Rubio and
senator
Bush.
came here to campaign.
Bush in there for the fourth
And what
quarter.
people were
All of the
saying
Republican candidates
is,
got
you know
only
what,
$19,000.
Iowa is a virtually all-white state,
So,
and this
wait a minute,
black
I
guy,
thought
he doesn't have a chance.
Mr.
But what the people of Iowa did is said, hey, we're going to judge this guy not by the color of his skin, but by his ideas and his character. And you allowed Barack Obama to win the court. Now, the point there, a very important point, and what was revolutionary about what Iowa did,
$36 million for
it's not whether you like Obama or you don't like Obama. That is not
our brothers. So it's basically three sets of people
of Iowa
$36 million to do what?
Skin color to
Three of
make
them are
their
fracking,
judgment.
so they wanted
And
to
that
make sure
was
they killed off the
revolutionary,
subsidies for
and
other
that is
energy
an important place in
and
history.
other parts of the energy industry.
Now, I think back right now,
Check.
I think back when we were in this room, 50
So lower
years ago,
taxes for all those
somebody stood
millionaires
up
and
and said,
billionaires.
you know,
Check.
I think
Cruz is totally in
that
favor of it. He wants to
gay
demolish
marriage
Iowa.
will exist in
So when they say
50
the establishment is
states in
against
the
Ted
union.
Cruz,
Somebody else would have said, what about
voters
you
still like
smoking?
Ted
It ain't going to
Cruz.
happen.
Depends on which donor.
What did
In the
happen?
case of Goldman Sachs,
The gay community,
pretty good
with their
arbiter
allies,
between
and
the
the
money
straight
go
community said,
in the
you know
long
what?
run.
People
like
in
Ted Cruz
America
at all.
have the right
again,
to love each other
very
regardless of their gender. And last year, a conservative Supreme Court made that legal in 50 states. But it didn't happen because of the Supreme Court. It happened because
also
of the movement of
an
people.
additional
Now here we are today,
super
having, in my view, made really good progress
she did it
over many decades
I'm going to
in
go
creating
take on
a less
the
discriminatory
establishment of the
society.
big
We should
companies
be
in the
proud of that.
financial industry.
But in one
If I
area,
take on,
not only have we not
on
made progress,
all the money they're
we have
giving,
actually
that's
lost
true.
ground.
Goldman
And
Sachs
that
has
is the
actually
economic
given her
In America today,
$75,000.
despite a huge increase in technology
To put in her
and
pocket,
worker
not for her
productivity,
That's
many of our
after she
people
left
are working
her government
longer hours
position,
for low wages,
or she started
and
running
parents
for
worry
president.
very much
She gave
about what happens to their kids.
She would get
Because if we don't turn this thing around,
$200,000 for a
the younger generation, for the first
$200,000
time
for a
in
couple
modern
hours
American
of time.
history,
Nobody's
will
got
have a lower
that much
standard of living than
That's
their parents.
basically Goldman Sachs saying,
Meanwhile,
good job for all your past
58%
services.
of all new income
No down
generated
payment on
this year
future services.
goes to the top 1%.
So, if you want to know
That's
who the
where we are
establishment
today.
likes, it's
What this campaign is about is saying to millions and
now,
millions
I got
of
to take another
people,
break. I haven't
when
even
we
got to the
stand
porn and
together,
Utah story,
we
which
can
you're
do
going to love.
extraordinary
And,
things. Yep.
We'll even do a little
We
bit
can
of
join the rest of the world, guarantee health care to all people as a right. We can have paid family and medical leave. Yes, we can create millions of jobs, rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. You bet we can make public colleges and universities tuition-free and reduce student debt. And you know what? We can lead the world in transforming our energy system and combating climate change. And yes, we can create a society in which we defeat institutional racism and in which we no longer have so many people in jail. Are those utopian ideas? Are those pie-in-the-sky ideas? They're not. They are ideas that the vast majority of the American people support. But, unfortunately, the people with the money and the people with the power do not support those ideas. So what this campaign is about, and what the political revolution is about, it's not just electing Bernie Sanders for president. It is us coming together as a people to tell that billionaire class they cannot and will not have it all. That like the people of Birmingham, Alabama, we have courage. We will stand up to the powers that be, and we will create a nation that fulfills the dream and the vision that we know our country can be. Thank you all very much.
Hey everybody. All right, we're back. Man, that was a nice break. That was a great clean. It's not the 31st still. Let's get that off today. Hi everybody. We have more than 400 people, probably more close to 500 people watching right now. Thank you all so much for being here. I understand from Celeste that TNT is also broadcasting right now, and want to say hello to those guys. if you're watching TNT, you switched over, left us go to TNT. You're not listening to me anyway. But have a lot of respect for what they're doing over there. Hope that eventually we can all partner together as the independent media to make sure the truth gets out. We are fighting a large beast, and we haven't even come up against the biggest beast. I just want to check audio out, guys. We were pushing a lot of social media memes. You had some great comments. 549 is what we're showing out there. Hi, everybody. How are you? If you're new, I saw a lot of comments out there saying, "What is this? What's going on? What's being broadcast? What is this crap?" Okay, so that was coming from RSN. That's Reader Supported News. That was Scott Melendez. We were supposed to have that last night. For a long portion of it, I said it was January 30th, not January 30th. I'm off on my days. That was last night, the 31st, and that was what we were trying to bring you live from Des Moines. That was Bernie's closing speech from the big Sunday rally. There were so many things that happened all across Iowa, and that was his closing speech there. Really nice, clean recording there from Scott, and that's what we were bringing you, just to show you some stuff. What are we doing here today right now? Well, we are Bernie 2016 TV, and I have Celeste with me, and I have Sean with me. Sean and I and Celeste have been banging out the comments and the Twitter feed and the screen grabs. I saw somebody in there say, John must be grabbing a power nap. No, when we do these, John runs off, grabs a cup of tea, says hi to his animals, makes sure the house isn't on fire or anything, and then comes back and starts doing screenshots as fast as possible to drop them off to Sean. That's how we keep this machine rolling. And then I keep watching what's going on with comments. This is all part of what we do we're the Air Force, as I think it was Hannah said earlier. We are the Air Force, and boots on the ground are the Marines and the Army. And we are the Air Force by dropping bombs of truth, carpet bombing peace. We are delivering the truth. And that is our job today, is to support Iowa, to let Iowa know that we are ready for Bernie Sanders, and we are ready for Iowa. We back them. We are behind you, Iowa. Do not be afraid. Do not worry about the establishment. We will take care of the establishment together, because we are Bernie strong together. That is how we dismantle the establishment. That is how we take care of the establishment government. First, we have to take care of the establishment media by drowning out their noise of misinformation. And that's what we're doing on the web today, is pushing as much information out there. Yes, technically it would be considered spamming by the amount of information we're pushing out there. But we have to. We have to rise. We have to let the truth rise above the noise, the bullshit, the absolute misinformation of corporately owned media, of the establishment media.
I agree, Jeff. Then
Celeste, I don't know, you've been doing activism for a lot longer than I have, and you don't have to cut into this because I know you're doing stuff. But I just want to say that
sure if you're being fair to him, right?
I woke up. I wake up a lot now.
Remember, Megyn Kelly was against maternity leave.
You're like
until she had a baby.
You're calling out the government.
And then finally,
you were saying things. If you said these things in 2003, you would have been hauled away.
Wrong again, Bob.
I'm pretty sure I would have been hauled away for calling my establishment government wholly corrupt.
Okay, I'm playing around. I don't even remember.
At a time when, the Patriot Act is still in full force, folks. We can all get hauled away. We really can. The government can get that scared. But Celeste, do you have anything to comment on that? You've been activism more than I have.
We're going to get back to light.
Well,
yes,
I think, one, it helps to know your rights. Two, it's kind of like I said to you a couple of days ago. We showed a little bit of video on the news the other day, and one of the women there who was introducing the speakers, her name is Leslie, and she's been very, very active here in Dallas. She knows the law, and she is one of 6 people who actually changed laws here in Dallas. When the George Bush Library opened up, how awfully long ago was that? Like 4 years ago? There were 6 people that protested on a bridge near the location of the library. Very, very, high traffic area, very visible to the public. So there were a lot of protesters there. 2 people were dressed in the puppet bobblehead dolls, is what we call them, and it was Bush and Cheney, and so the 2 people wearing the bobbleheads and the 4 others were arrested by the city of Dallas trying to shut down that protest
Now, Boko
on
Haram,
a public
I
sidewalk
have explained before, is
in
probably
front
the
of
worst terrorist
the
organization
public,
in
and
the world.
they went
I think
to
including ISIS. Now, they've
court with it, and they were awarded a $250,000 award, and the law was changed by the city council. So now we go out and we protest, and while there's law enforcement there, it's kind of a mixed bag. Law enforcement can be there to protect us as we protest.
I can't think of a worse idea.
They can also be there to educate, depending upon what it is that they're doing and protesting. Y'all can see I've got a couple of signs in the way background there. You know, so that was from protesting at the Air Force Base in Indian Springs, Nevada. So you know, it depends on what you're doing and how much risk you're willing to take. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm willing to fight for my rights in my country and my fellow citizens to have rights. And we don't have those right now. We have an illusion of it.
The one thing I'm asking you to do is not to categorize the people
we have an illusion of control. We don't have control. We have an illusion of democracy.
We have an illusion of democracy.
We don't have control. So now let me have to take back more. We don't have control of our government. We don't have control of our media. We don't have control of our
area coordinator of Nigeria's National Emergency Management Agency
of the democracy. It's not really a democracy. We're just going to reinstate it. Look, the framework's all still there, folks. This is the funny thing. But I'm not going to talk about that because everybody's asking about what the hell's going on, what are we doing, what are things happening. Let me update you on what's going on. We are waiting for the caucus results to show up. And what we have for you this evening, according to Janine, is a feed from the Des Moines Register. Unfortunately, the Des Moines Register big board of 1%ers have avowed their allegiance to Hillary Clinton. And on this Des Moines Register webpage, if I move around a little bit, it will give me this big giant drop down of their endorsement for Hillary. And we don't want to see that. But there's a caucus. Did you see what I was showing you? This is the countdown to caucus, which says 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 36 seconds and counting. So if you want to know when things are going down, well, there it is. We have 3 hours to go before we find out the results. Now, what are the results going to look like? They are going to look like
that is a counterproductive strategy.
Here's the results meter for the Des Moines Register
on the ground.
All right, so we have this to look at, which will be pretty cool.
So
and we have
simplistic things like
this to look at, which will also be pretty cool. So this is some kind of chart, and unfortunately it's created by Microsoft, and that's not good. But it's okay. So this says Party Precinct Caucuses will be released beginning at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. So we have this chart to look at, all high-tech and everything.
And isn't it weird that we can
this page to look at thanks to the Des Moines Register. And we have this page to look at thanks to the Des Moines Register, which will give us our countdown. That's what we're doing, folks. I have no idea what the Des Moines Register stream is going to be. And it's, forget the local feed, WHOT or something like that. What we're hoping is that it doesn't cause us a shutdown. We're really good with the local channels. I don't know what they're broadcasting.
Not as much strategic interest.
So if it's their coverage and it's a couple bobbleheads and they're going and we don't want to listen to it, we can cut off. If you guys want to leave up the images just so we can see the results. Well, do whatever you want to do. Our job is to be here to support Iowa, to blast out social media, to watch Bernie clips, play music, discuss stories, what's going on, show you the results, and just be air support for Iowa.
They're against education.
As they get off the couch,
every time they bomb a
grab the chains for donating to Bernie,
the people of Nigeria
out in
nearby areas, they should think help is on the way.
Areas and do what they need to do. And we know that what's going to happen is something mainstream media is going to try to hide. So I've said over and over, I really hope that we get some footage from the 99, that people use their phones, send stuff up to Twitter, post it to Periscope or wherever, so we can grab these things and get proof of the massive and massive people. You know there's going to be thousands of people piling in these buildings for the first time. We have not seen a caucus like this in Iowa.
Or the nearby areas.
I am expecting out of you
every single person on
Wednesday. After watching 5,000 screaming,
they play a long game. They do their counter-education. They do the propaganda and tell you how terrible education is. Well, let's fight on those same grounds because they think it works and it has worked for them. And we can do a hell of a lot more with
you heard the mass crowd that cheered. We played FDR. You heard the massive crowds that cheered.
20,000 people so far.
These massive crowds that cheered. You don't hear those
in their homes over 6 years.
Hillary Clinton. You don't hear those.
I'm just asking for a little bit
anybody on the Republican
side. We should be outraged by what happened.
You don't hear those for anybody
by what happened to San Bernardino. But we should also be outraged by what's happening in Nigeria.
This is we either keep him and preserve him and work with him to change our nation, or we agree to die.
I'm going to run out of time.
Those are our choices.
But I got to give you
basically our choices.
Okay,
so I'm looking at comments.
I'm has not endorsed either candidate Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton, or theoretically Mark O'Malley.
You feeling like chatting? Are you working phone banking? What are you doing, Will?
Just here for a couple of days ago. Curious timing. Let me tell you what's in it and then decipher for you. She said,
are Nebraskans for Bernie that are right now over in Iowa and trying to see what's going on, who's seeing what, who can tell me what. Maybe you guys already covered this. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just plugging back in after feeding the children. If you're phone banking tonight, quit calling Iowa, please.
Now, a lot of people
quit calling Iowa. Call South Carolina, Nevada, New Hampshire. Iowa's done. They're already lining up at caucus locations like it's a freaking party. I've been told that. There are caucus locations that Bernie supporters are lining up and just singing and
if she put
freaking rock star mentality going into caucus.
That logic would make sense.
The other thing I did see, which was kind of interesting, Bernie Sanders is having his watch party at Holiday Inn. And then you got Donald Trump, who's having his at the high dollar place casino in Council Bluffs. So there you go. There's another striking example between the two of them. And last but not least,
I like that Holiday Inn. That's perfect.
Yeah, it's like
when they break the law,
Bernie, you know what I'm saying? Last but not least, it's 6 o'clock. If you're seeing this and you know anybody in Iowa, tell them to get to their caucus locations. You can register as a Democrat at the caucus location, and this is going to probably be the worst and meanest day that I'm going to say tonight.
Is in favor of going after the big banks aggressively, and which one takes a lot of money from the big banks?
Everyone out.
That's not a tough
question. And I mean this by this. Tonight at these caucuses, they are really going to offer you a lot of stuff. They're going to say, hey, if you side with us, you're going to get this. Hey, if you side with us, we might be able to do this. Some of them will go so far as to say, hey, if you side with us, we might look at running you for something here in the city or in the county. Okay?
I wonder why she writes that op-ed.
Bernie has not sold out for over 30 years.
This is not that subtle, yet of course, most of the pundits on TV completely and utterly miss.
Stay Bernie freaking strong. Please, please, no matter what.
Pick the guy that's actually going to do the executive orders against the bank.
I will leave that alone.
Hillary Clinton having
received hundreds of thousands. Thank you very much. Give me time to set up this little Bernie Sanders march in New York City. And I wanted, that's perfect line up what I want to say.
Having received millions upon millions
get out there now.
For a super PAC
time is now. Go, get there. Get where you need to be.
Those same big banks.
Some of you might just remember there's misinformation out there, so be careful.
That's the second part.
But I want to say this. I saw some tweets going through, and I saw some comments being made, and I think one of them came from Aiden King. But this is something to remember.
SEC.
We're not against the O'Malley camp. We're not against the Hillary camp. We're human beings.
Against
we're against their candidate.
All the different things.
We're not interested in O'Malley being our president. We're definitely not interested in Hillary Clinton being our president.
We're in violation of law. Nobody got
are a human being.
Hillary Clinton says,
and our interest is Bernie's interest, which is everybody in that
Obama didn't punish any of those people.
And that is how you are going to win over anybody in that room. Is with love. Is with understanding. Is with explanation of the doubt. And there are pamphlets out there. We're gonna look at this real quick. We had a great response to this earlier.
Legislative agendas matter, but voters should also ask which presidential candidates they trust with the extraordinary power to choose who will fight on the front line.
We have this link in the rundown. I know this link is in there, but drop this on Facebook, and as you click on this, it's an Iowa Caucus Persuasion Kit. It may be a little late for this, but I just want to show you what it's got in it. It's this really
people are wondering if
detailed PDF here for you guys that has,
and here she is,
how the Iowa Caucus is by saying explanation of what's going on,
you don't,
And
well, then
it's also about some strategy here and some information on ways to address questions with supporters and people who have different opinions.
Do the job.
It's this kind of stuff.
Okay.
You know, and that link is in the rundown. That link is available to people. This is somebody who created this on his own volition.
Definitely
as a volunteer.
Let me do this last one.
Amos wrote an article for the Huffington Post, and he had to say something nice about us. And we had a rapport going and email, and he said, "Hey, I made this document here to help people."
Senator Tom Weiler in Utah, he's a state senator, has decided
that
he's got a new mission, and his mission is to fight against
the effort. It's about all of us.
I wish you good luck.
When you are there, Iowa, representing us, the 99, remember that the people with O'Malley, O'Malley's had a lot of good things to say about Bernie and a lot of negative things to say about Hillary. So I think the O'Malley people are going to be on our side.
Living in a state that leads the nation to point that out. The Utah Republican lawmaker
he also said, I thought this was very interesting, that the Hillary folks, what Hillary really has is a lot of the older generation, and they're not going to want to go out. They're going to be drinking hot cocoa. It's cold. They're going to be sitting in their chairs. They don't want to go out. So this really is. This caucus is for the youth. This caucus is for the millennial. This is really your time to rise. Really, it is so much easier than an SAT. It's so much easier than any exam. You just go to a room and be excited and say, "I'm for Bernie."
I have read books.
I don't think you have to do much else, right?
And I have experts.
You just go, and you help others understand why you're for Bernie. It is the most beautiful thing. And as Lou was talking, they're out there, they're singing songs. This is a world revolution. When I ask myself, when I'm watching this video, guys, and I'm looking at your conversation here, I'm looking at what you're saying. Caucus for Bernie is absolutely the hashtag we need to be pushing. Caucus for Bernie, for FOR. Caucus for Bernie. Everything out with that hat.
No wonder it's so popular in Utah.
As we're doing this marathon thing here, and I'm coming online, and we're streaming as long as we can, and getting picked around by YouTube, and having a fun time playing stuff. Every time we go to a video, my body reminds me that I'm really tired.
Even when I control for
and says, you really should, do something about that. Where are you going to get the energy to come on next? What are you going to say next? What are you going to...
More than people from other states.
I recall.
I'm amused by the word consume.
And then I see something, an overlay, and then I hear Bernie say something.
Consume some more today.
That's the fuel, folks. That's the fuel.
According to Weiler,
that has to be your fuel. That's Iowa's fuel. We're helping to
anonymity, and because sex shops are rare in the state,
these words
Mormon and conservative
that we hear over and over and over again, we have to listen to them. We have to use them as our
path of
fuel.
So he's like, man,
so that
we don't want any sex shops. That's why we go to the internet for porn. So let's make sure we ban that too.
Absolutely have to make this happen.
You know what that tells you?
Iowa
it doesn't matter how you try to ban it.
You plant the flag for Bernie in Iowa tonight.
And they like viewing sex.
That is what we are doing.
But that can't get through a thick head, even though
Wookiee for a second.
It appears to me that
we're pulling up
a personal interest in the story.
The shot from the Iowa caucus's results. This is on the Des Moines Register page, folks, and we'll be showing you this as results come in.
I'm not sure whether it's really addictive. And
we will also have the
He has these amusing
Des Moines Register cover.
These are scientific facts.
With their lovely endorsement of Hillary on it, which will blow up there. 2 hours, 52 minutes, 18 seconds is what we have left.
Wager that he's actually
thank you for the Des Moines Register for doing this, even though they support the establishment.
We got a Republican in Utah.
We also have our fun Microsoft made Democratic Iowa Caucus 2016. And this is going to do something. We don't really know what. It's going to show us some colors, numbers. I'm sure it'll look neat. I'm sure it'll do something.
Can you cite the study, please?
Hoping we won't get a BSOD out of it. But,
I mean, once you get into it,
you never know.
You got your own fetishes. I mean, when you get your own fetish,
what do you guys want to talk about?
I mean, I read a book about it.
Yes, Lester?
I read a book about it. It's a scientific fact.
Bernie TV and then holy shit. What's holy shit? Tell me. Talk to me, guys. What do you want to do? What do you want to watch? Is there anything in particular you want to see? I had pulled up earlier Bernie's speech at Georgetown.
I think that's the official site. What I'm doing.
That is actually my doorbell ringing. Literally. Can somebody come in and chat while I go answer my doorbell while we're broadcasting live?
Is he not merciful? You're still
okay. I got you. All right. Good. I heard the doorbell. Sorry about that. Just getting unmuted. All right, folks. So I'm actually going to be looking through here. We're going to check out your comments. I see that a couple people are talking about that U.S. Uncut article. I will touch on that briefly. Today is a day about positivity, but it still is about information, and this is exactly one of those things I talk about. A particular candidate's camp likes to toe the line. And today, one of the things that was pointed out by Bernie Sanders' campaign staff is that Hillary, while making accusations, as we saw on Bloomberg, that Bernie is busing people into canvas, well, it seems like Hillary has primary precinct captains being bussed in to run the caucuses. So take that as you will, but I did see that in the comments, so yeah, let's just throw that out there, that yes, that is a thing that's going on. Yes, of course, Bernie Sanders' campaign does know about it. In fact, they have a phone number that if you have any problems or you have any questions at your caucus, let me bring that up for you folks. I will not be able to put it on screen, so I'll say it kind of slow. I should have wrote this down. I'm pretty sure it was 515. Here we go. Sorry, guys. Here we go, live TV, and I should have thought about this, but live stream.
Man, I'm sorry. I put you on the spot.
515. If you have any problems, it is 515-277-6073. It is the Bernie Sanders Caucus Help Hotline. It was supplied originally to us by Saturn, I think, but it has come across on the actual Bernie Sanders Twitter feeds. 515-277-6073. If you have any problems, questions, anything like that at your caucus location. Again, stay Bernie strong, folks. Back to you, John.
Thank you so much, and appreciate you vamping there. I apologize deeply to Mark with whatever seafood restaurant you were with who was trying to sell me something, I think. I just ran up and said, I can't talk to you, and shut the door. So I apologize very much. I should have had the door where it was while I'm doing this. But like Lou says, this is live broadcast. How many people we still got with us tonight? 422 plus still watching.
I'm looking at 512.
512. That rocks, everybody. Thank you for being here with us. What are we doing? We are here in support of Iowa. And I've seen a lot of suggestions come through as to things to watch. Yeah, we've got that number in there. Bernie, tweet that number out. Yes, yes, yes. I need links to videos. Any videos we want to watch, I need links. And then we have to deal with the fact that are they or are they not monetized? We're going to try this one here. What's up, Luke?
Did you run the ones I dropped in earlier while I was gone?
You know what? I have no idea, man. There's so many things are flowing through the live production. Who knows? So I'm going to pull up this one right here. I don't think we've run this yet. This is a 7-minute video. Bernie Sanders march in New York City. I've already seen one clip of the New York City march. It was the very end piece where they were at the World Trade Center. This looks like maybe either some of the same or a little bit longer piece. Only has 55 views. So either this is going to screw up our stream or be fine. I don't know, honestly, folks. And it's okay. If it screws this up, all we'll do is end the stream, start a new one. You'll see, just go to Bernie2016.tv. That is our domain that always goes to our YouTube channel. And so if for some reason this slams a copyright on us, which, who knows, it shouldn't. This is Bernie Sanders stuff. And this is what I'm talking about. This is like user created. Somebody was there with their own cell phone or something. Push this is up, right? If they're trying to, if they've got it set with the right bullshit on YouTube, it's going to mess up the stream. So I'm just going to put that ahead of you. We're going to watch this a little bit and see what happens, and we'll be right back.
Facebook page supporting Hillary.
That's a political
You should have
revolution,
supported someone with integrity instead of a
Universal.
lying shitbag like Hillary Clinton.
Universal. I don't think it's the Universal.
So that was an
definitely
example
not their logo.
of a Bernie bro.
And
Someone
we're still
who's not a bro
so
and did not really say anything sexist or misogynistic. Look, that kind of
somebody asked if that was live. No, that happened over the weekend. That was March for Bernie.
There's nothing
look up that hashtag, you will see tons and tons of videos like that from places all around the nation. Philadelphia, Portland, New York City, Boston. But we watched a lot of those videos over the weekend together. The same thing in every one of those places.
These stories are usually
thousands upon thousands of people marching down the streets in protest against the establishment government. That is not. Those aren't.
Right?
We love Bernie Sanders parades.
No.
I mean, yes, we love Bernie Sanders, and you can hear some of those
campaign, and
these are protests.
Right?
We are
protesting. And that's usually how it happens.
This is what. If what was going on here were happening in another country, like it already has, and like the mainstream media covers all the time.
They can't say it because that's dirty and not
They cover this all the time. In Israel, an Arab Spring, right over here, this is going on. France erupts, their people are pissed off. Germany is marching. But here in America, they're not telling you that they are marching.
Don't have the numbers to back them up. And look,
this is the American
thing is not between men and women.
I'd love to know if BBC America is covering that.
No, you should.
America erupts in violence, or not violence, but America erupts in parades and love for Bernie Sanders across the country.
Generally support Hillary Clinton.
That's literally what we've done. We've erupted in a peace revolution.
When you go to find examples, you can't find almost
to have a
any
political
revolution. Well, then maybe
it is the American Spring, and our corporate media, which loves that kind of stuff, isn't covering it because it means the end of their ability to lie to you.
The best representative for women.
That's
and this pandering
really what it
for the female vote annoys
the end
me because
of their ability
what you need
to lie
do is
to you,
not
and they're desperately
on
trying to lie to you right now, not showing you that, not showing you that from Boston and Philadelphia and Denver, Colorado,
that there
and
are
Portland,
some
Oregon,
questionable things that she'll be persuaded
in
by.
the snow,
So, for
in the
instance,
heat,
she was a huge advocate of the single-payer healthcare system.
Crazy.
And then she received tens of millions of dollars from the healthcare industry, and all of a sudden she's like,
this is my generation's
single-payer system will never pass.
For the older individuals that are still voting with Hillary Clinton, the older individuals that are voting party line or that don't understand or aren't watching this program anyway, maybe your kids or your grandkids can show you this program someday.
Care about who's funding her campaign?
You understood what it meant when America had to get together
in corporations.
Right. To defeat Adolf Hitler.
The idea that
we have the same problem. We have a government that functions no different than that is the kind of government.
Right? That you should support her.
They try to divide us.
I'll tell you
they
one more
oppress us.
reason why. I think it's fairly
They lie to us.
So let's say that
they spend our money unwisely.
Hillary loses in the primaries. Bernie Sanders wins and is a Democrat
devastation around the globe and blame it on
by
us.
some miracle, Carly Fiorina wins on the Republican side.
And then send us a bill.
She personally understands what it means to be a woman.
This is what your government does with your money and your resources and your planet.
Now, of course that doesn't make
sense. And we're just going to stop that.
We're
going to stop
much better
with Bernie Sanders.
Women's issues.
446 plus. I know that means a little bit more than 500 actually viewing. Hey, everybody, thank you so much for staying here.
It also doesn't make sense when it's Hillary Clinton. Now, if you say it's better on women's issues on the policy,
I did.
Okay, that's
I dropped a little photograph in live production for you that was recommended that you take a look at. It was right in line with what you've just been discussing.
Very close.
This guy is the police officer that was famously arrested during the Occupy movement, right?
That is, now this is former Philadelphia Police Commissioner Ray Lewis. He was busted in Ferguson.
Oh, Ferguson. Okay, Ferguson. He was busted somewhere. I wasn't sure where.
He was also in Cleveland recently protesting the non-indictment in the Tamir race matter,
which includes lesbians. So back in the day, she was against allowing them to get married, basically telling women who they can and can't marry. I think that also impacts men. But again, her personal characteristics and her principles don't matter at all when money comes into play, right?
Yeah, and so to that point,
I know that we have police on our side.
Issues that are directly affecting women, equal pay.
I know that we have military on our side. We've got
so you got to be fair to her.
Let's look at this guy for a second here.
She's been very good on it. But the other issues where she is less progressive than Bernie Sanders also matters. For example, Bernie Sanders is in favor of $15 minimum wage. Well, disproportionately more women are affected by the minimum wage and by salaries that are on the lower end of the spectrum, and that is part of what they both claim they want to fix.
Veterans are fed up with politics
is by moving the minimum wage
up. I want a president who will fight for our people and our democracy, not one who capitulates to the growing old.
More
Bernie Sanders supporter and United States Marine Corps veteran,
honestly,
Ray J.
Now, the numbers are tight, but women
that makes me feel good. That gives me hope.
So when you look at all those issues, I would argue that Bernie Sanders has an advantage.
We really give
that's how you decide. You don't decide
men and women that join our military a raw deal.
Black. Ben Carson's black.
Convince them this is the best way to go, and I'm not saying I think it's a great thing if you want to go into the military. I just don't think it should be your only option to get an education. In a lot of cases, that's what it is. Bernie Sanders has made that statement many times.
I don't think we should send anyone individuals who are supportive of that candidate are not representative of that candidate, right?
And not take care of
every single politician who's running for president right now has some people supporting them
every single president
we would not agree with in terms of their rhetoric, in terms of the way that they carry themselves online, with their commentary, whatever it is. It's unfair to place the onus on the candidate when you have some unhinged people online making some terrible comments.
54% of your earned dollars goes to the military. A lot of Hillary Clinton supporters who say they are unable to take care of the veterans once they return home. I do not understand. That means you're against women. Now, I do not understand that. Her supporters are saying, and I hope, right? I hope when Bernie Sanders ridiculous things to say. I mean, by the way, Bernie Sanders would be the first Jewish president. When we need to remember why we have to move on beyond Bernie Sanders, why we have to clean out our government. This is, if the American spring cleaning is what we really need to call it. Because we are cleaning out the corrupt,
whether they're a woman, what their race is,
dino-thinking, knuckle-dragging,
policy ideas,
small-brained,
and whether or not they prove that they believe and will follow those policy ideas.
Individuals
anyway,
who believe that they're controlled over
Donald
our
Trump
finances.
Called out by some veterans organizations for refusing to donate money.
They are not
one of those
working
organizations is known as Veterans in
Military-Industrial Complex, the big beast in the cave
that we haven't even touched
yet. Bernie hasn't really even touched it yet.
Donations from Trump's campaign.
The beast we have to
slay, they didn't get any type of donation.
We're not even to that battle yet.
Some sort of donation, but it wasn't what they were expecting.
Hey, John.
Now, according to the Veterans
remember a couple of days ago, and I'm going to be like you, my days are starting to blend in together too, doing this stuff, but you posted an article that had a quote between Hillary Clinton and, I can't remember if it was Tip O'Neill, but it was someone
in the mail with a handwritten
maybe it was Newt Gingrich, having to do with health care and her feeling about health care. And the reason I bring that up is her comment was that the government needs to make those decisions for the people.
So he's just
okay. And the reason I bring that up is, let's talk about the party of the Democrats who really lambasts left-leaning politicians, philosophers, thinkers, more so than the Democratic Party itself. And my question to people is, why do we continue to vote for Democrats who are not really interested in being progressive, but who are interested in being part of the corporatist moneyed party? Why are we Democrats voting against our own interests with these people? It is time to clear them out. If my question would be, anytime you go see a politician, the first question you need to ask them is, who is running your campaign?
For his own political campaign.
Who are your top donors?
What he did during that
and if
you think he cares
it's
about
not the people funding their campaign as the top donors, why would you want to vote for that person?
Skip out on that debate and make a good name for himself by creating a rally for veterans.
That's a lovely segue.
Look, first of all,
to this beautiful article I was about to pull up.
He donated $1 million
on money and politics.
One of his campaign employees donated allegedly $500,000 of his own money.
George Soros is now $7 million into Hillary Clinton.
But according to NBC, Trump has given just about $7
million tax deductible dollars. Let me put that out there. $7 million tax deductible dollars.
He never cared about veterans.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's exploiting them for his own political gain, and people are totally buying into it. It's insane.
I mean, look at this. This guy. George Soros gives $6 million. Just gives $6 million.
Saying,
to pro-Clinton's super PAC. He's already given $1 million before, right? This is all in the 2015 campaign
in Iowa. He doesn't go to church, right? When literally they asked all the different.
When I see Stand With Hillary, which was a hashtag going around, I think the Clinton campaign tried to do that, tried to push that up, and we annihilated it. Because it was really easy to add
I'm not a Christian, I wasn't raised a Christian, so I don't know what you do.
Now it's I'm with her. My response is hashtag no, I'm not.
How do you like me?
Well, I'm with her and Exxon. I'm with her and Chevron. I'm with her and Pharma. Right? Because if you're going to be
I'm with her in Saudi Arabia. I'm with her in selling arms all around the globe. I'm with her in supporting, war policies. Here's the deal. again, what's the judgment? She made a mistake about the Iraq War. Wow, not a mistake I really want my president to be making. Thank you very much.
Well, a lot of people did that. They just fell in line, right?
Bernie didn't.
That's right. That's right.
Bernie called them out. Bernie called them out.
He's like, I don't know, what do you want? You want money?
And whose wars are we fighting, John? I'll go back to where you kind of started. Whose wars are we really fighting? When they come to you as American people and they're telling you what they're telling you, they're not telling you why we're going to war. We're going to war for resources. We're going to war so that corporate greedy bastards can make profits off of the oppression and the destabilization of other areas in the globe. We have a flawed system that's based on going in someplace else and taking what our rich people want from other poor people.
Say that religion is the most important thing to them.
It's just, and then they make poor people here in their own country because they can't.
Because he's racist. And
that's what we're doing here. And I want to give a shout out to Occupy. I don't think Occupy gets enough credit for why we are in this moment right now. I really, really don't.
I don't care about those.
They deserve a hell of a lot of credit for bringing attention to the greed of Wall Street, and that movement hasn't died. It's morphed into this, and we have to continue this fight.
A lot of backlash after releasing a video.
We have worked with members of Occupy. There are members of Occupy that we speak with that are building pieces of the framework that we've talked about.
The Fine Brothers unveiled a scheme last week to let other video makers produce similar reaction videos.
Occupy was a test.
They pay to use their license.
It was the first.
One of the brothers,
it was the first battle. It was the first firing of weapons. It was the first sounding of
who are unfamiliar with the Fine Brothers
that we'd really done in a long time. And so that took balls, big
reaction
church
videos
bell balls.
where they have, let's say, the elders and they're reacting.
That's what they're
doing. And they do really well. They're very entertaining. However,
here again, it's like when you stop and think about what took place. They were peaceful. They were gathered there. They were peaceful. They were on public property. They weren't. What I would like to see start happening, which is Congress has to be disrupted in nationwide strikes. I hope it doesn't get to that, but I do believe it will. Because I look at this as basically a fight between management and labor.
In entertainment industry terms, when you create a version of a show,
we are labor, and management is the billionaires and millionaire class who keep selling us out and taking our jobs and America offshore and
it's the same show
reducing the tax burden on themselves and laying it off more and more to us.
I don't like that. I don't like that analogy.
The license formats.
Sorry, I mean I get where you're going.
We have to pay huge amounts up front. We're providing a license.
There are overlords, there are
revenue you activate their uploading. Along with the license, we're going to give you a bunch of resources to help you create the shows, make money, and get featured and promoted by us in various ways. Find out more on the link below. Part of why we're so leading this initiative is important is due to witnessing many creators, ourselves included, having their shows and formats blatantly stolen by companies and people, both online and on television.
And instead of doing that, they've been dicking around, spending our money, and lying about it.
Any and all reaction videos.
It's time to fire the board.
They believe that they own
build a new one,
the copyright or
restructure the company the way the people want it
now,
to run.
Interestingly enough, they have obtained the trademark for Kids React, Elders React, and Teens
does
React.
What we need them
but
to do.
people are questioning
why
they
tell
would be
them
able
that
to
because
do
we're going
this,
to stay
considering that
active in our
reaction videos have
democracy.
existed for
It's
a very, very long time.
Folks.
Now,
it's our failing that our democracy is where it is.
Ratio. The last time I checked, it was 250,000 dislikes and 55,000 likes. So they're not doing too well. And then they were
blaming anybody here. I'm just saying we are at a precipice. The planet's dying.
And they're saying
my generation is the last to do anything about it.
Video genre,
we've got to get this done now.
Format and graphics.
There's one thing that's I will say about human beings. We definitely like waiting till the end. We like a dramatic finish.
Now I'm largely going to defend them, but before
let's make it a badass. I mean, let's.
I know them a tiny bit, and I like them a lot.
You don't get to rant. You don't get to rant on top of my rant. I want to give people positive, and you can break in with a different rant.
Now,
you don't get to add something positive for one moment.
They should be paying me.
I know. I saw the 20 million. That's what I was saying. Speaking of a badass. Speaking of a badass finish.
No, seriously, like
speaking of a badass finish, Bernie Sanders and his supporters, 1 month, no super PACs necessary, no billionaires needed, $20 million. It's right there for you folks. You've heard the numbers, and the numbers keep growing. 3 million individual donors plus. Before Iowa?
So
that right there should be a wake-up call to everybody else who questions his electability or her inevitability. Obviously, the people are standing up over and over and giving what little they can or as much as they can, but the average donation is something that most Americans can't afford at $27, not $2,700, and then if you get you and 9 friends, you get a special little surprise, whether it be sitting there and getting a selfie with Warren Buffett or hearing Bon Jovi play an acoustic guitar. You get $50 to Bernie Sanders and you get to sit there and chill out and eat ice cream with Ben and Jerry's. I did see this as a comment earlier in the chat. So is offering Ben and Jerry's ice cream bribery?
Right, and what do they mean?
I would honestly say this.
If there's any proof that
if it's at the actual caucus, and I'm in the minority on this thought, I believe that the actual caucus should be about who walks in, who has the best ideas, and who can talk to people and really say, this is how we should go forward. Nothing else. If on a primary date or on a general election date, you're not allowed to electioneer, is what they call it, within 300 yards. I never have really understood personally the whole give and take system, as I'll put it nicely so somebody doesn't say I'm saying bribery, of Caucus. That is the one thing I do question. Back to you, John.
That was awesome. Look, thank you so much. Perfectly timed. I'm going to show you guys another piece of good news that came out earlier. But first I want to address, I don't know what was flying by so fast. The conversation is awesome. We even have a few trolls in here that are making some interesting statements. Please remember to love the trolls. We don't want to be dicked back. The whole idea is to spread the love. It is the love trade, folks. The whole idea is to let everybody know that it is a belonging revolution is a term that you're going to hear me use more and more as we talk about.
And then go, okay, first make a quick comment about this topical story.
I'm going to plug this man right now. You guys are going to get to know this guy. Dan,
you're right. You better trademark that.
Right.
And
for all the wrong reasons.
But the thing is, they are ripping you off, and it is annoying.
Look, that
is an activist,
I would argue that's different because reaction videos
Hispanic leader
don't
in the community of Longmont, Colorado, where they have the best
format. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a very
program,
simplistic
probably the only functioning restorative justice program. It's a state implemented restorative justice program.
Specific format, meaning that you ask
the streets of
people to make their
Longmont.
point, and then you ask them a personal question.
Something else.
You know what I mean? Like
I just wanted to bring this up because I'm going to show you a picture, another picture.
And that's
fantastic.
And look,
Dan walks the streets of Longmont.
American Idol's not
got 100,000 people. They walk with format. Dan, people go singing your judge. He's actually the chief of public
and there were a bunch of copycats after
We're going to have both of them on the program. I've interviewed them before.
Tremendous money for formatting.
They do.
And the
restorative justice. And they do
what
they
like
call
such
the
a genius
belonging
format. Why isn't what the Fine Brothers
just
doing
what Bernie's doing?
And it's had the TV guys can make millions of dollars
on their
videos. Why are they the Fine Brothers the bad guys? And we're saying, hey, listen, man, if we are the ones driving this,
Dan,
it makes sense that
he's on my mind right now.
And sign up.
You're going to meet him.
Yeah.
Check out Longmont, Colorado. Check out Mike Butler. Check out Dan Benavidez. Check out restorative justice and what's going on with the Longmont Community Justice Partnership.
Right? That's what humans
do. It's an amazing thing.
React.
I know that was a complete, absolutely nothing related to anything sideways, but I don't give a shit because I'm the one here.
Put it on
You're with me, and we're not corporate media, and we don't have to run commercials, folks.
I don't know.
We can do stuff like this and take a look at this. This was the HuffPost pollster from earlier today, just to remind everybody what Sanders already said.
It proved to be not a great idea. I think they acknowledge
he's got the lead.
All I'm saying is, cut the guys a break.
So, and also,
people have been ripping them off for a long time. It's hard not to.
Confirm for me. I'm fairly certain I saw something fly through the chat earlier in production that said that we had word that somebody was seeing Bernie showing up now in numbers at places. Am I right?
Oh, they're starting to see I'm seeing in the chat. I'm also hearing from folks.
You guys are not Okay,
Here it
you're
comes.
number one. Enjoy your success, right? Of course, you're gonna have copycats. Of course, you're gonna have people who want to share the same success that you have.
I am
But
hearing
while
from
you're number
multiple
one,
people
while you're making
that
a
they are
killing on
having
YouTube,
mass
enjoy the
numbers of
ride. And
people
don't go
showing
after
up,
people who are,
not
you
even
know, not
registered to vote,
nearly
but
as
they have brought all their
successful as
stuff
you.
to be
For doing
registered.
something that
We
humans
have
have been doing since
masses
the
of
beginning
people
of
that
time.
are registered to vote that are prepared to just burn it up in Iowa. This is looking really good. It really is looking like I actually saw Iowa Bernie tweet something out about an hour ago, and they really, I'm one of those don't count your chickens before they hatch, lest you eat crow, but they pushed the hashtag in straight caps, which means they must mean business.
I don't know that we would have taken any legal action, but in that case, if you're going up against a big company that's ripping you off,
that was straight from Iowa for Bernie. And I was like, whoa, okay, we have something here, folks, the Purple Revolution, the People's Revolution, because like Bernie says, it is about weed, not heat. We have to continue to remember that as we go forward.
I think they recognize all this and realize
it's looking like it's going to be a great night for everybody that's been behind this man since he was at 3 and 4% nationally and was not part of the plan. Well, we're changing plans.
All right, I got a question for you while John frames up that photo. It's 6:41 here in Dallas, Texas, and I believe Iowa is also on Central Time Zone. Does that not mean that our caucus people are locked in their buildings by now?
19 minutes. In 19 minutes, they're supposed to lock the doors. But if you are in line, if you are at the caucus location right now, and you are in line whether to get registered or to get in the door, they have to let you in. Again, the number for that, if you feel like you're having any problems, I know there was a graphic came through. I'll make sure to re-push it. Okay, John. 515-277-6073.
And immediately thought, oh my God,
we're just trying to CYA cover everybody's asses.
So he starts sending out a bunch of tweets.
That's not as much as I got on that right now.
Deleted tweets.
Thank you, Lou. Appreciate you giving us that heads up. I was just looking at the clock going, TikTok, TikTok, it's getting close. It's getting close. We're getting ready to start this.
This is all
just a thought.
Right? Who cares about all that?
John, after you push what you're pushing through and we get it all lined up, when was the last time we ran that nice little video of how to caucus in Iowa, just for anybody that might be in the line sitting there waiting to get in?
I was going to pull that
I'll go
up.
grab the link.
Yeah, I need the link. I don't know where the hell it is anymore in these guys. Yeah, that's a good thing to run. I was supposed to run that earlier. I apologize. I just showed you the counter.
Don't care. So he's saying I had broken up with Amber Rose.
There we go. By this, they're saying 16 minutes left. I guess that's when things are starting to come in. And here's the image we were talking about.
It's Kanye West.
I love that.
Both over the
NYPD, don't be Wall Street mercenaries.
Of course. But then Amber comes in with the most specific hashtag I've ever seen.
Taking a stand against what we know can be, in many cases, a good old boy
club. It's not trending as far as I know.
That's honestly one of my favorite hashtags of all time.
Generalize to say that all cops are bad. We certainly know that's not true. There are lots of good police officers and lots of people within our justice system that are great, good persons that are doing their job the way they should with integrity. We also know that there's a complete network of corrupt individuals all the way up from Supreme Court judges all the way down to
Amber Rose's
cops.
tweet because the internet went wild. Everyone was like, oh my God, Kanye West like fingers into that.
It's bad.
And so he responded and said,
racism and greed.
Mad, but just know I never let them play with
we know what goes on.
I don't do that. I stay away from that area altogether. Which, by the way, I don't recommend that you stay away from that area altogether. I mean, there's some sanitary issues there, but I'll continue.
No. Protect each other. And it's really nice to see somebody with the courage
saying, like, I don't
stand up against their own.
Never had one.
Say, I am going to be someone with integrity.
Kind of a red flag.
That is what we were asking of our political.
Like, no, dude, you gotta
the people we hire
panic like that and be like,
to run the government on our behalf.
So he also had another tweet where he said, I'm not into that kind of shit.
We give them an awful lot of power and an awful lot of trust. And we say, thank you.
Now he's being accused.
This is an honorable job. Do it with honor. Do it with integrity.
Negative reaction to the notion of a man having his butt played with.
Do it like Charlie Chaplin said in that speech before we got knocked.
I don't like Kanye. I think Kanye is a deplorable person. I used to like his music, and now with all the slut shaming, all the terrible things he said in the media, he's not my favorite.
Let's just look at that for a minute.
But
and I'll grab this link, guys. Thank you for joining us. There's more than 500 people here with us, 7,000 playbacks. What we are waiting for, we are waiting for the caucus results to start coming in.
At those accusations.
That is what we're waiting for, folks. We're just hanging here together
a type of sexual activity that a lot of
being
people
with each other.
And when you have a well-known public figure,
the link is in live production, John.
It's going to have younger people in terms of communicating what they want in sex.
Just to let you know, everybody that's out there that's been pushing out both our streams and all the Twitters and everything else today, thank you to all of you. Seriously, because we're all part of this. I mean, this is it's a multi-stage effort. I've heard John talk about it a couple of times. The land effort right now is definitely united. The air effort is not going to be covered by the corporations or mainstream media. So it's going to be covered this way, and we are the air effort. The sea effort, we'll worry about that when we get to the coast. But I don't know. Hey, John, Celeste, either one of you, I'm going to put Celeste on the spot. Either one of you know any billionaires with a boat?
No, I didn't do that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Guys, 15 minutes.
I don't know.
Please, now.
I don't know a billionaire with a boat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Some rich people, but not a billionaire with a boat.
I got rid of mine. I had a boat, but I couldn't take care of it because, I just couldn't. I was too busy doing this.
They cost
rid of that last year. So here we go, guys.
Very popular.
This is the Iowa video. This is going to eat up 4.5 minutes of your waiting time, your nail biting time, Lou. Here we go, folks. This is a great video. Another example of what the 99 can do. Put this stuff together. This is,
you know, that could go either way.
This is beautiful.
Which is, it could be fingers in the booty, or it could be fingers in her booty.
Right.
So that's all
caucusing is easy. We made this mock caucus video to show you the basics. See you on February 1st, Iowa.
So everybody bring it down. I bring it down.
This is my first time voting. I'm not a registered voter. I'm just feeling
and overall,
just
don't shame anybody.
Everybody I'm a Republican. That's just big things. Yeah. And I copied it.
Not a problem. Just fill out this form. We'll get you registered as a Democrat. I'm an independent. Bernie just inspires me. Enough is enough.
All right.
I'll get you registered as a Democrat. Our caucus expert will take it from here.
Take a break here at 8 p.m. Eastern sharp. That's wide coverage of the caucus. This is a really tight and undetermined election as I have ever done it. I don't know who's going to win. I keep asking who's going to win because you know I love to make predictions. My answer. I don't know.
That's where you cast it out?
Not quite. Each precinct has a caucus. It's a community more exciting than Amber Rose and Kanye West doing stuff.
It's a caucus.
If you're going to get people by election and you're an Iowan, you can call right back.
And how does the caucus work?
Iowa caucus. Go!
This is a caucus. Like we were saying before, it could be a library, a community center, your local school. It's anywhere people can move around.
Move around, aren't I just voting?
Nope, you're caucusing. Each of these colors represents a Democratic candidate. 100 caucus scores. X is a committed caucus score. Candidate green, candidate pink, and blue for Bernie.
What are the red U's?
The red U's haven't picked a candidate yet. They're uncommitted. 6:59. Let's get off the board. I gotta make the point. If you're not here by 7 o'clock, you won't get in. I love the smell of the caucus. Beth will take it from here. She's good. 2-term Iowa State Senator.
As caucus chair, I call this caucus to order. Okay, let's get to it. Our precinct is allowed to elect 9 delegates to the next level. We have 50 people registered here tonight. That means, according to the formula, you have to have 8 in your group in order to be viable.
Everyone joins a group with their candidate supporters.
And I'll have the Bernie people go over there, pink people come here, greens come over here, and non-committed here, and then we'll count you to see if you're viable.
Viable means your preference group is big enough to be awarded delegates. In most cases, that's 15% of the caucus.
Okay, here are the numbers. Bernie Sanders, 22. The Green candidate, 18. Candidate Pink, 6. Uncommitted is 6. Sorry, Pink, and sorry, non-committed. You are not viable. You will have to go with one of the other preference groups. Bernie will fight for a living wage. Yeah!
Green has lots of experience.
Yeah! Bernie will combat climate change.
Yeah! Green is more experienced.
Yeah. Healthcare is a right. Yeah. Okay. The realignment is over. I'll recount the groups. Okay. The final count for the caucus is Greens 21. Bernie 29.
That's how you talk.
So Bernie gets all the delegates?
No, it's not winner take all. Bernie did get most of the delegates, and Green did get a nice chunk, with Pink being shut out. Remember, you are allowed to vote for your second and third choices.
Makes sense. Thanks, Pete.
You get locked out if you're late.
You can find your caucus location at berniesanders.com/Iowa.
Bernie needs as much support as possible to win.
It makes it easier to identify you as part of the group and may help to build enthusiasm for your campaign.
The establishment doesn't think we'll show up on February 1st.
In fact, they're counting on it. Prove them wrong and caucus for Bernie.
It's going to be awesome.
Caucusing it. Sorry about that, folks. I was chatting with I was chatting with Celeste here about it. I can put up a clock there, but because my PC and the software are set to Pacific time, I cannot show you Central time. So you guys are just gonna have to do the math for yourselves. Hopefully, the education provided in America was good enough for that. Everybody good with that?
Well, but you forget we have a worldwide audience. You forget we have a worldwide audience, Tom.
That's all I got. I can't even do GMT, honestly. So that's what I got.
Here's what we can do. Here's what we can do to help out. Every once in a while, those of us in chat, we can post what time it is, and if you go with Ryan and I know Ryan's in there right now. Lou is also in there. If you see a time coming from one of us three, then you're going to know you're dealing with Central Time Zone, and that's the time in Iowa. If you see us say it's such and such time, that'll be your clue to know that's where we are in the caucus process from us.
There you go. There you go. That's how.
Easy solution. Easy solution.
Yep. Easy solution.
And then I dropped something else in live production for you. We just got a report through one of our volunteers, and I will go and just read that while you grab up the photo. This is from Traffic Alerts, posted the photo from Iowa Caucus. Standing room only, line out the door, mostly students, mostly for Bernie, according to @Cameron Carl on Twitter. So that should help all of us, breathe a little bit easier. I am.
You posted it in live production?
I thought I did.
I'm not seeing a link.
Maybe I was in the middle of doing that and I got stopped.
It's okay.
I think that was the case. There you go.
Pull that up for you. There it is.
There you go.
Oh yeah. All right.
I'm not Janine, John. I'm sorry. I never. I'm Doc Severinson to her Ed McMahon. I'm sorry.
Hey, works for me. Just didn't know where it was. And I'm gonna have to show it to you over here in a second, folks.
Now you know I was bitching about having ADD earlier. I'm bouncing around different channels, grabbing different stuff up, and going to chat.
There we go, folks. That's the picture from. Where did you say this was?
Cameron Carl.
Say that again. Cameron Carl.
Cameron Carl posted this on Twitter, and he said it's mostly young people, mostly for Bernie.
There you go. There you go.
And this is what we want, folks. If you're in Iowa and you can send us these photos, or if you've got little lines or videos, Twitter them up. Use a hashtag at Bernie2016.tv. And since we have people working the Twitter and all that good stuff, they can grab that, post it in here for us, and we can start showing that as we wait on the results.
Yes, we can. And remember, everybody, that we are here to help Iowa. I'm going to go back to our slides real quick. We're going to take a look at what is important right now. We are the Air Force, remember? And we are pounding the airwaves with this information here. We want to follow these Twitter accounts. We want to push out all of the things that they are pushing out. Those are the hashtags, not me, us, Bernie Strong, and Caucus for Bernie, obviously with a hashtag sign, I forgot to put that there, the pound sign there. But that's what we're focusing on right now, everyone. We have a few minutes left until I believe results start coming in. No, not results until the coverage starts happening. What?
In 4 minutes is when they're supposed to lock the doors.
Lock the doors. Okay.
There's a problem though.
Too many people.
Too many people. Too many people. Yes, I am giddy right now from what I am seeing and reading in private messages on Facebook. There are too many people, and they don't have enough staff, and there are just groups and groups and groups, which means they have to wait to start in those caucus locations until the lines are cleared and everybody's in the door. In 4 minutes, they cut off the line. So if you're on your way and you're trying to find a parking spot, take the $35 ticket and get there. But we're probably gonna have to wait a little longer than that 8 o'clock time that we're hoping to start seeing results, because some of them might not even be started at 8 o'clock, from what I've been told.
So my guess is we're gonna have a long night. Isn't that exciting?
It could
I'm
be.
loving it. Well, Bernie was on earlier. I caught a little blurb he did that if the people turn out, and he basically challenged, especially the young people. All the pundits are saying, well, they'll show up for rallies, but they're not going to, show up to do the caucus and all of that stuff. If those young people are showing up, Bernie's going to win. That means we're going to win, and we know we're going to win. But it's getting confirmed.
It's like that video that Scott put together with John Nichols on it, and that's the magic number. The magic number is 250,000. The belief is if 250,000 people show up in caucus tonight, then the first state in this race will go to Bernie Sanders. So we're hoping, and all the signs right now are pointing to not 200,000, 225,000, but when you're talking about multiple caucus sites with lines wrapped down the street, and you're talking about folks where they have more people looking to register, and they have a line longer than that to register than just to get in because you're already registered, I think the initial views are looking pretty purple.
I was about to say, I was going to ask you, Lou, if you knew from prior experience. Let me see if I can switch cameras here. I really definitely need to take a moment and get some more caffeine, folks. I am running low on the caffeine meter, and I am going to need to fill up on something, which means I'm going to need to either let people babble or go grab a video to play, which I do have the Democratic Socialism and Foreign Policy loaded up that we can cut in and out of whenever we please, and that's going to be my long ball as we head into this thing. But my question to you, Lou, is what are numbers from the past? Anybody have any idea how many people showed up to caucus in the past, for Obama, for Bush? Have any idea?
I don't off the top of my head, but I can pull those up. I will tell you this that I do know. Here in this state, I live in Nebraska, and in 2008, they literally, for Obama's first term, there were highways that were shut down because of the amount of traffic trying to get into. It was the craziest thing the Democratic Party had seen.
Wow.
In all honesty, there are whispers in the Democratic Party, both here and on the other side of the river, that this may actually be a bigger deal. And some people are preparing for it. Tonight, if it is as big a deal as some people are letting us be known, and as we have been hoping it would, there's going to be a lot of shocked people tomorrow that are going to be having to go into plan B, C, and D on what the hell they're going to do for their caucus locations. Because I'm telling you, I am hoping, and we all are hoping that the Unite people, you know, the love train, the purple revolution, whatever you want to call it, it all boils down to one thing: us taking the power back, starting tonight.
Ding, 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 ding. 7 p.m. Central Time.
7 o'clock.
Yeah, did you see my calendar just pop up and block up Celeste's face in the middle of the live broadcast?
Yep, here we go, guys. All we could do now is sit back and say, Bernie strong.
Yeah, Bernie strong. We are Bernie strong. We are Bernie.
I saw this fly. I think this was, I think this was Eddie, guys. Here, I'll get you off screen there, Lou. Sorry about that. We have more than 700 people watching. Guys, that's freaking hello. Thank you for joining us. That is a massive amount of support. We've been broadcasting almost all day. We started at 9 o'clock my time this morning. Took about an hour break after 10:30. Came back on at noon. We've been going strong since then. Why are we doing this? In support of Iowa. And from what Lou just said, it is what I had dreamed of. It is what we wanted, Iowa. You were showing up in droves. Eddie dropped this link. I was watching the chat. I was watching the amazing chat. This is just flying through. Sandstorm. Too fast. Absolutely feel the burn. The revolution starts here. I see you guys. We hear you. We're putting up your chat. When we get to whatever stream we have, we'll be running your lower thirds. We'll be pushing up your comments. That's what we do. That's what engagement broadcast is. It's having a real-time conversation with you. And I was watching the chat go through, watching what you guys have to say. Magnum DB, yes, you're really pushing for that. Definitely, I will run Feel the Burn 9. All right? I'll just, you know what? Somebody just drop me that link in live production now, and we'll pull it up and we'll run it. That's a good one to run. That is definitely a good one to run. It's a good suggestion. I'm glad I saw that through. We're going to look at a link, though. This is Reddit. And Reddit, if there's anybody in the Reddit world that is paying attention to this besides Eddie, I owe you guys, someday I'm going to learn that world, and you've offered to do things, these AMAs and stuff. I am a Reddit, I know nothing. I'm ignorant. I am absolutely a noob with Reddit. I would love to figure out how we can work together, because I know you're a massive community. You do lots of things. You raised $1 million for Bernie and Reddit. That's badass. So this is from Reddit. I'm going to show you these pictures, guys, what we're seeing here. And
While you move that over, John?
Yeah.
While you move that over, I just want to interrupt. I popped a couple of things into live production. You may actually not be able to get send videos out. We've got a lot of people sending us things that are being posted up for you to show and talk about it that are happening at the caucuses.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So this is right here. It's not live, but that's a picture of the line, folks. Can you see that? I'm going to zoom in. This is a Sanders for President live coverage of the Iowa caucuses. I'm not. I guess, like I said, I don't understand what that means. But I'm just going to zoom in on this image so you can see the line. That's Drake, you, and the quote reads, "This is Bernie's revolution. It's at Sanders for this massive line
I'm not even calling
to
him
go
Johnny
caucus
Pie.
at Drake University. Lots of Bernie
gosh darn it.
What are you laughing at, man? What are you laughing at?
Jimmy Gore's in Iowa. Jordan Chariton's in Iowa.
Come on, what are you laughing at, man? Is it me?
We'll talk to Jimmy in just a second. But hold on.
I'm sorry.
Yes, there's that guy there. You don't know who's going to win.
I've seen a few.
Now, let me control the sound of my voice. Exactly.
America.
I'm off some powers right now. I've just been
establishment, corporate media, blah, 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 blah. The list is too damn long anymore.
Average of polls, Donald Trump is leading by 8 points over Cruz. Marco Rubio is now at 15 points.
Picture.
And
those pictures that are now coming in.
Of polls?
Yeah.
They have decided. They have decided. You looked at all of us. You said to us, not you. Well, you don't want to work in the system. Well, you need to come work in the system. Oh, you just don't know how to work in the system.
Donald Trump wins Iowa.
This is us working in the system.
He's going to win New Hampshire. He's
Welcome.
Big in South Carolina. This race might be over before you know what hits you.
Welcome to a new age where we actually want you to be responsible to us,
and New Hampshire.
I have quoted for years on the side of the state capitol here in Lincoln, Nebraska, it is inscribed the salvation of the state is the watchfulness of its citizens. We have watched for too long.
Go.
And tonight, Iowa, those young people united together are showing you we have watched for too long, and we are now taking action.
So again, there's a lot to discuss there. We'll talk about how that's going to play out. But the bigger race,
beautiful. I feel about as giddy right now as I did when I saw Bernie Sanders amass that first large crowd in Council Bluffs 6 months ago in my home court, in my backyard. So this, I'm sorry for laughing and cutting in. This is just average. Here we go.
Take the polls they trust.
Yeah. So thank you for saying all that, Luke, because it gave me time to frame up this picture. I don't know where this is from. It looks like it's from a different spot.
And
give me a minute to zoom in on that for you folks. This is on Twitter.
They also
submitted by one of our users.
This is what I'm just going to go to some of these pictures. I would rather
until if I find a link that's a video, we'll play it. That's another fine. That's just insane. It looks like they're going into the building up there, and this is taken from way back in the line.
But waiting because
this is democracy.
So good, but that's only 3.
In action.
That's within the
this is your democracy. This is the choice. Like Blue said, we made a choice. This is it, folks. Thank you so much, Iowa. And everywhere we're seeing it, it's a lot of Bernie.
Just quick,
a lot of
touch on this, and then
we knew it was going to be that way. This is what happens when you talk to
and then we're going to expand upon it in a minute.
What happens when you talk to the people? Not George Soros.
Understand the reason they got to hit
what happens when you get $27
point is that
an average
on
donation,
the Democratic side,
3.2 million individual donations. Did you not
so Martin O'Malley's pulling around 7%.
That was going to translate into people on the ground?
So
the corporate media kept saying that's what Bernie's just got a lot of sayings. He's got a lot of donations, but he really does support the ground game.
It's super relevant to the results, especially in an election.
There's the ground game.
Second incredibly important point in terms of polling
is our ground game. Lines in the snow, in the cold,
on average, about
for America,
20%
for the world
of the caucus goers.
That's badass.
Make up their mind in the last 3 days.
They say something.
They will
they
not
said
be
it in New York, and everybody, you guys played the video, March for Bernie after the blizzard.
The last day.
Show us what democracy looks like.
Election in 2012 in a very crowded Republican, or a little crowded Republican field.
This is what democracy looks
50%
like.
50% of the voters made up their mind in the last 3 days. So that's why oftentimes you'll see big swings. Rick Santorum.
I'm just going to enjoy shit. If I was everybody else, if you really have been in this, watch this, hoped and prayed, and quite honestly, bit your nails down to the quick today,
well after the voting, the counts were done. Supreme Court did not block that.
There freaking is.
Surprisingly. And so anything
and we're just
going to
keep, they're just going to keep coming in, and John's going to keep working his tired ass off.
Now,
thank you, John.
Jimmy Dore is in Iowa right now. He's been there all day. And I want to go to
fantastic. I brought a lot of prescription drugs that keep me awake and give me energy, and that's exactly what I need. I have handicap heart. So what I wanted to talk about, I went to a Ted Cruz event
we're looking at there,
today in Jefferson, Iowa. And so Jefferson, Iowa is exactly what you think is his crowd. Super rural, super white.
Thank you.
And super old.
Brendan.
And
F-U-H-S, I don't have your name. Thank you, Brendan.
To be super religious on his stump speech. It was even more religion than I could ever have imagined. He starts off with the most over the top.
That's a feed from the caucus. There's
Iowa was the most ridiculous thing I've seen. And everything he said either made me laugh or made me wince a little. But the most important thing I think, so this is his crowd, these senior citizens, and there's about 300 people at this event. There was just about as much press as there were people there, maybe even more. And the questions he got from the crowd, he took about 4 questions from the crowd after his speech. And I'm going to tell you what each question was.
That they were supposed
none of them, by the way, had anything to do with anything that would affect the people asking the questions. The first question was, how come we can't impeach Barack Obama? The second question was, when
maybe their feed was the after. The results was, they were going to provide
if you're president, will you pardon the militia people in Oregon?
There's not much ratings in showing people standing and milling about it. And
Barack Obama wants to close down
certainly don't want to cover the fact.
Are you promising to keep it open?
Way more than 200,000 people, I would guess, from what we're seeing here.
That was they have nothing. None of those things will affect their life one bit whatsoever. So I thought that was very interesting.
That is super telling. I can't show that.
that and look for other things. Who wants to talk for a moment, or what should we look at, folks? Here, we can look at
will he pardon the Oregon guys? I imagine the answer is no.
There's a couple things I want to play you guys. What do we have to say in
the
chat?
Politician, he's going to want to, appease them. So I wonder which way he went.
How are you guys doing?
So
how many people do we have?
Said that I'm not following that.
652, probably more than 700 people joining us right now. Thank you so much for being here.
I will look into it, but of course I'm bound by the Constitution. Whatever I can do constitutionally,
Bernie 2016 TV. We are an all-volunteer organization. We do what's called engagement broadcasting when we have a full crew. Actually, it's a real-time conversation with you.
According to the Constitution,
we've been with you. Been with Bernie since June of last year. We're on channel number 5.
They claim they're for the
works for the establishment.
So if you're a conservative and you're on their side, he's like, oh, see,
maybe that's what I can do really quick while I look for
if you're on the side of punishment.
We've got a lot of people right now, and I'm just going to go to this
one
and talk about it. This is a petition that was started by Barb Hammer, one of our volunteers, one of the people that watches our show. You can get this petition.
Jack, I took your advice, and I wanted to ask. I got close enough to ask that question, right here. You took $36 million from 4 individual donors. How do you think you're going to represent the people when you're golden to for millionaires? He wouldn't take any of my questions. He wouldn't take any questions.
We have 2 channels that have been shut down for terms of Service 4 Section H. I want to know what the hell they're talking about, because we have not violated
right now
by our lawyers' reading of it, by my reading of it. We haven't violated.
When you say to that,
my understanding though is that that's
all that
just
money from 4 big donors
throw out there on anybody that they want to manage.
Regular people. And she said that
I would like the people to help me
out from the
get
bank,
the attention
the
of
bank
YouTube.
doesn't tell you what
How
to
many
do.
signatures from the 99 will it take before YouTube
that's how they rationalize it in their head. That he's just taking money from people to finance his campaign, and he's not going to be beholden to him. Just like if you take a mortgage out on your house,
that's all I'm asking for. Maybe we
that was their logic, literally.
708 watching plus 9,300 playbacks so far today. You know what that means, folks? That means an awful lot of engagement, an awful lot of activity through YouTube, which is very powerful in terms of the semantic web.
And if you take $36 million for
so
somebody,
just by being here with us, watching this, commenting,
you're not even paying them
what
back.
matters. That's what you are. Helping us today. Broadcast this message. Broadcast it to you. What's going on? Sounds like you got some breaking news.
The good answer is, well, we live in a terribly messed up system, and I'd like
shit, sorry, I actually messed up on that.
Right, that would be the best answer.
I guess we don't have breaking news.
How to spend it. If you want to you get $1 million loan from the bank, and then you.
We're all tired here, folks. We're all very, very tired here, and I know you are too. None of that really matters. Our job is to cheer on you. You got to put it on the house in Iowa, marching in the snow.
I got it, but what
we just got a post from Scott over in live production, and Scott says they're sending people who signed in to the parking lot. I guess that gives you a little bit of an idea that there's an overflow crowd.
Free will.
It sounds like one of the candidates' rallies that we've covered recently. What do you say?
And then you spend
sounds like every one of the rallies that we've covered. What do you think? You know,
I'm going to jump in here, and this is why I screwed up. And I'm going to have to reopen Twitter. I might have to shut everything down and jump back in, guys. Because the computer's acting a little screwy after all of this process and all that. I was just watching, and this is what cut in. There's 800 people at a caucus site that was only expecting roughly 250. They don't know what the hell they're going to do with them. It's about a 10-second
So I went
clip
yesterday to Bernie Sanders headquarters, which is literally on Martin Luther King Drive.
I don't mean to sound negative when I say kids. About 35. I look at the college crews
so it was
here in Nebraska.
I say, at the Bernie Sanders headquarters. I'm not kidding. There must have been 100 people there going in, going out, celebrities, politicians.
This is going to be you're going to have to make a choice to raise your kids in this.
Phone bankers.
What are you going to do?
Really, a lot of activity was going on there. I went to the Jeb Bush headquarters today on the way back from the.
I'm going to drop out, restart, zip back in, get this thing, throw it to you.
We have a video up right now at YouTube/TYT Comedy of my experiences at the Jeb Bush headquarters today, and then we went inside
700 watching us right now. Look at that beautiful
By the way, his headquarters is exactly how you would
picture of one of the 99 supporting Bernie Sanders,
shirt, with a little V-neck sweater, and they're all typing very quiet. No one's talking, not a piece of paper was out of place.
We have 860 people watching us, and let's get that up to 1,000. I challenge you, everyone, social media, bomb this out, and whatever your social media is, please,
get out of here.
Let's get the 99 watching the results of their efforts for Bernie.
You don't want to get your message out about the caucus? No. Goodbye.
Yes.
That was it. I said, okay.
If you can drop whatever that 10-second clip is, Bernie, I would love to run up to everybody.
I said, come on, give me a break.
Listen, everybody, this is what's important. What's important here is that mainstream media is not telling you this. Mainstream media is not broadcasting this.
Tell me about the demographics.
If they are,
were there a lot
find
of Bernie
it and share it with other people. Because I doubt that's happening. They are going to try to suppress this information. Now, obviously, it's going to come out of the numbers.
Kinds of people at the Bernie Sanders headquarters. Can you believe it? By the way, when we were in Jefferson today,
I'm sure, I don't know what TYT is doing. Are they doing like live coverage?
One black guy there,
materials and
he recognized me from the Young Turks and came over and said, "I like your
TYT feed or something." But
really, swear to God, that was fantastic. But the Bernie Sanders thing, there was, there's senior citizens there. There's a lot of young people there. There's a lot of celebrities that were coming in, literally just wanting to.
This is happening all over the place.
Like actors, of course, I don't know who the hell they are, but everyone else did. There was the guy from the Hunger Games was there, and I was told that they would show up and they said they want to do something. One guy was literally working the table, the green table. Another celebrity was phone banking. They were going out canvassing. They're really like their equals are at the door, and they're really helping out Bernie. It's kind of an amazing sight.
Because mainstream media, the
opposite, by the way, at Jeb Bush
is not going to share.
You say the guy from the Hunger Games.
A large percentage of the voter public that needs to know.
Josh.
And that is why we are here. Our goal is to make sure that
Mrs. boyfriend or baby boyfriend.
And then
I tell you what,
and then Vampire Weekend was also at the Bernie. I interviewed him yesterday. Ezra from Vampire Weekend was there with a badass coat on, and it's really all the excitement at the Bernie campaign. It's almost it's almost exciting as the 2008 TYT Olympics.
Giving a shit about your country. I know when I was your age, I probably did.
There's so much.
I didn't care.
The Bernie campaign.
It's amazing that you care.
So,
thank you. Thank you.
I went to a Bernie.
I want to follow up on one thing about the Bernie Sanders thing.
I mean it.
Anna's getting around about the Bernie Bros, but we all know that he does have younger supporters overall. But was it access? Younger, older, middle aged?
No. I think someone's looking for your link, and I just dropped in another.
There was lots of different people there. There was.
I got that right here.
I talked to when I got there were senior citizens, and they wouldn't shut up. I had to get away from them. And but no, there were lots of. There were, I guess, I would say the majority young people that are working for him.
He most certainly did.
Time to volunteer, college students or whatever. But there was. I met a guy who came from Panama.
We're looking at it right now.
Because he's pissed off ever since
confirmed
Noriega.
the tidal wave quite yet.
And he's saying he was talking. He was telling me
that comes
about
with the results. I'm looking forward to the way that
the
map of Iowa lights up that you showed earlier with the different counties on it. That's the one, John.
Yeah, I got it right here.
He realizes he has to come to America to
stop it here.
And I have to say, John, thank you very much for everything that you've done for streaming like you've been streaming, allowing us to have the voices that we've had. And I have to say, I could never have imagined myself sitting here with that kind of technology in front of me on an internet broadcast, getting ready to actually tell other people and share with them at the same time live the results of their efforts in the political environment that we have today.
You say tomato.
So instead of being, watching corporate media and what they're going to feed you, you're just going to be here with us, being real people experiencing this.
The Iowa caucus, no matter how.
TYT is going to do a lot of really good coverage, but please stay with us.
Campaign tells me
we're going to give a lot of good breakdowns. We're just going to be part of the 99 and give you our own reactions. They're going to really break it down. Watch the videos afterwards. I'm sorry, Jake. I love you, but
so have you seen Ben Carson in Iowa?
Thank you, Lester. Thank you, everybody who is saying thank you in the crowd.
And was he awake when you saw it?
We were. So I wanted to get a test. I saw Ben Carson.
You guys have no idea what has happened
clinic, and I haven't run into. We did run into. So we saw a lot of doctors as Dr. Ben, vote for Dr. Ben Carson signs. And that's it. That's what the billboards say. Vote for Dr. Ben Carson. And then also the lawn signs. That's all. But there's not a real reason. They don't give you a reason for the adverts. They don't give you a reason. And I haven't met any Ben Carson supporters. So I've met some Hillary Clinton supporters, everybody else, and Martin O'Malley. I can't find his supporters. By the way,
making sure Iowa,
from the way I understand the way the caucus works, for instance, so if Martin O'Malley doesn't break the 15% threshold, there's
no idea this is what it was going to turn
into. Let's say Bernie's way up in that caucus.
No idea.
He might send some of the voters over to vote for Martin O'Malley, so that takes a delegate away from Hillary Clinton.
All of your comments
the way it works is they're not really voting in the caucus. It's again, it's like another electoral college. You're just picking a delegate, and so each caucus is assigned a certain amount of delegates. It's
Iowa. That was just conversation shares in
even though he doesn't have the 15%, the way it works out, they might throw some. I was told Barack Obama did the same thing to Hillary Clinton last time. So he some other reason third in Iowa last time. So it gets really crazy, and you get in the weeds with trying to explain how it works. But you're not actually voting; you're voting for a delegate.
You're right. Nothing could be more fulfilling. Charles, Mike, Doug, Sean, Buffy, Chadwick. Holy cow! This is amazing. Thank you all for being there. More than 10,000 playback. Like I said before, being here with us right now, engaging in this conversation, continuing the conversation. This is what helps the truth. This is how we are pushing out the truth. We're the air quotes, folks. We're going to broadcast for Bernie. We have quite some time right before we start actually getting a stream. So we should probably, if we don't have another video that anybody wants us to run, Joey, is there another
Chris Christie was,
I don't see anything
Chris Christie was in West Des Moines this morning, and then he turned around and he was in East Des Moines this afternoon.
I've got another 99 is reported with the Twitter going into live production right now.
He's already gone. He's not even here. I tried to find him today, actually. I wanted to go find Chris Christie, and he's gone. He's in New Hampshire.
All right.
Dropping it in,
the reason
and it looks like a little vine.
Also, because we're talking about where people are down.
Okay, let's.
And one of our watchers, viewers, pardon me, I'm just not polished. One of our viewers talked in chat and said that C-SPAN was doing something, so I have grabbed up the C-SPAN link as well, so we'll have several different things to monitor as we're going through the evening.
Before we leave you, beautiful. Thank you, Celeste.
And Eddie gave you another Periscope feed too.
That all the energy, all the enthusiasm of Bernie Sanders,
we're going to try to
oh wow, look at that. Hillary Clinton.
You guys are kicking ass.
Consistently that she's an hour and a half late to every campaign stop.
You're getting people what we're not seeing on corporate media, even TYT isn't showing this. We are getting live streams, and these
they were right on
from
time.
people that are in the crowd.
I don't know what's happening with Hillary Clinton.
We're there.
Also saying she's getting very angry now.
So I'm going to pull these up. Give me a moment to try to figure out.
And a lot of people are saying she's trying to grab some of the anger from Bernie Sanders because when he gave a speech, he says every speech, I'm angry and I'll tell you why I'm angry. And so, and he does just like that.
By the way, we're over 1,000 viewers.
So I think the enthusiasm is with Bernie. I was at an event last night. They expected 700 people. They got 1,700 people.
So top four bars now at capacity.
I'm going to put my money on Bernie, and maybe that's just
CNN
that is amazing.
That is just amazing. Already called it too close to call.
All right, thank you for that link. Let's check out another one here. Like I said, folks, it's not going to be pretty.
Still open at some
it's going to be what we need to see. What's going on? That's the barn. There's another Periscope feed from Eddie. Let's see what this looks like.
How it
can't get in after that. At least one
association, but if you're in line, it's 30.
We'll check back in with you after the results. And
this spot
apparently is the Democrats gathering.
Caucus out with your caucus out, Jen.
Caucus in Burlington, Iowa. We're in Burlington, Iowa here.
All right, so let's talk about.
Start here and ask you to count.
1. run through some of the questions first. So, what is our was that Ben Carson is going to go back up, hopefully not go home, Florida, no matter what his results are or not. Probably because they're trying to back pedal for that was displayed in the wild coverage here. Everybody says they were
what I'm sharing right now is now there isn't what I mean. I had to get good. He's also not there anywhere near
winning, so he has to pretend he never cared about it. I was not important at all. New Hampshire, that's New Hampshire. I know he's about to lose in New Hampshire. He'll be in South Carolina.
We do have several fees, so I may cut away from this one. Look at another one. In chat, if you guys want to do that.
Yeah, a lot of people might be heading to Florida.
Yes, this is Iowa.
And so,
determines the delegates for the convention, which would go on to determine delegates for the state and the national convention.
Somebody explain
how this works. These delegates move on to state.
Hey, you can put your hand down after I talk to you.
They have to have 32 for liability. Very much like
Right here.
Is again meeting expectations, right? And we're going to talk here's why they should be why they're crazy. There's something to say
looks like O'Malley Quarter right now. They will be lobbied to join and raise the number of
that's just how it works.
We're sending the audio from one particular place. I'm going to switch over to this other audio to see if we can get particular places. Walk third and get Iowa Caucus.
And he will have lost to Ted Cruz. Cruz will be a loser, and Marco will be who spent more time and more money in Iowa. Will have done very nicely and defied expectations. They'll say, hey, look, we all know Donald Trump can't win. I won the Donald Trump caucus. Right? All the non-Donald Trump people I won. It's me and Donald Trump. But that all the reason and all the sort of talk that you need here is how to that's all. 17, more than 20 now is from some cases. Like in this one, it really makes no sense.
All right, so Iowa Caucus action, they are obviously forgotten that they've put out. It has Steele. You mentioned people's names.
It has Donald Trump at 27%, Ted Cruz at 22%.
Everybody,
you know, might want to
this is how we do this
nearby. And so, well, he's at 9%. He's hanging in there. He's not going to win. Nobody thought he was going to win. But coming in,
I just saw a meeting amongst the people who were deciding the last day. That was people looking at the way
Eventually. I'm hoping to have enough battery to get through this podcast.
First of all, Rubio
They do not have a final count yet. Looks like they're getting close. And we'll have that as soon as that's
coming out of the last debate, I think that he has come out of these debates without major controversy and major gaps on the campaign trail. I mean, he's certainly a better candidate than Jeb Bush in terms of campaigning. We have to talk about it. He's got millions of civilians involved.
He does have more energy. He does have staying power if you're comparing a politician to Jeb Bush. But Marco Rubio, I think, has done really well in the debate. He's always prepared. I don't agree with him on any of his policy positions, but in terms of being specific about policy, he's probably one of the few politicians that's being specific on the Republican side.
You and I agree, but there's so many people who I respect who think
and here's a little poll. You see that poll, folks? What do you say? What do you predict will win? And they have
talking to a seasoned political watcher.
They have that set to Bernie Sanders. 85% say Bernie Sanders. Of course, it's on Iowa. Green here.
No way. And they were pointing out that he looks worse.
There's some audio coming from here.
You see a picture of him. Come on, really? But I mean, the same argument as Jack.
that shares that message. Like Chris Christie is all about, like, I'm so afraid of everything, but I'm going to be a tough guy about it. I'm so scared.
No one
is more afraid than Chris Christie. So Chris Christie and Marco Rubio. At the same time, you have Trump, who touts himself as the strong politician who's going to take on China, and he's going to take on the Muslims, he's going to take on the Mexicans. And he can't handle a debate that's moderated by a woman who might ask him a moderately difficult question.
Yeah. So will it be her time of the month when she asks the question? Yeah.
Well, that's what you guys are right. That's what unites the Republicans. They appeal to fear, and they're largely cowards. And so it's a false bravado, and their voters, they eat it up. They're like, oh my God, I'm just as scared as you are. So, like Marco Rubio is doing a fantastic job of scaring me and appearing scared at the same time. That's my job. I believe this is
one of the people who thinks that there's necessarily any inherent value to having served in the military in terms of your ability to govern the country. I can see how, like many other things, it could be a sign of good character or work ethic or whatever. But for an electorate, the side of the electorate the Republicans are trying to appeal to, that is so crucial, I do think that helps you get with far more than it does to together. They can find two people on the Republican side who had any military experience. Of course, being thinking of Jim Gilmore. That's what I thought you were going to say, but you did military.
Did I miss something about Bush?
Yeah, no.
Which one say? We don't have to listen to this. We're just showing people what's going on.
I would just like to point out something to folks, because I'm watching this stream along with y'all, and I'm in awe.
As they're leaving the polling stations.
The guy, he was just talking now. He's like, well, you know, if you want to be, what he was talking about is being a county or a state delegate. And you notice how it was kind of, he was downplaying it. He's like, well, we got big 10 basketball tournament. You don't want to be in that. Your college students will take care of it.
They're all using the same.
No, college students, I think, are getting the message that they have to step up not only tonight, but we're going to have to continue to step up and fight, because we have to make sure that our delegate counts all the way count in every state that is set up like this. You know, it is a cost-prohibitive thing. I'm not going to lie. It is a cost-prohibitive thing to go to state committees when it comes to something like this. You do have to walk away from your job for 2 or 3 days to take care of all the business. And then if you happen to be a national delegate, which is very rare, but I think that's going to be something that changes this year as well.
That's the thing about this.
That in itself is a $2,000 to $3,000 to $4,000 trip. That right there shows a problem in our democracy, though. The folks that really bust their behind to work hard to get behind their candidate, and they push them through their neighborhood caucus, they push them through their county and their state caucuses, and then they're told, no, you can't afford to go to national, so you get to stay home.
Constitutionally, you're right. But I'm worried about fighting on the Democratic side too, because there's,
is what democracy looks like. But even in democracy, there are a few little things that need to be, for lack of a better term, wrenched. And we need to change a few things in our government. God damn, this is beautiful. But right there, I just wanted to point out the example of those establishment Dems still trying to make sure that the young ones, okay, now you're going to get your win, but know your role, stay in your homes, we'll take care of the state shit. Young people, if you're hearing this across the state of Iowa, stand up, be counted, not just tonight, but when the state convention happens.
Some of their caucus supporters over.
That's what I wanted to cut in and say, because I heard that, and I frankly have heard that too many times in this state in the last 3 months. That's a bunch of crap that guy was saying it like that.
All right, I'm glad you did, but let's show them the results that are coming in that I was pointing to. It was a beautiful rant.
So that they can
take a look at this, folks. The actual color nifty chart is showing up here. Before we go freaking out about the numbers, there are 40%.
Because if he's going to reach the 15% threshold, it doesn't make any sense to me that if it's 1,683%. But theoretically, if it's at 8 or 9 or 10,
that's no results reported are the white areas, and then we have the red for Clinton and the whatever color that is, salmon,
make sure he gets it. For a few percentage points,
for Bernie there,
and they're being
and O'Malley
has something that they're going to do, and it is something that, by the way, both Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton did.
Anyway, that's where he's got 0.8.
Bernie Sanders.
That's where we're at. Lewis, I don't want to. What he's talking about is corruption.
Tomorrow,
that's corruption right there.
O'Malley got 15%.
That's the corruption number, and that's what he's saying. He's saying that this is against your life.
But it's corruption, and campaign. I would say fraud.
Remember the thing we played earlier?
I don't agree. They're saying that they're going to
play earlier with was it FDR?
I think it's false.
I can't remember which other radical great president it was. It was FDR Kennedy who said, they say that it should only be people who understand the government.
I got an idea.
This is run the government. It was Kennedy speaking. And then he said, I say the government that doesn't have the people,
and then like their input. But your vote
doesn't really work,
and mine would count as one.
Not a democracy.
That is radical. I know, it's great. Might come true.
This is what Lou is saying.
All right, so let me explain that.
You have an opportunity,
because obviously nobody,
young adults,
very few people,
to put yourself not only to help vote and help Bernie get elected, and to have him steer the ship, but you can play a greater role. You don't hit steering that ship. Which you can have a job
that if O'Malley gets 5% as he's polling around in that ballpark,
we need you to take those jobs.
Then go to Bernie Sanders or
I want young in office.
That's normally what happens, they get divvied up.
Ancient in office. I want young thinking in office.
Steal those supporters.
Please, that is what we're talking about. Is that when these guys, this is going to happen all across the country, in Iowa, everywhere.
Bernie Sanders, come to my side.
They're going to say this to you.
The only
and he's right. We have a chance to put people we want in office
send some of your people to Martin O'Malley.
Let's do it all around.
Use
all around
round numbers here.
Let's take a look at some of the results, because I can actually pretend to be like CNN.
He's got 12.
Hit the numbers on the board thing.
You can hover on Sanders. Yeah. And give him extra different things. So he says, I want to take 3 of mine, send it over to Martin O'Malley so that he has 15.
So that's definitely,
and then he can officially, like I said, 11%. So 10 of his supporters will not go over to Bernie Sanders. So that's it. See, John views that as
okay. So this is
corruption. I view that as
in Howard County.
If I was serving, that's what
there are 11% reported here.
I think
so. Even in this, that looks ridiculously slanted right now. There's only 11%. One of 9 precincts is reported here, and that's one county. We have all of these counties.
At a point where you can, where that.
So we look at this one here.
By the way, there are actual.
Sanders 100%, but we're looking at 9% reported. 1 of 11 in Alamaki County.
Democrats just report the delegate breakdown.
Another one, 21% reported here. 3 of 14 in Clayton County.
46% right now, with about 5 or 6%.
There's 4 of 35. I mean, I could run through all of these guys and see where they're set, but it looks like we got 6%. It looks like we take a bit.
She already has 2 delegates. She has
what you said earlier, Celeste.
I'm going to 4.
This was gonna take a while.
Okay,
the revolution is not a clean mess.
But it is being streamed.
By the way, about 120,000 people.
And it is freaking beautiful.
In 2012.
Donna, I dropped a couple more links in live production for you. Just some more beautiful photos of the Iowa caucus process. Thank you, Iowa, for turning out.
So,
yes, I'm going to pull those up. Thank you, guys.
Trump leads, he has 35%, Cruz 31, Rubio 14.
I want to piggyback on what you were just saying.
Okay, go ahead. So you want to talk, please?
I know. I'm sitting here looking at, but I'm looking at Eddie, and I really want to say thank you to Eddie. And here's why.
By the way, one other number.
I look at it when Bernie Sanders talks about infrastructure. You know, everybody always thinks that he's only talking about the roads and the bridges, and Lord knows in this state there's guys right now doing a sit-in on a deconstructed bridge because it's one of 2 ways in and out of that town, and it's been sitting there broke for 6 months now.
But it would be interesting to see.
But he's also talking about that infrastructure of investing in the education of the young and making sure they're educated all the way through, because in today's day and age, you need a high school diploma is no longer good enough. You need a college diploma. But he's also talking about the infrastructure of the party.
And so, you know, but they have some of that same energy.
And let's make it quite clear, he chose to become a Democrat to run this because he saw that the Democrats maybe had lost their way, and that the young people had seen, and now he's challenging them to rebuild the infrastructure of that party as well. Now, I'm not a great rah-rah Unite Blue guy, I'm not. But if you young folks really are deciding that this is the way it's going to go, because let's be honest, I'm 20 years ahead of Eddie here. You know, and that's a whole generation that you're going to have these opportunities. You're going to have these chances to change things. It's for you guys to take. It's for you guys to take now. Because so many in the establishment party are 50, 55, 60, 65 years old. As we all see the ratings, we all see the numbers.
Okay, so
it's on you. And he's talking about that infrastructure 3 different ways: physical infrastructure, human infrastructure, party infrastructure.
120 in 2012. Okay.
It is. So thank you, dude. That's great. Gave me a chance to pull up some other images. We were looking at this right here from
election.
Jason Clayworth. Bernie appears to have a big advantage in precinct 56 right now. Lines are long, and I was just thinking about this. I'm just going to make this a supposition.
And they actually modeled
look at this chart
based on those 2
and we were seeing some of the parallels. By the way, my entire media team has. I've got to.
They were right.
It's not. It is not working right now. Everything's kind of locked up on that screen. 8%
for young voters.
And 52 to 46% roughly Clinton over Sanders.
Well, that puts what I was realizing advantage. And so the numbers for Bernie Sanders are so overwhelming. We know that. We see that. We see the lines. We're seeing that evidence everywhere in all these pictures. And as soon as I can grab them out, live production will show more. Here's what that tells me and why I was seeing them show. For those of you who didn't hear, it's very a lot easier. They can go the last 5 elections in an Iowa caucus. We get Hillary out of the way. We have maybe 50, 60 good numbers for Hillary because we've got hundreds upon hundreds of red counts show up the caucus. So that's what's happening here, folks. Low number. Now they're a little bit. We're getting the lower numbers counted first. People who show up overall. This is where the map sits right now. The numbers keep updating. 9%. 165 of 1,683 precincts reported so far. 13%. The white squares are Renault results reported. Red squares are currently where Clinton leads. And that swung the election. Salmonish color, whatever color it is. And somebody tell me what the hell color that is. I can't even call it. So however many young people show up, maybe should brown would certainly make a difference. Anyway. And Microsoft momentum is whatever color that is, that's Bernie Sanders. O'Malley has a brighter red, uncommitted 0.1, which is a very, very small fraction. I don't know what that's been in the past. On the Democratic side, definitely make a difference. And especially in a category like the younger demographic. Let's take a look at this. Which normally doesn't come, but if they're excited, here's another image that we have here. That's why, and a lot of people say it's officially too full at Perkins Elementary. We're getting kicked out to the parking lot. He has a real opportunity. It's a great first stage for him because if there is a political revolution, that right there, folks, let me tell you, that is not the system. Then all they got is that's not an army of people for Hillary Clinton. And again, they're working against. That is not an army of people for Hillary Clinton. That is an army of people for 13. That is what you're 16 or 17. Here we are reporting live for Ramon Castillo via Periscope. So this is Kellogg, Iowa. That was, to me, just it's a little piece of evidence. Here is this looks the revolution quite as strong as we hoped it was.
It's sort of sad that the message from and on this voiceover, you doing that, if anybody out there is hearing this and listening and you're having any problems at the caucuses, 515-277-6073.
So that's
515-277-6073.
Generally, you're right.
And it goes directly to Bernie on the ground campaign folks there, and they will try to help you out.
Yep. And you know what I need to do? I need to do something for me here, Lou. I need you to stay on screen and just talk to people for a minute about that. I need to take this phone call to James because it has to do with the things that are going on. So I really have to take this call for my son. And we don't know.
Okay, do what you got to do. Okay, so here we go. We are looking at, and I can't really see because I don't have glasses on, because quite frankly I haven't paid for a long time. I'd rather have my girls get them. We're looking at somebody's caucus. It just jumped into another screen. This is Brendan's. And Brendan showed mass confusion earlier. I was actually kind of sitting back watching this. It's like, man, all these people are mixed up and they're trying to raise all their hands. That whole plan about making sure all the Bernie supporters get in the corner, well, obviously it looks like in some of these locations there has been so much Bernie support come out, they cannot get them in the corners. That's a beautiful thing to see. To be honest, folks, Iowa, I'm hearing personally from Council Bluffs and Iowa City, and they are fighting. They are trying to get things done. It's looking like nobody's counting chickens. We have not one. I'm looking here on the comment chats. We got Iowa people. Please go out and vote for Bernie. Well, it's a little too late for that, but we wish hopefully they are in the doors. The thing is, he'll do well in college towns, but out in the boonies, probably not so much. That's the Caucus farm. I can actually tell you a positive and true fact. This is freaking Team Bernie, and Team Bernie is we, not he. So we have been telling folks in Iowa, in the college towns, and we're doing the same thing here in Nebraska. If you're registered to vote and you have a home in the state, but it's out in one of those rural counties, go home if you can to help out there. I just saw that comment, so I wanted to throw that out there. That yes, we have been covering that kind of thing as well. Celeste got going. Tad Devine was just on MSNBC. Obviously, we cannot show that.
because there are
numbers, even though they really make no sense. 7 people show up for Hillary's rally. It all comes down to this, guys. It comes down to you get 15% of the total people that are in that room. And that's where some of the questions were about how candidates or campaigns were going to try to force some of their supporters to hope O'Malley just to keep him up. But I think that, quite frankly, we don't need to worry on that with the sights and sounds we're seeing tonight about trying to prop somebody else up to help our own cause. This right here, folks, I mean, we've been talking about the revolution, and Cornel West has been talking about the love train, and Bernie Sanders has been talking about the people's revolution. This right here is evidence of that revolution. Eddie just threw in 10% of the precincts are reporting right now. Clinton at 52, Bernie Sanders at 47. So thank you very much on that. And yes, Joe, if any of you don't know, some of Clinton's top fundraisers are from Monsanto. Yes, that's a true fact. In fact, part of our upper tier campaign management staff is also off the Monsanto lobbying list. But hey, I'm not going to throw mud tonight. Tonight, the time is over for that. It is now time to see where the fight is going into tomorrow. And hopefully, for me personally, it's moving one of these Iowa offices right into the heart of Nebraska. If any of you Nebraska establishment Dems are seeing this, yes, I'm breaking it here first.
When it comes to millennials,
I already told the people coming into this state.
They're not relying on what
I just dropped a link for John in live production, but I wanted to let you know what the Twitter said. Precinct captain here in the college town of Ames says the turnout is twice as much as anticipated. Hashtag IA Caucus.
Well, how are we going to explain this to
Hashtag Bernie will win.
They don't know.
Hashtag Bernie strong.
They're not that savvy. Like the implications.
Hashtag going for Bernie as I kick my computer.
And I thought it was, are you nuts? It's the
here we go, guys. Here we go. You guys just saw it. I just almost ripped my cord of my new headset right out the computer. I've only had this damn thing 2 days.
In a lot of ways.
What do you do?
Right?
We're back up and running. John, hope everything's good now.
Whereas online,
and everything's fine, guys. Thank you for taking over there while I had to just get on the phone there. He's driving back.
All the policies.
Corvallis.
So
to make sure everything is okay.
Sorry, folks. It's so full of ABC News. That's been a
Dropped a bunch of stuff in live production for you.
Yeah, we'll put the video here. I see this is what you're talking about right here, this gentleman right here, right?
That's her position on that.
That would be correct. The last drop in the live production.
All right, we'll play this right now. Thank you for everybody who's still with us. Looks like we still have, wow, we have more than 1,200 viewers, 14,000 paybacks. Thank you all for being with us. This is the political revolution happening right now in America. Let's play this video and see what we've got going on here.
So again,
and we're bringing it to you because we have been bringing it to you. John and this team has been bringing it to you for months. Remember that when they all jump on the train tomorrow, folks. Come on back.
I got a comment before you play this, John. This just got dropped in. I'll bring it over. From Alex Seitzwald. Clinton supporter, right. This is going to be on the phone and you'll see in a bit. Says Sanders is too old. Backfires big time as O'Malley left. Unify again. So there you go, John. There's confirmation of what you suspected is O'Malley people are uniting with Sanders people.
Also happening with
it doesn't surprise me.
There are people who are
because if nothing else, folks, O'Malley is being kind. Right? He's a kind man.
I understand she has a core,
and I'm sorry, in my personal opinion, the attack, the campaign being run by Hillary Clinton is not kind.
One guy who's talking
and her message is not kind.
Revolution.
Her message is not one of love. Her message is not one of peace. Her message is one of can't.
Take your strength, which is I've been here and
not
in the White House
to your expectations
of the
I get things done. That's the message. But yeah, that's a beautiful thing that we're hearing that O'Malley people are lining when they're attacking Bernie on stage. I mean, seriously, folks?
Now,
seriously, you're going to attack? That's just,
I suppose.
I'll throw this out there. Maybe O'Malley folks didn't like hearing for 2 days that there was an app for that. Maybe, just maybe, they're like, hold up, we're not going to be pawns in this game just to benefit you. We have our own views, and we have our own minds, and we're not going to sit here and allow you to waste our time. So if they, and I've talked to too many on home banking that will tell you, yes, their first choice is Martin O'Malley, and they're proud to say it. But they also will say, we see the writing on the wall. We're going to have to make a second choice. That kind of, I'm sorry, that gamesmanship, whatever nice term you want to put it, maybe that just rubs some people the wrong way.
Bernie supporters as Bernie bros.
I think it does. I think you're right.
You see that women in their early 20s are more supportive of Bernie Sanders.
It's at least twice as many as what I anticipated. I'm going to guess that looking around, we'll start to push the limits on the fire marshal code in the air.
What do they call it? The entrance poll.
Star Wars. They push the limits of the fire marshal code in the area because so many people are showing up. That's what's happening across the country for this. And remember, I hate early results. I'm going to show you some early results here from the Des Moines Register. And they have already professed their boardroom approval of Hillary Clinton. We don't know what the actual journalists at the Des Moines Register feel. But here's where things stand. We have numbers here. Hillary Clinton 52 with the percentage of precinct. We'll look at the other map in a second. Bernie Sanders at 46. Ted, Donald there, Marco, whatever. It doesn't really matter on that side of things. We know none of them are actually going to get into office.
So, and that is goes to Anna's point, which is that's why younger voters who are savvier
our cool Iowa map
wildly disingenuous. When you change your tune within 72 hours for political strategy, you're right. That
moving right along, folks.
But Anna's right that
give me a second to reframe this.
Voters don't like
one of these days, I'm going to get me one of those fancy CNN boards with all the magical buttons I can push on it to do cool stuff. This thing here from Microsoft actually has some cool things about it. So we can see it's 5246 with what was reported. And 19% of precincts reported. That is 335 out of 1,683 votes. We've got a ways to go. And it's even more so when you hover over. And look, how strong I would have gone after. Pretty sure these two stronger. You were on the campaign. Like this just shows you the results. There's only 18%, and in Hillary's case, everything of this area reporting right now. With the Yankee fan, she's all 27% just up. So this is how quickly these things are going through. Everything feels wrong. With that said, red tabs, there's only 33% of the voters are responding to heavily political decisions that change the news cycle. And get very excited how they're showing these numbers here.
Okay, I've got to say one quick thing. I'm going to interrupt if you don't mind. Got a little bit of breaking news here. Des Moines, 56th precinct has run out of forms due to high turnout. They are ripping bits of paper into corners. Hashtag Iowa Caucus.
Donald Trump. Now, that whole huge news for Ted.
That is beautiful, folks. That is beautiful. It also is sad because it tells you just how little they were prepared for. We didn't know.
Yeah, don't care about
this. We didn't know how good we could do this.
It's not wrong.
Right?
And here we are doing you guys knew because it might be the only time Ted Cruz ever leaves this race.
Do you know the nicest thing about this, John, is given I'm older than most of you here in our little volunteer group, and growing up in the 60s and the hope that we had and how it was dashed by the 80s that led to where we are now, I have to tell you that having this kind of hope, it feels good. It feels good to see these results. It feels good to see the pictures coming in. It feels good to know that they totally underestimated the turnout.
That we have some poll numbers from the New York
Times. Which means they've totally underestimated the will of the people at this point. As you've heard me say, that dear rich people with money and power who use that to oppress people.
Now let's look at
the people are pissed
right now. According to the New York Times, Trump is ahead.
That's exactly what's happened here. That's exactly what's going on.
And Cruz is at 32.4%. Rubio's at 13.4%.
When they say that, does Bernie have the ground?
That's early reporting.
Here's our ground game in Iowa. Looks pretty badass to me.
We do have
5,000 students.
Stay right here.
At Drake. 5,000 students. Where were they last night? I was shooting Drake. Where were they the other night? 5,000 screaming. That video was beautiful.
Thinking that I would do that in the first 5 minutes.
There was 2 girls. I said, how many of you are here?
Okay, we have
I've never come to your first time caucusing. All these hands. They were amazed at how many hands put up in the air.
John's wondering why they're excited.
We are a show of force.
And we have video on why they're excited. And then I think we're going to hear from Jordan on in Iowa as well. So all that is
nothing
coming up.
They can steal the election.
No. They can steal the election. That does not stop us. Let's be very clear. Stealing the election.
That would just make us angrier at this point.
Absolutely.
And there's a video to go along with the report that I just gave you. I dropped that in live production as well.
I think I got it right here. I can't tell. This is redirecting. No, that's an image. Oh. This is an interesting image here. This is probably not what you were talking about, but we're going to show this really quick. Let me just center on it, folks. This is...
Eddie grabbed that. That's one of his many contributions this evening. Thank you, Eddie.
There you go. CBS News poll, Iowa Democratic voters, first-time caucus goers. Sanders, 59%. Clinton, 38%. That's wonderful. And it doesn't matter. You see these results down here, right? 53-46. They don't matter. They don't matter right now. That's beautiful. That is not what you dropped me, though. We have something else here. Is it the C-SPAN thing? Yeah, here we go. Let's see this. What do we got here? This should load up with the video right here. There we go, folks. This isn't the one you were talking about either, though, is it, Celeste? Oh, sorry, guys. You can't even see it.
No, but it'll work. It'll work. No, I've actually got quite a bit of stuff, and Eddie's got some really good links in there, too.
So you're hearing what that is, folks. That's a chant. That's a chant going on at this caucus. I'm not worried. We are going to take Iowa. This is, and I apologize to everybody in politics who actually knows the right word for that, because I've used many different words because I really don't know what you're supposed to say. We won Iowa. We get the most delegates in Iowa. It's quite bad. I've said take. I've said, I don't know what else I've called it. A couple other names, because we keep crossing back and forth to the fact that we're at war. This is a war. This is a political revolution.
Back on
normally for elections, people don't create volunteer networks out of their house.
What's the latest percentage reporting?
And do stream-a-thons for weekends with volunteers across the world.
And the Republican side is 7%.
Because they're so impassioned by because they're so driven with the rest of the world to finally get our shit together, love each other, kick out the establishment, greedy bastards.
Go and pick the actual
do this country right.
Convention, which is 44 plus 8 superdelegates, 15
you know what, Tom?
overall. So 44 delegates.
Since you mentioned volunteers from around the world, we really need to make an effort to bring Steph and Eric and our other worldwide volunteers on to talk about how they feel about Bernie and why they feel it's important Bernie win from the perspective that they have from their countries. What do we look like? What does our political system look like to them? I think would be fascinating to hear. Plus, they've done a lot of really good work for us.
I did read up on that today.
And this is their victory too.
More liberal, has more.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And
West Iowa,
we lost some of our volunteers to passive to go do some other things.
For example,
we did have a NIS who had a they gave us a Scandinavian perspective. I definitely want to have other people on. The problem really comes down to the fact that we're in triage mode. This is D-Day. And I actually had to cancel. I had to cancel a meeting with Terrence Straits Day. Basically say, I'm sorry, we scheduled this now and we were dumb because we weren't really thinking about the fact that the Iowa Caucus and that we were doing this thing. I wasn't thinking about the fact that Janine, I don't even know that she knew. Janine was going to be busy canvassing in Rhode Island.
There's a few in between.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
we're doing things
she knew you had a group of volunteers who were going to help you pull this off.
Exactly.
So she could go and do what she needed to do in Rhode Island to get Bernie on the ballot.
I also want to come back to the idea of.
That's exactly right. Thank you all for being here. Every one of you in the audience today, 1,333 watching, according to my count, 16,000 playbacks, folks. That's fantastic. I realize this is a long stream, but it's a stream-a-thon.
So I want to go to him.
Until YouTube shuts us down for one reason or another, it's a stream-a-thon. All of your comments, all of this engagement around this helps increase the information, the truth about what's going on with Bernie Sanders and the American Spring.
I haven't seen them at the moment.
The American Spring
yet, so.
We're getting rid of the corruption in our government.
So
we're resetting this democracy. Right? We're adding some socialism. There's already a lot of socialism in our democracy. We're just going to make more of it. Other more evolved nations have done this
outside Sheridan in long line.
This picture that I keep popping up
from what I've been told is going to
left
be
side Hillary Clinton caucus goers, right side Bernie Sanders caucus goers.
And
you can't see it. Unfortunately, the lighting on this isn't that great. I'm going to squeeze down more, hoping you can see what's in here, folks.
Jordan, what did you
There's
call them?
quite a difference
Trumpites
on the Bernie.
I see.
Quite a difference between these two sides. That is encouraging.
Yes, exactly.
He did tell people to attack. If anyone had a tomato, they were supposed to get attacked. And he said, "I'll cover your legal bills." Literally, what happened to them.
Iowa Caucus, screenshot capture. I'm not sure what that is, and I'm sure what those are, guys. So here's a big picture.
Now, are the people standing outside Jordan, are they from Iowa or are they from out of town? Because if they're from Iowa, should they be caucusing for Trump?
So this is Democracy for America. Hey, guys. Sorry, everybody, you're having to wait for me to pull these up. This is slow. Thank you for submitting all the
coming over here from the
Here's Democracy for America. We had Charles Chamberlain on our We the People way back channel 2.
It would be wonderful.
Beautiful turnout for Bernie Sanders at precinct 63 in Polk County, Iowa. Field of the Caucus. That is a massive, massive.
It's not like it's not possible.
All right, that is a massive.
I know that they control the press very tightly at Trump.
You have done America.
Can you guys get anywhere near the
so much. Looks like you are kicking ass all over the place. I know it's cold. I know it's late. I know you
their
will
little
be there.
pen.
I know a lot of you get kicked out of the parking lot. Told you can't be in the building. Violating fire codes or somebody there. That's what we wanted.
I'll get in there. Don't you worry.
Thank you for bearing with it. If I had to do that here, I would have
Fiorina for some reason is
that is what we want. We want a show of force. How many of the people are here for Bernie?
Pretty much the same caucus.
Oh, I see. We're here for all the people, everybody. And Bernie is not about
I have heard that all of
this one's children difference will be between the establishment and the candidate for people.
Both the
we're not dividing
anymore. And the ones that he isn't addressing.
Let's take a look at some of the results.
So he infamously said he wants his 8 months.
32% reporting, folks. I'm going to pull up that map in a second.
To help him with the Iowa caucus.
Yeah. Here we go.
Any report
the latest
from
results
earlier in the day
in the very Hillary in this because of that bright red. But Bernie has actually moved up. Hillary has actually dropped out.
Yesterday we spoke with a lot of people. Both
Sanders is up 47-4. Hillary's 52-0. So we're actually seeing that number shift regardless of the amount of red you are seeing on this screen.
They can lose.
Only 34% of precincts reported total.
People I spoke
554 out of 1,683.
Even if we lose here,
it's 6 p.m.
We got
so
South
7
Carolina
to be exact.
for Tuesday.
And we are
so Bernie Sanders
away.
Iowa voters don't really see
for being
as a possibility.
Louis, you got something to chime about?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to step away and actually take a few phone calls from folks over in Iowa.
If his supporters think they can't,
some of the caucuses are just not getting.
They might be even more dispirited.
Wow. So these numbers could be very wholly inaccurate.
I mean, young people.
I'm telling you that, quite frankly, folks, that we don't know. This might not be like 2012, where we knew the results by 8:30, 9 o'clock. Obviously, that's 23 minutes from now.
You know what?
This might be like 2008, where we are, and John, I don't think anybody here is proposing this. This might be 10:30, 11,
so I don't know if it's representative of the whole
Central Standard Time before everything is figured out.
I think the young people that I spoke to definitely
thank you, Iowa.
Thinking that
thank you, Iowa. Seriously, just
okay. I know you spoke to some Ted Cruz supporters as well. what's your sense of the Republican side?
This is beautiful, guys. And thank you to everybody in here that's all working together. Sean and Eddie and Celeste and Doc, let's get it done. And to our compods, I want to make sure Cynical, Saturn, I'm pretty sure I saw a couple of guys. Thank you, all of you. Because without everybody together, working together on this, this don't get done.
I spoke with a married couple, actually.
That's right.
After getting into it a little bit.
I wish I had a separate camera. I wish I had a separate feed just to keep this up.
Donald Trump is just.
I don't know what this because what I've seen is it's starting to turn
representative of
a lot less red.
They didn't so much feel that.
We're gonna watch this change color.
Cruz's campaign was
We're just
over.
gonna watch this get a lot lighter.
Loses Iowa.
That's what's starting to happen.
After Iowa, but most of them felt.
Definitely get some great shots of that, John, so we can do a timeline.
Ted Cruz ground over
At the end, we'll
better than anyone
timeline together and show it. Shit.
From Sunday.
Okay, yeah, no problem, Sean. I'll just
I also,
really
which you'll see probably in a day or two.
I could if we were running something else.
No, I can't do
interesting
it
interview
with
with a young
comment.
I think he was with the family
Right,
research.
I could if we were just running the street game sexually. Kind of got to talk and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I see. Yeah, but you know, it's okay because we just have those separate recorders. I'm sure this will all be in time lapse by then. I'm not, but just take a look at it, guys.
It's fine.
And
Hillary
look at
Clinton 52.
So Clinton's now down 51-7. Sanders up 47-7. O'Malley's remained about the same. Actually, I think he gained. O'Malley was a .8, and now he's no, I'm sorry, he lost. I think it was a .08. O'Malley's pretty low. We're at 35%, 592 of 1,683 precincts reported 37%, 628 precincts just reported. That's I won't knock Microsoft. I like that instant reporting. Makes it a lot easier for us folks to watch how this is going.
And then,
it makes it a lot easier.
In the fall of 2007,
down 51.5.
Hillary Clinton had a 24.
Sandstorm Comedy. You want me to run that? You guys want me to just keep talking here? You want me to run a Bernie video? We can pull up Magnum DB9. You guys can track this yourselves if you want a video. We could run the Bernie Georgetown. It looks like this is going to go for a little bit. Let me know what you guys want to do. We're here to support Iowa. But honestly, guys, right now, at this point, there's nothing much for us to tell Iowa. All the Iowans are big. I don't know, is there anything more we can do for them, other than cheer them on, watch some stuff, watch the results? They're pretty much locked in and counted, right? This is it.
It's a hard dog. It's salient.
This is it, folks.
But what changed?
There's nothing we can do now.
So
there's nothing. All we can do now is sit back, encourage them, because a lot of them do have smartphones. A lot of them are in there, and they are still getting notes from home and from their friends, you know, that maybe aren't in the Caucus, maybe in other states, especially when we talk about those college kids. Bernie's strong. He hasn't sold us out. Do not sell us out. Bernie's strong. The other thing, Bernie will win in Iowa. Bernie will win Iowa. Those are the two hashtags now. Bernie's strong, and Bernie will win Iowa.
Hey, this guy can
guys.
And this guy
do this, and I believe you are. I'm seeing. I think the whole world is seeing. The whole world is watching. That used to get chanted a lot. The whole world is watching. And through social media, through John's genius, and the patents of engagement broadcasting, the whole world is watching. Thank you. Thank you for everybody that's sending pictures and tweets and streams to us, to @Bernie2016TV on Twitter.
Thank you all so much.
I'm going to show the map. I thought I had Magnum DB loaded up. I thought I had Field of Burn Sandstorm coming loaded up. I do not. And the server is running really freaky slow.
So we'll just come back to Jordan. Thank you for your reports.
Pay attention to the map while I get
after the results. We'll come back to Jordan and Jimmy.
Figured out here, guys. I apologize for that.
Any last thing you want to add?
I was just going to say, for Bernie, I think the most important thing
are just
he wins the corner, just now
starting to get everyone in
to actually cover the movement behind him.
Yeah, I'm hearing that in some of the caucus locations, an hour past the time that they're supposed to lock the doors and cut off the lines. There are so many of some of these caucus sites. New registrants, the new. And don't get it confused. Here in Nebraska, it's the same deal. You can register at the Caucus site itself, but we've been recommending to people to sign up early so that there is no problems, there's no surprises. But it is a possibility. It is a right to be able to sign up on that night. It is a right to change tonight, and there are some that have changed from Republican to Democrat just to get in on
whatever his message was.
And so
easily count him out. That's how money wins in politics. If you're wondering, like, why are these low-seed guys like Scott DeJarlais in Tennessee
that are really standing and saying,
the guy says he's pro-life, but he's
people united can never be divided.
Buy 3 abortions. Well, if he has so much more money than his opponent, I don't know
to hear them chanting in the halls, feel the burn, in the midst of the
hear that he got those 3 abortions.
Nobody's going to hear chanting, waiting to get in. We're here for Bernie.
So much more free media that a guy like Donald Trump doesn't have to spend a lot of money in
Minnesota at the Democratic National Convention this summer,
Fox News and MSNBC ad infinitum,
without
enthusiasm. All the free media.
And there's only so many ads. The Democrats can kiss whatever they want in their party for the general election. Goodbye.
So now,
the down ticket. Goodbye.
If you win Iowa, well, that's
here's
when
your proof, folks.
That's when the press.
You wanted proof. All you establishment Democrats about his electability.
So it's so.
And you question and question and question. All you pundits question.
Bernie Sanders to win it, so you get
pictures are worth 1,000 words, and we got freaking videos, and we're playing them here on Bernie 2016 TV.
He is a viable candidate,
that's
as opposed to
Magnum DB 9.
We told you Sanders
Feel the burn.
He made
9. The sandstorm. Sorry, Magnum DB. Feel the burn 9.
He's not viable.
Sandstorm coming.
And if you get that spin coming out of the free media, well, then that's not as positive. And so that's why it makes a big difference. That this whole thing
he's a self-described Democratic socialist from Vermont. Got his political start in the mayor of Burlington.
The last thing I said right before we got on air was,
I don't know, unlike the presidential candidate taking on the biggest honor the Democratic Party has ever seen. One poll shows it down 60 points. I don't know if Bernie Sanders could beat Hillary Clinton.
You almost have to feel sorry for Bernie.
And then you
Burnout is a head short by a long shot. They don't see Bernie Sanders as a real threat. He's not going to be the nominee. South Carolina Clinton crushes him in national polls by more than 40 points.
That's why this election in Iowa,
even Democrats admit he may not be their best shot.
I might have to say he's not going to be the nominee. Bernie Sanders always had.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders may be gaining a little bit of momentum as he seeks to challenge Hillary Clinton. Cruz may be gaining traction.
Look at Bernie Sanders' rise. Tripling his support. The hottest thing in American politics right now is a socialist. That is a rocket ship. I don't think we've seen more enthusiasm for any candidate under 35.
Senator Bernie Sanders drew a monster crowd.
3,000 in Minneapolis, 5,000 in Burlington.
We know what Bernie Sanders wants, and a lot of the Democratic Party, let's be honest, they want it too. This morning, Clinton is feeling the bird.
During the scaring of Clinton's camp,
Bernie Minton drawing larger crowds than every candidate running, possibly as many as 10,000 people. We're worried about him, sir. It was another full house for Senator Bernie Sanders. He could win Iowa, he could win New Hampshire.
He's chipping away at
a statistical tie at 28,000 people in Portland.
Sanders is a sensation. Roughly 70,000 people lined up. Here in Iowa, Bernie Sanders was greeted like a rock star.
The crowd is really slow. These people are very excited. It's kind of like Woodstock. Below 50%. Clinton's lead is now down to single digits.
Clinton has lost a third of her supporters.
Sanders is nearly double his support. He has an electable agenda. Bernie Sanders beating Clinton in New Hampshire.
Sanders gaining 18 points. What's thought to be the longest of long shots with a commanding lead. Bernie Sanders could get elected president. Hillary Clinton is feeling the burn. Checkmated by Democratic Socialist Senator Bernie Sanders on fundraising.
It's a record-breaking weekend for Bernie Sanders.
Who's going to win out? Caucus?
Bernie.
Bernie Sanders running against literally our structure.
Bernie Sanders getting his first endorsement from a member of Congress.
He just raised $26 million. He has got 1 million individual donations, and he reached back much earlier than Barack Obama did. Congressman Keith Ellison says he will support Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
No one could predict the huge crowds and the surge of popularity for Bernie Sanders, a man who's been around the block fighting for poor and working class Americans. Who won the debate? Foreign policy. 59%.
Bernie Sanders won this debate.
Economic issues. Sanders had a whopping 72%. Bernie Sanders won the debate tonight with 75%. Huge margin.
He's got the support, the kind of enthusiasm and often count on Caucus night. Sanders is poised to reach another major benchmark. He has now collected more than 2 million contributions, and Sanders has picked up his biggest labor endorsement to date. The 700,000 member Communications Workers of America, the million-member Progressive Group Democracy for America, announced that it too is throwing its support behind the Democratic challenger. This is 2% of the election that hasn't been long in 40 years declares Bernie Sanders will be our next president.
As for watching contributions limited to others, anybody in America, Bernie Sanders is nipping the hell from his heels. Sanders does better against the Republicans than Clinton.
Clinton leads Donald Trump by 8 points. Sanders leads him by 13. In New Hampshire, Clinton is ahead of Trump by 1 point, but Sanders tops him by 19. Breaking news right now, we've got a race beat Clinton in both states, while Sanders still beats the Texas senator. Bernie Sanders with his biggest lead yet. Hillary Clinton dancing on Ellis, seemingly without a care in the world.
Bernie Sanders is igniting a flame of voter support. There's no doubt that Bernie Sanders has built something real. He's faster just a little bit. Daniel, I can't get over here. Bernie Sanders was purple and the whole country was purple. Make no mistake. He has a momentum right now compared to where he was just a few months ago. I mean, it's a lot of people are feeling like
Sanders traveled to Birmingham, Alabama, to overflow crowds.
That's where he's waiting. This is incredible. I would hate to see what Bernie Sanders is strong, but he had a good campaign. The momentum continued over Senator Bernie Sanders. Check out this post. CNN Heavy Water. Bernie Sanders up 27 points.
13 days ago, it's Hillary Clinton's nightmare scenario. There is no way to describe these new New Hampshire numbers other than stunning.
People would think that Bernie Sanders is like the your target right now. So I'm not since we're Queen 16 is all about.
This is called inevitability. I'll fight you on the top.
When we come together as a nation, when we say enough is enough, when we say there is nothing, there is nothing.
Turks, be a member, you get all the shows, get all the network shows, and you get them ad-free. You also get the So on the Democratic side, Bernie Sanders has a state that is very favorable to him in Iowa. That's because right now, as things stand, he is not polling as well with minority voters.
Feel the burns,
especially after Iowa is very white.
We've been playing this stuff since the very beginning. It's really awesome.
Iowa is
and he's one of the guys who never monetizes his stuff. He does and shows up later. Thank you so much for those updates, man. So many of you have made so much incredible material by Hillary because mainstream media isn't doing that. They make sizzle reels for Hillary. They won't make sizzle reels for Bernie. That's beautiful. That's beautiful candidate. More than 1,400 people watching online right now.
He didn't win there.
Staring into
He's
my
not going to
office.
win in South Carolina, which is not a good state for him.
We've got hey Eddie.
John's, of course,
you want to say something? Can you?
As things stand now, and has been
hanging out with you guys.
It was a giant
my friends.
Point swing in a short
results so far.
Back in 2008.
Yeah, right now I'm trying to maintain the Sanders for president. On African American voters. The live thread that you showed earlier.
Barack Obama was African American because he was African American.
So it's pretty crazy right now. We actually have some update. Maybe have an update. It became 44% reporting. Hillary Clinton has 51.3%. Bernie Sanders 48.2%.
He was literally born in Kenya.
And I think there's a delegate list somewhere around here that he has about. Hillary's leading by only 15 delegates.
The perception was,
or about 10 now.
Iowa, where it's so white,
you look at it.
Maybe he can win anywhere.
Yep, that's awesome. Thank you, Eddie. That's great news, and it coincides perfectly with our map there.
For a guy I believe in that's going to bring change, etc. And now that I think 83 can actually win.
So you can see those numbers updating, and you can see how that number is increasing for Sanders, decreasing for Clinton. And then now on the Republican side, we want to get in Democrat. O'Malley holding steady at almost 5%. And as I predicted, you guys, it looks to me like it's going to get a lot more lighter and a lot less red
on the Republican side. It's a very purple state overall. There's a lot of surprisingly large numbers of liberal voters in Iowa.
I'm just, because I'm following Iowa with Bernie, because I know most of the accounts that we're talking about with Aiden, and pushing this out originates from Iowa with Bernie. They just retweeted something in the last 5 minutes.
Hence,
if this is true, and I'm not going to throw it to you to throw on the screen, but if this is true, this is the exact impact of the revolution. A man named Baycran, sorry bud, that's his Twitter handle, at BAYKRAN, I'll throw it out there for folks. I'm in Fairfield Ward 2 for Bernie.
But it's interesting, in the South
369 out of 475 participants.
Than Iowa.
It is.
475 people showed up.
The South is very religious and very
369 left.
Yeah, I hear you.
Thank you. So that's beautiful. That's fantastic.
Well, that's fantastic. Keep in mind,
that's good news. However, I need to read the statement that we just received from Angela. I don't know how certain this is. Please tell people to remain at their caucus until they have been verified. Final voting has happened. We are being told that some supporters are leaving before the final count, and that's why their precinct was close. This may be true. I don't know. This is just somebody saying this. They're getting messages from other people within our base. So please, folks, do not leave. I know it may be cold, but do not leave unless you are absolutely certain your vote has been counted. I have no idea how that's taking place within the Caucus area. I just want to throw that out there in case something like that is going down. Just want to make sure we have there. We don't know. We really don't know all of the ways that establishment may try to rig this game. They've done it before. I'm not suggesting that anything is going to happen tonight. I think the will of the people is so strong, so massive, based on that number that Lou just said. Yeah, of course, right? That's what we know. But let's make sure that all of your voices are counted. Because that's lost votes and miscounted votes. Oh, we've heard that before. I heard that before in 2000.
We're halfway there.
With the Jeb Bush machine. Holy, it's okay. That's, I've heard that game around 3.
Let's continue to read. They're only at 20.
Iowa, it's not snowing there yet. I know that. Okay.
There was snow on the ground, man. There was snow on the ground.
There's snow on the ground. It's old snow. I got snow on the ground still in the backyard. But it's actually been warm. The snow is supposed to come through Nebraska before it hits Iowa. That's why I've been personally sitting here like, okay, when's it going to hit? When's it going to hit? When's it going to hit? Because it's supposed to hit here first and then 3 hours later there. It is cold there. Guys, it's not like the blizzard has hit. So make sure that the Bernie blizzard is the one that's hitting tonight in Iowa. Then you get home safe. Everybody celebrates the win. We talked to Dr. Franz this morning. I mean, he even said himself, he's like, yeah, I got my power bubbly setting aside. It's like, I don't get the rest. So I don't get the rest in Iowa, but I got to set it aside. Let's not count our chickens. Yes, I saw the same thing from Angela. Angela, thank you very much for throwing that out there. That is very folks. Make sure the final count and they say you're done before you go walking out. You know, let's make sure all the votes count tonight. Back to you, John.
Thanks, Lou. We're going to run through some of the pictures here while we're biting nails. Get Lou off the screen for a second and show you some of the images that they're posting to me in our Slack environment. Here's Bernie Sanders with his family. They're watching from a Holiday Inn. My understanding is that other candidates are slightly different accommodations. Here's an image from one of the caucus areas. I don't know where. It's just a Twitter picture. There is a shit ton of people there, and the numbers that Lou is saying indicate otherwise. I'm sure it's across the state.
I gave the update earlier on. Second update. Jim Gilmore was.
That's the people. They can't stop us. We can do anything we damn well please.
They were
because we are the 99.
I just wanted
there they are watching it. And who was it? Was it useless? Says, you rather not watch Bernie 2016 TV.
When he's taking a nap.
I know.
As opposed to deep reps.
Yeah, there's another picture for you guys.
He takes a nap on top of a hill.
I know. We have been told
so I just wanted
that Bernie Sanders is aware
and how
of our
frustrating it
and
is
when
he's really the only candidate on the Republican side that every once in a while would make some sense, especially when it came to foreign policy. And the Republican Party is like, no,
I'm not going to expect him to know what we are, who we are.
We want a guy who's
the people that we work with within the grassroots organization, they are very appreciative of what we do, and that's why we work with the grassroots.
By the way, I think this is trending.
And 55% reporting, 48.3 Sanders, 51.2 Clinton. Those numbers continue to get closer together. Clinton continues to lose ground, and Sanders continues to gain ground as they manage to count the massive,
you have a choice between Rand Paul or Ted.
Tell the establishment enough is enough.
I don't care.
No, they're not the same. They're not the same.
Thank you all for being here. By the way,
incredibly dumb.
By the way, I'm looking at this here. Yes, it's freaking awesome. Bernie is going to win. Yes, Bernie. Yes, my God, there were so many people. More than 1,400 of you guys. Somebody said 700. I think that's right. 1740. Hi guys. This is history.
Not in a zillion.
You know, he's the only candidate on the Republican side that doesn't want to go in and preemptively invade Middle Eastern countries.
Right here, with us today, everything going on.
My sight.
This is history.
Only living doctor.
This is a monumental step forward in mankind and in humankind, in the human species evolving beyond knuckle-dragging, dino-thinking, beat each other up for profit.
Talk about here in terms of overall. So
around the world, we're
heading in. We said that
we know
seem to have about
anywhere between establishment governments from everywhere. It's time for the elite 1% to recognize in order for them to survive, we must Caucus,
and she has
and
a 3 point.
We are going to let everybody
perhaps
equals together,
not so off.
And that is what this is about. That first step right here, as we watch the numbers continue to climb,
as they should. 58.4. They're right.
I'm sorry, I'm reading. Boy, I'm tired. 51.1 for Clinton,
why they might have been
48.4%.
Mentioned earlier in the show.
Continue to see those numbers
20 to 50%
get closer together. Hillary continues to lose ground. Bernie continues to gain ground
in the last,
and that map continues to get more
election cycles.
We'll go with peach.
I have decided who they're going to vote for in the last 3 days.
56% reporting.
Can't capture that.
That is 958 precincts out of 1,683.
Right? If you're making up your mind. As you're driving to the poll.
I'm going to say this one.
And then the other things that can make a difference is enthusiasm.
Now,
Jimmy Dore's in Iowa for us. He reports great enthusiasm.
There is other reporting out there. The Des Moines Register is also showing. They also have a whole thing going on and something else. They're doing live coverage.
You can have
if you want to watch that coverage, it's there. We're not trying to be partial there. If you want to watch the coverage on TYT, I know they're doing something there, and I know those guys do great material, and maybe they have some interviews and stuff going on. The point is to share all the media we can around the world that we can find. It's independent media. It's mostly going to be independent media like us. TYT, anybody in the Ring of Fire Network, Tom Hartman, TV, Democracy Now, starting to learn all these guys' names. The other people that have been around for a long time, a lot longer than Bernie 2016 TV, and these guys have been reporting the truth
to pay people
for a long time.
You have enough volunteers to help you.
And we, the people, one of the things that we need to do, and yeah, I'm going to go off on this just a bit. One of the things we need to do is recognize independent media. We have to help independent media become mainstream media. I'm going to show the map here and tell you about something. I used to work in I want to call it the music industry, but it's basically the music retail industry. But in music retail follows the cycle of the music industry, and the music industry has a very repetitive cycle. And that cycle has to do with education. You go through cycles of complex and produced music, and then it gets broken down into the underground sound, which usually starts back at some kind of a simplistic music, which is a shake off, a resistance from the establishment mainstream music, which has now become complex. It's this continuing cycle.
one member of the panel has now made a bold
It's very predictable.
It is TYT style,
and we are ready to evolve in that cycle.
As is Bankowicz's want from time to time.
We are ready to evolve in that cycle. That cycle has happened before, where the independent media became the truth because corporate media was not telling the truth. We are the new muckrakers. And there's websites out there called the New Muckrakers. There's a Detroit.
And they're like, okay, now we've
press. We get a lot of good information from
now. Let's count the other 5,000
out there. We need to acknowledge these independent media networks. We need to start.
It's not. If this were, let me rephrase. So, if this is in any way the votes in these
27 precincts out of 1,683
are counted once they're
We've been with you all day.
Normal. Like
and we'll stay with you until we have the final result.
If there's some
we are here to support Iowa. We're here to support the 99.
Are you backpedaling from your prediction?
Lots of you joining us tonight. Thank you for being here.
Hey, don't say that.
What's up?
The final result thing, shit, if I remember correctly, the 2012 Republicans, it took them 11 days, John. I mean, Jesus, yeah, geez, man, I mean, we got raccoonized just about everybody on the Bernie 2016 TV. Can you imagine us in 11 days, and we would be filming our own Walking Dead.
Nice for him.
Yeah. Just to point that out, but
so what do we? I mean, we're not going to get like final.
No, we're going to get it every once in a while. Once in a blue moon, it gets so down to like a few votes, just like the Florida thing, where it just got down to a few votes and everything had to be recounted. 2012, if I'm right, the Republican caucuses, which are also happening tonight. Frankly, I don't care. But the Republican caucuses, it actually took them 11 days to verify the results in 2012 about who was going to face Barack Obama. So, let's not wish that one in. Let's not wish that one in.
Do his people actually, are they going to vote?
Oh, and no spoilers on The Walking Dead either, because I haven't caught this season yet. I've been feeling burnt.
I don't watch, I haven't had time for any of that stuff. I'm not watching that stuff now.
He has no volunteers.
That's why I asked that. We have a planet to save. We have a planet to save, folks. That's what's on my mind. Saving this planet, making sure that we have a good place to live. We're looking at the results here. We're looking at 61
what is going to be the Republican establishment reaction?
1,027 precincts out of 1,683.
Trump Cruz interplay, right?
50.9.
Who shouldn't?
For Clinton, 48.5 for Bernie Sanders. And this is obviously going to keep changing all night. Let me know what you want to do here. Looks like we're losing some folks. And that's okay. Find something else to do. That's fine. We're just going to be here all night to support Iowa. Looking at this chart.
Minutes here. We'll be right back, so stay with us.
Anybody?
9.
9? Alright, Eddie. Well, give me 1 sec, guys. What I need to do then is, I need to shift. Dem race too close to call. Really? If that's a line for one candidate versus the other, I'm not sure. Maybe right now. That's it was a Rand Paul, Jeb Bush, interesting right there. That's a nice screenshot, everybody, of what's going on. Looking at the results from the Des Moines Register here, see where they have it at. Apparently, Ted Cruz with 29%, Trump at 26. Those guys are sort of close there. And we're looking at this is in terms of and then looking over here at delegates, the Democrats there, 21 for Hillary, 15 for Bernie Sanders. And that's showing 51-2, 48-4 on that, and the total number of votes got coming in. There's another one here. Here's another graph that they have, folks, with the numbers. This one's claiming Hillary at 50-97 and Bernie at 48-48. You can see they're all a little bit different. We'll cut back to this one. We've got the squares going from red to peach as quickly as possible. And 50-48 to 48-6. And we're with you.
They are smaller than
Iowa. That's why we're here. If anybody wants to, please use the hashtag.
I don't know why you would know that.
Bernie.
Right.
Caucus
Martin
for Bernie
is
and Iowa today, and Bernie Strong.
He has not been able to muster any
push out media, continuing to engage online is how we amplify our voice together, and how we make sure that what we have to say, the truth, is louder than the misinformation being pushed out by corporate media, by the establishment. Anything going on? And we're going to take a look and see we've got some new pictures updated. Yep. I love this little screenshot. I'll show you guys. I don't know if this is
exactly 2 points. 50.7 to 48.7. 63% in. So let me understand the 5-8 yeah.
Hillary Clinton for president? Did you mean Bernie Sanders for president? Yes, we did. We most certainly did. That is very
46. So, and now,
lots of links.
Irrelevant again, but just for fun's sake. Started at 7 points, came down to 4, came down to 3, now we're down to 2 points. All I'm saying is, here comes Bernie. Okay. Now, how much fun would it be if
the video of some caucus action there? That tax room, that's what we're seeing all over Iowa right now. Is a tax room. People saying that they are being kicked out, having to go to the parking lot, being told that they're going to, the fire marshal codes are there's too many people in the building.
Will be either
They did not expect this kind of turnout. And that is awesome. That is what we wanted to hear. That is the 99.
Well, Scott Washington getting a new
65% reporting 1,094.
I'm pretty sure it ain't
out of 683 in the Iowa
at the Microsoft
Democratic
Center
in 6:39 p.m.
And
I'm John Ellis. Jimmy, what in the back room is Sean Porter.
Well, I did talk to someone from the DNC. They wouldn't say it on the record, but off the record, they predict that Martin O'Malley will finish fifth behind uncommitted and Michael Dukakis.
Thank you for being here. More than 1,400 of you with us. 20,000
Yeah, that's what I wanted to tell you. I wanted to tell you two more things that I noticed
from around
on the campaign trail.
And I know we have a great
line about how he's so unliked, and there's the videos surfacing where even Jeff Bush look at him on the stage after a debate. We've seen that video, and everyone hates him. He can't get another GOP senator to second any one of his motions in the Senate. So he's turned that now, and what he says is, just like Ronald Reagan. Just like he was hated by the establishment because he went against the establishment in primary Gerald Ford. They also hate me because so he's portraying himself literally as the new Ronald Reagan.
Less than a 2-point difference now.
In years, people will have, like they have tattooed Ronald Reagan on their bodies. They will have Ted.
It's getting
so. I just thought that was, it's like it's half brilliant, half psychotic. That he's doing that because my own. But they hated. They might have hated Ronald Reagan because he primaried someone. But they hate Ted Cruz because they're working with him. That's two different reasons.
And I discovered that during that time I also
want to make a quick point at the Bernie rallies. It seems like the crowds, and I know this might sound funny, it's like the crowds have more enthusiasm than Bernie has. And it's not because of his age. It's because he comes. I said this when I saw him in Los Angeles, and I'll say it again. He's got shitty speechwriters. He doesn't know how to communicate a point. You can't get people to cheer off a negative line. So instead of being against something and being angry at something, you have to give them a reason to be hopeful, which he does, but not enough. And the way he states how he's going to pay for colleges, I'm going to put a tax on Wall Street. It's about time they bailed us out because we bailed them out. But it sounds like you're punishing them instead of, hey, this really wouldn't be a blip to them if he explained how much Wall Street actually made. I think it would be a much more effective argument. I've been saying that since I saw him in Los Angeles. He has a horrible way of getting his points across, handing attack ads on a platter to people. And so I just want to make that point again. Even the people they had introduced Bernie last night, the actors and the musicians, they were full at public speaking, and they really, the audience was there waiting to hear, and they still did, but they weren't given the sugar that they wanted. So I don't know how important that is, but I do know it's important that Bernie is communicating ineffectively. He wins a few times last night. Me, right? So I'm pretty left. So I'm going to actually I'm going to write down how he should communicate that idea, and I'm going to give it to Bernie. We'll see if he listens. I hear he likes the people. I have one more thing I like to say. When we were at the Ted Cruz event today, Brett Bozell was in front. His cameraman was in front of us, took down his went behind him, and then he took his camera, went behind us, and Brent Bozell came up and said, "You know, you're ruining my shot. That's real nice. Thanks for ruining my shot. Real nice."
Yeah, that's somebody
when he went by right behind me, he was talking during his speech. I kept turning around while he was live
production. To me, trying to get you a link to pay attention to. It's actually at a caucus and O'Malley's people are not learning.
And then, hey, TYT, I'm sorry, guys. Put it in the shop. It was great.
And it's
so I don't know if anybody got video of that, but I would like to see.
Good. Can I put you on the accuracy there? The most sustained organization.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's the guy from Fox.
Brett Baer
from Fox.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that guy. No, not Brett Baer. It was a different guy, but he was from Fox, so I got the guy's name.
Look for something from Janine. While you do that, I'll just go ahead and advertise for.
I listened to our piece while I was talking about Hillary Clinton being confronted about the student
so anyway, so that was, I'll have to go back and get that guy's name. No, it wasn't that.
During the question, he started by saying that
that's an excellent report.
And during the interview, she talked about it, saying.
So anyway, that's really all I have for you right here. Again, Martin O'Malley predicted to finish fifth behind Michael Caucus and Uncommitted.
And
that's really all I have for you right now. I understand Ben has already called it.
Well, I mean,
but from what I understand is they're not going to be counting the votes in the normal
here very
so
well
that
all we've done is nothing but find her untrustworthy. And she's got to stick to her guns, I guess. But it's pretty interesting that they brought it up. So she said that she got touched upon being attacked more than anyone else.
There's an Asian reporter, and he's screaming in the Asian.
We're not looking for that anymore. We're actually going to cozy up with everyone and learn to work with them. And we have that with Obama to some extent. And she might be wanting to run for a third term of Obama, but we want more change than that. So.
And everybody starts to do his report, and he's shouting, right? But he has a microphone on. He doesn't need to.
That was from NPR.
And when he starts shouting, everybody starts looking like, what's wrong with this guy? And there's a lot of fun happening here, too, you guys. You're not the only ones having a good time.
That's all right. I hear you. Thank you, Jimmy.
All right. You're welcome. Michael Scher and I are going out and buying socks later.
Here that Janine grabbed the link for. That's what we're going to now, guys.
We are, and we're going to get a kerchief that matches our tie.
We'll hear what it sounds like. This is C-SPAN action. Love to hear reports from Michael Scher. All right, what's the latest poll?
All right, so with 67% reporting, Hillary's at 50. Well, how many months left? How many are 48.7?
People walked out the door.
Some people walked out the door.
I have
no, we didn't
Well, he made up that he got all right. So this is very soon we're gonna have to have a conversation about what happened. Right? Everybody in agreement? We lost three. That only New York Times is reporting came back wrong. All right. So and the Turks were saying that it was from their website. They found that. I wanted to address a couple things that Jimmy So, you guys not just go with a negative message.
Again,
this is borne out not just by experience, but by polling.
And the numbers
for example, in the country, there is that there is they are more likely to take action. And this is actually what to take is to round up caucuses. So there's some chance that what Jimmy's pointing to, the negativity pointing out the true and dire circumstances of the country, unintentionally dispiriting to some Bernie Sanders supporters. And they should, in a savvy presidential campaign session, to do some polling based on that. And then come back. I didn't get the rest number. So that's a like downside of where we're going to go.
If you want to
slight downside is I know to get into things that might be a little bit more effective.
If you want to challenge those results and do another count.
Messaging, in some cases, just frame things in a way that would be appealing to maybe voters that are kind of on the fence. But when it comes to us,
right on the money. So
right?
people opt out.
So that is
right on the money.
but here's the thing, it's like messaging, but if they only, when it comes to
I will announce the total and then you can challenge it.
If they only count the people who join their group, they're not getting a full count. And they were saying they need to actually count every individual body, not just every individual body.
Oh, wow. I'm telling you how that works. If you want to challenge it, then challenge it.
All right. It just does not happen.
Really?
Everybody pay attention to what they're talking about. There's no reason to question, no reason to renumber it.
Votes ahead of Donald Trump.
O'Malley, 0. Clinton, 232. Sanders, 224. For a total of, hold on, 456. We lost 3 people in the melee, apparently.
It is far more likely that Marco
I understand there may be some consternation about the count. If anybody wishes to challenge that for a recount,
based on where these votes are left.
Is there a second? Hold on. Is there a second?
Well,
there's a second.
But
we will have a majority vote, and we will see how that plays out.
Well, and we're also. I mean, we're going to talk about
Earl's eyes.
We definitely talk about
vote yes, you want a recount. If you vote no,
Hillary wins. I mean, she might win.
Don't want a recount. Does that make sense? Everybody understand what we're voting for?
3.2. You know, which is sort of what we expected if we were to lose about that much. But I mean,
the eyes of the world are on you right now. You better play this straight, bud.
Where I saw
change the delegate map. There are only 9 delegates.
During the debate that happened while he was very
I cannot believe it will change the delegate map. But that being said, I could be wrong.
And it looks like it's incredibly likely that he's going to lose.
All in favor of a full recount.
He is going to have to
raise your hand
on his 10 call-ins per day to Fox.
All
and,
against
a
full recount. Raise your hand.
He's going to have to.
The nays appear to have
You said, "Oh, we don't win anymore in America." It turns out neither do you react.
You have so bear with me a second to help do the math to report this. Unfortunately, the reporting app is not working appropriately, so I have to do it by hand.
We were talking about ground game in Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton, and if Hillary Clinton has more money and she has a better ground game, it could make a difference.
Is that the reporting app that was created by Microsoft?
That would be the reporting app that was created by Microsoft that has been in question for about 4 freaking days. And no offense, I would also like to just add. And hey, I'm not claiming shenanigans. That's not the point of this tonight. This is about positivity. So let's call it what it is.
Oh, he has an air game.
It was real simple. I mean, no offense. There was anybody that heard those numbers, there's over 400 people in that room.
But at some point,
there is no way that man just ascertained that the Bernie Sanders folks, who obviously to all of us asked for a recount.
This is politics 101 getting out the vote.
When he put it up for yay or nay on doing a recount, that he was able to count 400 hands and ascertain that the nays
I'm a businessman.
won so directly.
No, actually,
if the numbers split between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton were actually, if I wrote it down correctly, within 15 of each other.
Companies that he ran. He was good at
guys. This is exactly why we were telling you stay there all the whole time. I am personally telling you, do not leave until you watch all the Hillary people leave. Please don't. Watch him leave.
He was abysmal, and that's why
this is about us. This is about us taking our democracy back.
Playing out here, especially in a caucus.
And all of you just got an example right there on Bernie Sanders of him rolling his eyes about a recount.
459 participants. That gets on Sanders 4.39. With the 232 for Clinton doing the math,
you get 4.55. The rules then say for anything above 0.5 you round up, or below 0.5 you round down.
As the volunteering type.
4 delegates for Sanders, 5 delegates for Clinton. Do I hear any objections?
If he said, "Hey, let's go,"
okay, I need Carol and Elizabeth.
And I think the Trump voters would have showed up.
Yeah, they love the violent rhetoric. And also in terms of his air game, as we're talking about, it doesn't have to be very right? So he doesn't really have to do much.
I'll say it.
The campaign has been very easy for him.
Yeah, that's right. Now, so now I want to go back to the other side.
I need that. Can you do it? What I'm trying to do here, folks, is show the anger there. Show you the math large right and help this.
That's very true. I even remember Dave Pratt, Eric Cantor, and an unprecedented victory in a Republican primary. First time the sitting majority leader has ever lost in a primary. And he did it by saying, "I hate the banks, I'm going to go get the guns." That works even on the Republicans, right? So you're right about that, Aaron. And here's where I think Bernie Sanders is an advantage, which is that even though he's angry and he says he's angry, he comes across as likable anyway, because he's grandpa at a diner ordering more lemon wedges for his water. So he's like, "I'm really angry, come on with the lemon wedges," right? And so there's something petty bearish about him that you like him, right? When Hillary Clinton tries to copy Bernie Sanders with that anger,
recounted, they handed out the delegates
to the Iowa caucuses. It just comes across as angry.
They first off, no, they didn't even recount.
Right.
And they voted against the recount on a quick. As we all saw.
But by the way,
who wants the recount?
We're in our own bubble too.
Who wants Nate count? No recount.
We have all the information.
Yay!
There's a lot of people who are low
Nate's got it. And this was after you. Everybody that goes back and watches this tape, you will be able to see that man roll his eyes.
He's really going to go get the banks. I like it. I'm going to go vote.
When the motion was passed and seconded,
I think she comes
for a recount.
Like, no, like I'm really.
This is what we're up against,
and
folks.
it's got an upside.
And the app wasn't working properly. Don't forget that.
And the app wasn't working properly. Come on, folks. This is what we are up against. This is what we have to continue to strive to fight against. I really just got off the phone. I apologize for getting out of here, but I got off the phone with some folks that are over in Iowa, and I'm going to tell you what I think.
It is very true that if a woman carries herself,
may possibly win
in the same way that Bernie Sanders carries himself, right? Who comes off aggressively and is angry about something. He's deemed
because of the way it's shaped up and from the stories we've seen over the last couple days, but it's nothing that surprises any of us that have been working hard for months. But I'm not going to discount that, and all the votes haven't been counted, so again, I will not count chickens before they're hatched, but what it does is it proves to me that, quite frankly, win or lose, nothing changes.
But she comes across.
Win or lose Iowa doesn't mean that this whole race is over, folks. This is just day one.
American politics, women who come across angry.
This is day one, but we all get to watch right now exactly how this is going to go down, and that's why I personally thank John Ellis for putting this out to the world.
I thought in the last set of debates,
what the hell is going to happen?
She raised her voice. Sounded like the
well, it's getting better. And the funny thing is that as time is passing, right now Bernie is within 1.5 points of Hillary. It's like those numbers are coming up and hers are coming down. It's going to be a close race, but it's getting ready to turn.
With women, they just come across
Bernie's favor,
or moody, or
at least as far as the popular vote goes.
That was the criticism that was used against.
Yeah, and about a 10-minute mark.
And
around
also
6:20
anger
to
in a primary, especially the early stages of a primary.
She lost about
general election,
0.5%.
and about fly down Trump, make America great again. We suck. We always lose.
And we got a long way to go, folks. I mean, some of the caucuses have just now started in the last 20, 25 minutes.
By the way,
this is going to be a long night. Welcome. I mean, and let's be honest, any fight that's done right is not won in one day. And Lord knows everybody in here has not been fighting only one day. And these folks have not been getting ready for just one day.
Well, based on the photographs that we've been seeing and the little videos that we've seen come in, there are a lot of people that have showed up at these caucuses in many, many different locations. And so, my guess is it is going to be a while, but it's nice seeing that distance gap shrink.
Loses absolutely, and that is what we're seeing, folks. Don't be discouraged. As I hover over different areas, here, let me give you
Is that possibly a win for us?
I'm reading right now from a caucus captain.
I don't know about that. I think that is so close.
They're just starting at 8:52.
Okay, maybe you see the way that
the person running this caucus just talked, only defending Hillary, made a statement to correct the record as she were being neutral. But it was clearly pro-Hillary. Not to mention, she apologized when I called her out. This leader also introduced only the Hillary precinct captain at this caucus as a captain, and did not introduce the Bernie captain at all.
So that's the
guys,
most important thing. But
we are fighting everybody. And that includes the establishment Democrats. That I personally was just woken up to the fact that Nebraska Democrats do not want her.
Overwhelming favorite.
Well, because Nebraska has most of the health insurance policies of this country going through the city of Omaha, Nebraska.
We might have a top point, Lou. So here's what I mean by that.
This is from somebody that's a precinct captain right now at a caucus in Iowa, and they're telling me what's going on.
Hillary Clinton dismisses Bernie Sanders in Iowa. I mean, it's 1.4 now. It's really hard. We're trained not to look at this as a conspiracy. Of course, that person wouldn't do that. Of course, a person doing this before their democracy would not lack the integrity to be unbiased. What happens? We know then. We know the narrative is, he was people that laugh at us, the people that say we're calling foul and we have no right to do so, are the ones that are going to be left out. They're the ones that don't recognize what's happening right now. If Bernie Sanders wins, that's just no different. He won Iowa. He's going to win New Hampshire. Falsifying results. We got a real race. And not choosing the popular choice. Neither one of them. We're going to need to fight with everything we have. This information is insane. That's what I'm talking about. But I just want to show you this. This is one of the precinct. One of the county. This is Fayette County, and it's got Clinton at 52.9, Sanders at 45.1, and it's 36% reported. 9 of 25 total precincts. Winning is winning. So you can see right there. We have a long way to go. This map has started off very red very quickly, and has been 101 basketball the entire time. 110 to 85. At the end of the day, we still have stuff going on at the and in this place over here at the it's bad. We can find out what this guy. Hey, I get to know his name when he said that.
To go, and you're having problems. Volunteer to be an alternate. They still go, and almost always get seated.
And that's that, right? No, both sides got a lot of delegates. Sounds like there's people asking a lot of questions, which is good. I don't know what was going on there. It didn't sound right. It didn't sound like. Here's what's happening.
44 at stake.
So information by just not providing information, and then not being able to facilitate the outcome, right? How many errors are going to occur, accidental or not? How many errors are going to occur because they just weren't capable of handling the outcome? And here's the thing, folks. They could have been well aware and handled this outcome. I'm not putting any blame on anybody in Iowa. I'm not putting any blame on anyone. What I'm saying is that if mainstream media had done its job and shown America the marches in the streets and shown America the thousands of people that have gathered in rallies across the country that this channel has covered, that this channel has broadcast. Watch the Young Turks. if mainstream media capture the footage, they capture the footage. They just don't show it to you. Because they are scared to show you how many thousands of Americans are pissed off and are ready for Bernie Sanders. If they had done their jobs in the first place, I imagine they would have been aware that there was going to be a shit ton of people showing up these things, and they could have prepared for that. But they don't want to prepare for that.
Even if Hillary Clinton actually...
I'm not trying to break your brain, I'm really not, but this is actually serious and just being reported.
This whole thing.
Multiple sources are reporting that Martin O'Malley is done tonight.
And I said...
this is now a two-horse race, as it should be, and the debate starting on February 4th, the new one in New Hampshire, is going to be the choice for America.
And I said that I think Hillary is...
There's another piece of information, too, that just popped up in live production for you to put on, and that's Bernie just won a precinct 84 to 83. Again, proof that every person counts and every vote counts. One vote, and that's in live production if you want to put that up. There's apparently a little video of it.
They're going to actually sort of overestimating her.
Just like his first mayor election, 10 votes.
Even if he loses by a point or two,
I thought there's things like
I thought he could really win.
Because otherwise, I mean, it would be even easier to achieve this sort of thing. I mean, who knows what sort of dirty games they would play before. Now that we've got people so engaged in social media, we've got so many live accounts of what's going on, it's a little more,
and in fact,
it's wildly discouraging and really see what's going on in this place that he lost.
If he loses by a point and a half, I really don't know.
You just hit on a very important point there,
and in fact,
Sean,
that was basically
this is why we're able to battle,
and so maybe the narrative now we're able to race on our hands, but this is the narrative
on our elected officials' wheels. They can't lie to us anymore. They can't hide from us. They found that out when they realized we could find out their phones and what they were doing on their phones, and their idiots posting stupid shit. Social media. This is the age of transparency, folks.
There will be two narratives. None of them is Bernie one.
This is the age of transparency.
Excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and confirm the news that Lou was reporting just a few moments ago. We had a post from, I wanted to make sure I think the person who put it in there, Lou won. One of our volunteers posted a link to the Huffington Post breaking Martin O'Malley to suspend his campaign.
I want to take a quick break for a second.
Well, I see that right here. That's big news, folks. That is big news.
It's just update.
I just set up right here for you.
And you heard it here.
How many percentage report?
We did.
And the difference between Sanders and Clinton right at the moment is now Hillary Clinton at 50.4% of the vote, and Sanders is at 49% of the vote, with 1,303 of 1,683 reporting, which is 77%. So there's right now just like less than 1.5% difference between the two.
That if he loses by 0.9%, here. And he loses by 0.8%, I just want to remind everybody the political equivalent
of some of the things that we've heard come about. First of all, Martin O'Malley has spoken pretty much mirrored many of Bernie's statements
like this,
and hasn't had some nice things to say about Hillary at all. Hillary's campaign, on the other hand, has created an app supposedly to help lure O'Malley supporters to push people over to O'Malley. I don't remember what it was. It was a very underhanded thing. But in terms of where O'Malley supporters will go, I certainly can't speak for them. I'm not one of them. If I didn't have Bernie as a choice, O'Malley would be certainly a better choice than Hillary Clinton.
And it seems like we got pretty close.
I have a feeling we're going to be picking up some supporters from the O'Malley side of things.
You know what I'm saying?
So, that's very good news. I'm sure Hillary will pick up some as well.
Never know about.
But my guess is, just based on the way she's treated them already, there's not going to be very interested in coming over to her side of things. We're looking at the big map here, 77% report.
And that lead would have shrunk.
1,311 precincts out of 1,683. Yes, we still have that video.
It won't be different.
I know we have the video to watch.
At the end of New Hampshire, wait, let me just try it. I lost Iowa by a point, but I won New Hampshire by
49.1%. It is a nail biter. We're watching it turn more.
You know how I'd come.
And I just got something else saying.
Under these circumstances.
location where there was a little funny business office on that.
Absolutely genuine about it.
Bernie won.
Wait, let me get this right.
58-43.
This inevitable.
The other location that this particular person has contacts into, Bernie split 40 to 40. These are in these smaller precinct locations out in rural Iowa that, again, people thought that he wasn't going to be able to relate in.
And here we are now.
His route game was only kids in the college towns. I have to report there are 2 precinct locations out in rural Iowa that just have went or split with Bernie Sanders. Back to you, John.
They came after me with everything.
Yes.
They gave,
thank you. And I'm going to pull up this.
I took every
I'm going to pull up this article because I want to read the opening part to remind everybody this has got some things in here. This is from Omega. Tell me how it is that not a single Wall Street CEO was convicted of a crime related to the 2008 economic meltdown. Not a single one, O'Malley said in his campaign. He talks about Goldman Sachs. I mean, this is the same issue.
Which means that those 4 new debates that they just agreed to over the next 4 months.
Why haven't we put these criminals?
We have one later this week.
Why haven't we brought charges against humanity? Charges of crime against humanity on exiles?
I don't have to get into 10 seconds now.
But what are we going to do about the lack of
HBC, I don't know, what is the big giant bank
that holds
drug cartel money?
Without the anecdotes, what are we going to do?
From Iowa, who told me I got no votes. So what do we do with it?
Well, folks like Hillary Clinton that take their
he's unrolling his sleeves.
Hillary Clinton gave $100 grand to the New York Times. New York Times endorses Hillary Clinton. Go figure.
A couple of counties. Yeah.
George Soros endorses Hillary Clinton by giving her $7 million. You know how I endorse Bernie Sanders? By being here with you.
When you were at 0.6, you've gone down.
This is our endorsement of Bernie Sanders. Let's look at this clip here about the really close race. Bernie won by 1 person. It's a 6-second clip. That's what we're going to get at.
He endorses a candidate for New Hampshire or immediately after.
All right. I hear you on that. There were some people cheering for the fact that Bernie had won in that precinct.
I think if he endorses Hillary Clinton, it's not as big a story.
Where we are at.
She has all the endorsements.
Check in with the chat here. Is there anything going on?
He has been more to Bernie Sanders' side on the policy issues.
And how many people are joining us right now? Give me a minute here to reframe the map, everybody. A lot of bounce back and forth between all these screens. Trying to bring you this information. There's the pretty map. How many people are still hanging in with us tonight? 1,572 by my count.
Maybe 25.
22,000 playbacks. Thank you all.
About her app. I'm sorry, giving some of her people over in the limited. It says on my part, 1795 watching percent.
Awesome, thank you, sir. 17, almost 800 people watching us. Thank you for being there. That actually is a really
I've seen multiple polls show that
I'm really excited about that number. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here and enjoying this with us. Enjoying the conversation with us. I see your conversation. I see you in here. What everybody's saying. 1785. Everybody's posting numbers. 1803
and wins by 0.2.
No, come on, guys. Stop being mean.
I wanted to talk about narratives a little more.
What a chat. Thank you all.
I'm going to be
let's look at the numbers as they update.
You mentioned the demographics
so far.
having worked toward Bernie Sanders' favor, right?
183 races.
Okay.
Hillary Clinton. Sanders at 49.0.
But okay, so let's say he does lose by a point or 1.2%. I mean, sure, he can use whatever narrative he wants, and then Hillary's going to use whatever spin that she wants. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. If the demographics were in his favor and he still lost, he lost. That's what I'm saying. It's going to look bad.
No. First of all,
screenshot.
The percentage of people who know all the demographic
Hillary
information
at 50, 29, and Bernie at 49.05.
So that
looks like Ted Cruz still has the lead over Trump.
Marco Rubio is which demographic in which people. So I don't
whatever.
God, isn't that frightening?
It is.
How the rest of the
you just can't look at the right side of that screen and not go, yeah, that just is scary as shit.
If the polling was stacked, right? So
and what are people thinking? Oh my God, what are people thinking? I mean, they know what the 1% are thinking. It's the ones that vote for these assholes. Seriously, what are you thinking?
If he comes close or wins in Iowa, in this assumption, he loses by a little bit, right? And he wins in New Hampshire.
I'm following the demographics here between Chad. I'll take that.
So just like they did for Barack Obama, that doesn't mean he's going to continue to lose among Latino voters and African Americans. I've already seen pretty sizable shift in Latino voters. So the more information that they get about Bernie Sanders and the more momentum he has,
I don't know.
the more likely it is
I don't
that
know
he'll
why
win
it's
states
perfect.
that
Chad
currently
knows more about what's going on here. And Janine is saying, does Iowa have a 30 total? And exactly. So
the number of people who were amenable to him. We hit 80%.
I get what you're saying here.
Back to 1 point.
So what Chad is saying is that if it ends up high,
That's only
massive.
I'm so nervous. Like I don't even know what to do with myself right now. I don't feel like myself.
Done. Bernie has got that lead. So big. This year, I'm not sure why I just did, but this is something to consider. Hopefully, Chad has been really busy. Now, information about this to educate me.
I want to talk about media bias when we come back.
I really don't
and how this election might or might not show. I think it's really, really interesting. Again, a microscopic break here.
You're going to look at me,
I think we'll be very good at so far. So come right back to us in a minute, and we'll tell you about how this might affect media.
I want to show you all stuff there. Well, I guess it's not coming through. I guess, oh, there it is. There we go. That's a little short clip. I thought there was something bigger, that I could show you guys. Apologize for the bouncing around. Let's go back to the map. It's getting late here. I'm not really sure what to cut to because we're just waiting for results. We're trying to pull up the other information. I know we had a lot of people viewing. We'll just look at the map. 81% reported in. 1,367 total precincts of 1,683, and we see the numbers right there: 49-1, Clinton at 53. It's just looking better and better for Bernie Sanders, and we are so happy about that. And yes,
I'll jump in for a minute,
please.
Because I've been and whatever. It's been a long day, so I'm not going to quote unquote feed the trolls. What I'm going to say is this: I'm not trying to be negative, and I do apologize to anybody that believes I'm trying to be negative. I really do honestly remember the first meeting for this state when Bernie was polling at 4% nationally. In Iowa, he was polling at 5%. We begged and wished, and we're like, man, it would be great if we could get him within 15 points of the inevitable candidate. Look how far we've come, folks. This is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Look how far we've come. Our fight is not over. Our stand is not done. But yes, do I want to see a Bernie Sanders win in Iowa definitively? Of course. But I will not forget exactly where we were in April, May, and June of this year with a 74-year-old great man and representative from the state of Vermont, and where we are now. Just some of the shenanigans that we are seeing live here on Bernie 2016 TV is just, it's a little. So, to the guys, no, I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just, I am a little surprised.
I'm gonna jump in and say also, you need to point out, we did this. And when I say we, I'm talking about the 99. It's all of us who helped out anything having to do with Bernie. And we shared it on social media, and we did everything that we possibly could to get the message out to the early states and to make people aware of who Bernie was. So this, everyone owns a piece of this out there.
Oh, I could go so far as to point out that, quite frankly, we, all of us together, have got behind a candidate who refuses to answer and bow down to the 1% to get his campaign funds. He relies on us, and we've pushed this whole idea, this political revolution that he continues to talk about, from obscurity up. this is where we're at, folks. And to show even tonight that this fight is this close and we still don't have a good chunk of these counties counted, it's a freaking beautiful thing. High establishment, we're here. We're still here. And that's just, wow. I really am. So I just saw that some folks are like, oh, go check his backyard and blah, blah, whatever. No. But I do want the folks, like that CNN feed, that C-SPAN feed, I do want folks to observe what's going on, because there are a number of states coming up that do have caucuses, and we have to be aware of these things as we continue fighting. That's really all I'm trying to point out here, folks. Sorry about that.
Right, and I see that too. We're not being negative here. We're not being negative here. This is a historic night. This is a fantastic night. I'm seeing all the comments come through here, folks. It's not being negative. It's about remembering that the battle just started. Actually, we got to remember that the battle has just started, and whether this ends up being a tie, it doesn't matter because we know that we have the momentum. Okay, what mainstream media is not expecting is any kind of showing. They want to show Bernie Sanders at a loss. They have no idea what this is going to look like. Okay? We are a show of force here. This is a show of force, and that's exactly what needed to happen. New Hampshire is going to be a bigger show of force, and we need to build on that energy. We need to build on that energy. We need to organize better. We still have a lot of silos of information that need to be pulled together under the organizational structure that the Sanders campaign has laid out for us. They've given us those links. They've given us that technology. By the way, outside of the trolls that I'm seeing in here and stuff, I see a lot of posts. I want to say thank you so much. There's so many people watching. I'd love to cross 2,000 people watching around the world. Spread this information post. This has been a day-long show.
We have.
I know you have. I know you guys have been blasting the shit out of information. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to keep it.
2005.
You haven't had any chance to run any of the clips that I wanted to. There's no time.
Yes.
You know why?
Thank you guys so
82%
much.
reporting.
We're down to 1.0.
I got 2011.
2017, it's going up, man.
Oh,
They're looking for the switch. They want to be here when Bernie takes over. When he takes out.
I will quit.
That's what I'm pushing out right now.
And I am admitting right now
Nigel
that I
just made a
admitted
post
that.
let's see. Where'd it go?
If Bernie Sanders
he made the comment that let's not forget Trump is a loser tonight.
Speeches. He is dead set on this.
But Trump is the winner. Trump's the loser. That was Nigel's. I'm not owning that. That's Nigel's. I want to give him credit where credit's due. He pointed it out.
Trailing most of the night, as the Democratic race has slowed down.
So I was going to say, I just saw 27.7 on Periscope where a guy was commenting on how good Hillary supporters were at getting O'Malley, and they actually got most of the O'Malley supporters, and actually came away with more at that point. So they're out there. Can't listen to them. You got to be able to screw, bring your own facts and know what you believe in, and they're going to try their best.
Cruz's lead over Trump used to be about
every last person you can.
Trump's lead over
and we're at a 1 point differential now, folks.
1 point difference.
Lou, you were about to say something.
Sorry, only 1.4.
What were you going to say? No, thank you, Sean.
Oh, no, I was actually going to say, because I saw those comments way earlier, and I didn't put it out, and I thought it was
They just got a comment from Rubio. They asked him what he thinks.
History has it. We have our first person in Iowa to vote for Trump.
And
the Trump voter is a reality tonight. At the same time that the Purple Revolution is a reality. Think about that, folks. We got the positive and negative, the yin and yang. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking at some updates in here that I was much more interested in. I don't give a shit about
the most silly credit I have ever asked for. Okay.
Honestly, I feel really bad for that. Let me just read you some of the information I've seen here coming out.
I told you it was going to be exciting.
Okay, I think Bernie will pick up O'Malley's 3% poll. Jean says MSNBC because she does pay attention to these mainstream media feeds. MSNBC, this is very important, folks. This is where we win.
NBC said
I need you to,
and I still see a large pro-Bernie precinct outstanding.
where she has a 1,300.
And that's what I was talking about before. The big pro-Bernie areas have not finished counting. They've got a lot of precincts in them. So we have a ways to go. We are only at 83% reported so far. 1,400 of 1,683 with the outstanding, the bigger ones for Bernie, not having been counted yet. This is not over. It is so fucking close. I'm seeing that, Antonio. Yes, it is. But that's okay.
Tell yourself.
That's okay.
If Bernie
this is going to happen. This is going to happen. Yes, Tammy. Trump is a leader.
I'm literally going to put
I just read the comments said that Trump just got
all
fired.
across the world, people watch the Young Turks and they tell us about it. Oh, Dave sure he's about the race.
That is a very
Jimmy
statement.
and I had the story about the guy that came in from Panama to work for
Nico was
Bernie Sanders.
making a comment too about, Trump hates losers, so he must hate himself. Right now.
It's amazing.
That was a beautiful comment. And I have to put this out there. It's like, I love TYT, and I've got their take on what's going on. Riding against ours, I'm not listening to it, but it's like going off on the side. It's like, I can't wait to watch what they put out video-wise afterwards. But it's a hell of a lot more fun being here with you guys doing this.
Oh yeah,
sorry, Jane. Sorry, Anna. I love y'all. This is just too much fun. And I'm delighted that we have so many people joining us to watch this with us. Thank you.
Yes, it's amazing looking at the stream activity. 25,000 playbacks. Views so far. All of that activity, more than 2,000 people watching. Check this out. What direction? You can't read the phone number. Sorry about that. There you go. Large precinct of 400 plus in Point, 150 for Hillary, 208 for Bernie.
Tonight
that is absolutely fantastic. That is what
the reason I say that is, folks, if
let's go back to the map
around the point, which it is now with 83% reporting, as we're talking about this right? And
83%.
People say, the headlines are reported in. It's over. And they're not going to say it's over, but along those insinuations along those lines.
Oh yeah,
they're clear winner. Things
so yeah, we're looking at that 50.2, 49.2, still 1 point away. Let's see what if the point register has anything different.
That's the direction they're going. On the other hand,
so
if they say,
their chart,
hey,
folks,
it was incredible,
they're saying 50.13, and now we're going to raise 49.16. So he's got a
then we can't make that
0.3
reality
gain at this point, according to the apparently more accurate
they're fascinated by it, like we are, right? And it might help ratings, etc. Whatever the subconscious
pulling out the victory for the hate
go into it.
Party.
But there's no
yay for the hate
there's
party.
not even a subconscious.
We are on the love train, folks. This is
and you know what?
The love
right
train.
Now,
we have
given how things are,
folks watching us tonight.
Really
this is a Monday night. A Monday night,
to go in that direction.
you are here watching politics on a volunteer channel being broadcast on YouTube, in danger of being shut down at any minute. And we're here around the world together to celebrate a victory in Iowa for Bernie Sanders, because the American people have entered the American spring cleaning of their establishment government. It is time to wipe the establishment out and to put the people back in charge of their own government. Bernie Sanders leads the way. We
have a convincing win here.
Make it so. Because
then you got to think if that
is our country, it's our democracy, it's our street as we please, it's our money, and hey, those people we put in office are supposed to work for us, and we're going to make sure they start doing that again. Thank you for being here with us, folks. Who popped in? Somebody want to say something?
That was really close.
Oh no, I was just listening. I'm like, John's going on it and going on one of those classic rants, and he is 100% completely right.
And there's less than a percentage difference now. Sorry, Lou, didn't mean to step on you, but we're under 1% difference now.
Domination.
This is a momentous night, folks.
And if it is, then it is.
In all honesty, regardless win or lose, this is a momentous night. This is showing that this country is ready to stand up, fight, stand up and say, this is our democracy, and our democracy is under attack. What do? Stand up and fight back. I'm sorry, I've watched way too many New York City and March for Bernie's and all that stuff today, and it's just goes in my head. But guys, what we're seeing tonight is all of the pundits that said, no.
and they withstood the whatever.
Proving them wrong. You were proving them wrong. People out there, you were proving them wrong to say that the same old song of putting up a third-way centrist TLC Democrat is the way that this country is supposed to be. And you said, no. We want Bernie.
It's going to be interesting to see how they
This is beautiful, and John, that rant was beautiful. I was just here listening. Not in my head, man.
For some reason, doubt that they're going to be honest.
That's fantastic. I'm going to show you something that showed up in
less than 1%
in Slack, and I think I need you to make sure I understand what this means. Can you read this and please tell me, because this is Caucus language here. 501 out of 646. Sanders is the only viable candidate in Iowa County 20.
Holy shit!
It says before realignment. I'm not. Can you tell me what that means?
I know you don't agree, but
what that means is, bottom line is 501 out of 646. No other candidate, O'Malley, Hillary, undecided, had a 15% part there on the initial vote. Oh shit!
Okay, I mean, TYT is calling it Ted Cruz is in Iowa. Okay, so I deserve a little bit of credit.
Okay,
in our conversation.
That's what we need to hear.
For the hip hop heads, that's will flip game over right there. For the mid-90s Gen X hip hop heads, that's exactly what just popped in my head. Game over in that precinct location.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's what that means, folks. Take a look at that. That is a happy Bernie supporter there, holding what I'm guessing is a whole bunch of votes. And that is the power of the 99. That's what we wanted to see, Iowa. That deserves a fuck yeah.
I said, I think Ted Cruz.
That is just absolutely beautiful.
Those are the words I said.
But no, John.
I'll break all rules. Fuck yeah.
Here, now I have such a rule. Here's Steve's recording live at 5 right now. She goes, Hillary's camp is declaring victory. A senior official for Hillary is declaring victory when there's a differential of 50.1 versus 49.3. Who the hell is the Hillary clamp to be declaring a victory when there's still 200 and some precincts that haven't been counted and
can't be 60% with you, and I don't need to. Okay, secretly,
what are you saying, Eddie? I'm sorry.
There's 16% left. They can't do that.
Win with it.
Right.
Pretty wide.
I mean, it's the same claim. It's the same claim that Hillary Clinton stood up there in the town hall and was like, "Oh, all you millennials, when you get done playing politics with Bernie, we're happy to bring you in." But I mean, this is nothing new from her. She's been doing this for a month and a half now. She first ignored us. 65%, 60%. Then she laughed at us. I'll quote Gandhi here. First she ignored us. She wouldn't even sit the tender singers meeting. And it is not me, it's us. She ignored us. Then she got her jollies and had her laughs. Oh, that's all beautiful. But
wait, don't go on the rant. I want to show you something. Hillary just did what? Hillary did what? She just declared victory and just lost a point, folks.
And there's no room for Trump. And they have an alternative.
It's not a point. We're 50 even? 49.3. But she declared victory?
Yeah, that's a...
Yes.
That's an issue.
You are insane, Hillary. You are absolutely insane. You don't declare victory when there's 84% left. The majority, big precincts voting for Bernie. We just saw that one of them made history. You didn't even have enough qualified. You didn't have your 15%, Hillary. And your senior campaign asshole is declaring victory? That is a lie. Is it being broadcast out over mainstream media, folks? Mainstream media carrying this lie?
And I look forward to that. All right, so
this is the kind of shit that we.
I'm a cord cutter. I couldn't tell you.
This is what pisses me off the most. They're going to push this out to the rest of the country. Thank God this won't affect the African County and Iowa.
Donald Trump's secession.
But it could affect you with the fucking voter right now. But they get a loudspeaker wherever they want, folks. This is the difference. This is why we need to stop watching mainstream media. The establishment has a megaphone. It's called mainstream media. We have a megaphone. It's called the internet. It's called 2016 TV. It's called all the independent channels that we need to pay attention to. That is just an egregious abuse of your megaphone, Hillary.
18% reporting.
We're at 84%, folks. We have 1429 of 1680 precincts reporting.
with boots on the ground.
Because it was like 3% left, like 97%
yet to be counted.
So how Hillary Clinton is
claiming that this is a victory already? I do not
actually win,
but it's starting to remind me very, very much.
She's now at
like the year 2000, when our country lied to us, ignored the popular vote, and put a criminal in office.
Is a lot better
Idiot criminal in
to
office.
49.7.
I hope this doesn't go through. The great thing about this, folks, is that this is why the caucus is good, because you have to show up.
$9.99 or $10.
It's very difficult for them to manufacture votes this way, like they did, with the Jeb Bush voting machine debacle in 2000. They've got 85% reporting now, 1436 of 1683. Hillary is where she is still. Sanders, 49.3.
Everybody.
He's gone 1 percentage points. He's gone down 0.1
Think about how lucky we are.
Very tight race.
You care about politics and your jazz.
Yet Hillary has the audacity to declare herself the victor.
And he happens to be catching up. Again, that really has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah, we just got confirmation that Mike Huckabee has dropped out of this campaign.
Supporters are being groomed later.
Mike Huckabee.
Coincidence, right? Now, if it was the reverse, right now we'd be like, in the beginning, we would have been like, he's winning.
The clown car lost the clown today.
Cruz beats
Yes, Cruz beats Trump, and the clown car loses the clown. It's just wonderful. So, where's Huckabee's money is going elsewhere, folks. That billionaire is pulled out, and he's going to find himself another place to put his money. That's all that
my guess is probably going to go in the Cruz direction because Cruz and Huckabee share the same voter base.
Right.
John, we got 2,113 people watching just a few months ago when I looked, and we're now down to 0.7% differential between Hillary and Bernie, and I have social media that out. So to our viewers, please social media this out. Get other people to come watch the switch and let them know that Hillary has not won, despite what people are saying. And as far as I know, we have received absolutely no reports that Bernie has conceded this to her. So if Bernie hasn't conceded, the race is still on.
590 to 580.
Oh, look at that. Hillary Clinton gained back her 0.1 percentage point. I'm hearing an interesting sound there. Where's this coming from?
Wait, with the same percentage reporting in? What the fuck?
Eddie, do you have some news? Do you want to say something?
All I see is Bernie gained a 10th and Clinton stays the same on my end.
50.0 to 49.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm looking at this. This is updated here. Actually, getting back about our 0.1 percentage points on my map here. I'm going to show you this other image. This is from Stan Williams at the Bernie Sanders.
That's right.
It's here now at Bernie Sanders Iowa Caucus celebration in Des Moines.
How right
Right out there.
Yes,
Jimmy, I just got word that one of the larger caucuses that's going on is just now making its second count.
What did it say?
It is 9:30, 2.5 hours.
Virtual talk.
Just now, and this is one of the larger caucuses. I've been trying to be real careful tonight about not revealing who and where, so nobody's getting in trouble. But one of the larger caucuses are just now finishing their second count and are starting to go through that process of verifying and seeing if there's going to be a recount needed. There's these bigger cities. I can quote here what I got sent to me, which was
So one thing I want to say is
the smaller counties are easier to count. There's less people, so they're easier to report. These larger counties, we're seeing quite a traffic jam, and that's the word traffic jam that was used.
They have numbers.
Right? So
we still have some time, folks. We still have a lot of voters, and this is a thing about people vote, dollars don't. The millions can be thrown out there. But if the millions show up to vote for Bernie Sanders and vote for all of us,
because they don't think that they're pro-establishment, but they're stewing in a
beautiful. I just got a picture of people from Bernie, and I'm not sure what this tracker is
that's
from.
why when it's just perception,
but I want to show you this tracker here. It's a beautiful line, folks. This is awesome. This is what we wanted to see.
But if you have a 45% difference,
It's harder to say that.
It's like the viral threat, where some people look at the same threat as gold and white, others will look at it and be like, no,
the establishment and the rise of the people represented in a lovely, it's more a blue and black
set of trend lines there in that graph. That pretty much says it right there. Power to the people, down with the establishment, and one beautiful little statistical graph.
So, any better, you take a media bias and the reaction just based on that.
I like that a lot better. What do you think of that?
You live in your own
now down to 50%. Even Sanders gained that extra 0.1 percentage point. Sanders is 29.4. We're down, folks, to 0.6% difference here, regardless of what Hillary will tell you.
But part of our bias in our bubble is that
regardless of what, and remember, folks, we're being told. All of you out there, the 2,100 of you that have stayed with us, that are with us today right now, that are staring at my very pasty, sad-looking face that's been sitting on this camera for a long time this weekend, with you, supporting Iowa, supporting the 99.
You guys have Rubio?
There are still, Lou just said it, folks.
No, not yet.
This is not even close to being over. We have a long way to go. We've got precincts doing recounting. We've got larger precincts that are pro-Bernie, that haven't finished their counts. They're not done reporting at all.
Okay, now they have spent half of the Democrats.
I'm sorry. You're done. It's this. You may the fact that you declared. I hope that somewhere in there that is karmic justice.
Yes, but he's going to finish.
Be that arrogant.
But fair.
So I really want to see the karmic justice there. It just blows me away. I know we have more than 2,100 viewers. Thank you so much for being here. And a crazy chat rate was that 26,000 playbacks today.
Breaking news. I don't think that is 99%.
And I can't thank you all enough for being here. Thank you all for joining us and putting up with what we got going on. Lou, you want to say some news? Do we have some new breaking news?
No, I don't have news, but let's make sure we're plugging our own product here. And what we're plugging is a outside the mainstream media source for media about Bernie Sanders and the Bernie Sanders campaign, about the 99. So folks, just for the record, I know we plugged it one time before, free.bernie2016.tv to please sign that moveon.org petition about YouTube shutting down channels 1, 2, 3, and 4. We were not going to get into the particulars of that tonight, but if you want to do it, please do that. Also, I know John's favorite thing to do in the newsrooms and when we have time is do the op.bernie2016.tv. He is labeled that the McElroy monologue. It gives you a little higher character count to go with. And if you want to make sure, as I see on the screen right now, if you want to make sure that your personal endorsement for Bernie Sanders is out on the interwebs, and you want it not only will endure spread, but you want to make sure that it's on here on Bernie 2016 TV, and we get them through as we can, then please send to we.bernie2016.tv. Anybody that's on Twitter and doing social media this late, it's only 9:30 to be honest. We still got a couple hours before we figure probably all of it out. Bernie strong, hopefully everybody has been. Caucus for Bernie, obviously Iowa has been. And so now we jump to the last part coming directly from Iowa. Twitter account. Bernie will win Iowa. Bernie will win Iowa.
If they win, Obamacare becomes permanent.
Thanks. Was that an update from one of the Sanders team?
If unconstitutional executive orders from this president become permanent.
No, they actually, through their Twitter accounts on the day, pushed the Bernie will win Iowa. All of a sudden, Iowa for Bernie's, which is Iowa for Bernie, their official account through Iowa has
I've never seen a guy
Bernie will win Iowa.
Yeah, I know.
Hillary Clinton is disqualified from being.
But I have not seen a percent energized. 87% of the
because she stored classified and sensitive information on her email server because she about the law.
It is 7:39 by my time. I am on the Pacific Coast. Thank you for joining us all around the world
to the families of people who have lost their lives in the service of this country can never be commander-in-chief of the United States.
I think, like you said, at me.2016, that's your endorsement, and OP.2016 is where your And we don't go to show them up to here in Iowa. This is, I like it. This is our way of letting everybody see.
Campaign slogan.
That's amazing. What the 99 really about that? Because you just,
if I am our nominee, and I will be our nominee, thanks to what I've done here at the great state.
This remote is not bashing, and it's still just to say some things that I know everybody else.
We are going to unify this party, and we are going to unify the conservative movement.
If you're new to Bernie 2016 TV, if you need to just one other we're doing right here,
when I'm our nominee, we are going to grow the conservative movement. We are going to take our message to the people who are struggling paycheck to paycheck, to the students who are in the to the
and that is why we're doing it. And we are in the process of using this technology that facilitates real-time conversation. We're not doing the whole scope of that right now.
And you blew.
But we're paying attention to the chat. We're engaging in the chat. Normally what we do over feed is show overlays, your quotes, your comments. We run RSS feeds from the different hashtags that we're tracking. And we grab screen grabs and post it out on the web. This
you'd be interested in
process, this real-time conversation, capturing media, this conversation that we create.
Interested in getting
very
this off the street.
I think this is
The
cool.
reason we violate YouTube terms of service law section 8 is because they think we generate too much activity.
So we could go back to
Too much activity. They specifically think we are robots, that you are robots. Because of the process we employ here. Oh, hey, join in. Okay, hi, Janine. Maybe we'll get some updates from Janine. She's coming into the hangout, folks. I have not seen Janine in the hangout in Iowa.
Oh, yeah.
She's been so good. And it's so nice to have her come in as we watch this happen. But I just didn't want to give a plug there for what we're doing for folks.
49.9, 49.
The purpose is to have a conversation with you.
America.
And what we're doing here can be done in a lot of different places. And you can join, you can become a part of this. The whole team here is from around the world. We have people from all over the world that are helping us because the world wants Bernie Sanders to win tonight. We're looking at the latest results. And then, Janine, did you want to say anything? Or you just come in to hang? You don't want to say anything? No.
And now,
I'm too nervous.
0.5%.
Nervous? Why?
As we do this live.
All right, that's fine. Don't say anything. I won't make it.
Edges are out. Yes, we'll go
Janine has been working her butt off
to celebrate. It'll be fun.
Janine has been pounding the streets in Rhode Island.
But let's see.
And you don't have to just nod if this is correct. But you saw, you posted earlier, Janine, that you got 2,500 signatures. And if I understood correctly, that is what you needed. You're done. Right? And so if Hillary Clinton was to go in Rhode Island, candidate,
yeah, I think they have more than 2,500, but I actually have them on the shelf behind me.
And Bernie Sanders is a huge leader.
I've been driving all over the state dropping them off, so I'll be doing that again tomorrow.
But yeah, I think it's cheap, yeah. 5.5%.
That's beautiful. Yes. Thank you, Janine. Thank you for doing that for the 99 and for America and the world.
But that's also
that's what it takes.
Incredibly close.
And last week,
so 0.5 either way is not a normal night.
Chad's going to come in and shed some light on all of this stuff. Help us understand the deeper impact of what's going on with the stats, I hope.
And
wow, we got to do that. Yes.
Man,
let's take a look at the map, folks. We are at 88%.
I know I've been harping on this all night.
1490 of 16,
and we'll have maybe some.
And look at those numbers. Hillary has lost another 0.1%. Hillary Clinton 49.9.
Reporting.
Bernie Sanders
also at this rate. He's going to end up at 0.2 or 0.3 or whatever. Maybe a little bit closer.
Hillary continues to lose ground. Bernie continues to gain ground or hold steady. Again, we're still not sure why
he didn't get
the Hillary captain or whoever they were declared victory already.
They manipulated it with that app.
Chad, are you ready to speak? You have information first. Can you educate me on what's going on here and why you're so excited about a possible tie, whatever you're saying?
I mean, again,
it is a tie. It is a tie. Everybody, Chad,
an absolute tie.
Hi, everybody. It's been a long time since I was on here. I'll tell you what, I've been too busy to actually be on it. But right now, the numbers that matter are 15 to 15. Okay? Bernie Sanders has 15 delegates. Hillary Clinton has 15 delegates. That's the only number that matters. Those are pledged delegates coming out of the Iowa caucuses. The superdelegates don't matter at all. Okay, it's tied 15-15 with the lead that we have in New Hampshire. According to the polls out there, we are going to be on top coming out of New Hampshire, no matter what else is going on. Okay, Hillary can win in Iowa, which she is not going to do. But if she can win at 15.1%, the media will be all over it, saying, "Oh, Hillary won, Hillary won, Hillary won." It's a lie.
They have an app that literally tells them if this is the number, do it. If this is the number, don't do it.
Right, but you know what? Again, give them credit though.
Really?
That's working hard. That's organization.
Well, that makes me feel a lot better.
Right? That's your ground game.
This is a victory party then for Bernie Sanders. Because you get to have an app like that if you have more money. So really, we did accomplish. Look at the turnout. That's the biggest thing that's exciting me. That's why I'm so energized right now. Is because we saw picture after picture of lines outside of the door. Rooms that were completely blown away by participation. People actually showed up. The people that Bernie has been trying to get to show up to vote, to caucus, not just in Iowa, not just in New Hampshire, but all over the country. They're doing it. They're showing up. That's what matters. At least that's what matters the most to me. Because these are people that are going to stick with it all the way through to November. We're going to have Bernie Sanders taking the oath of office in January.
5 more delegates than the others.
Exactly.
In the big picture,
thank you, Chad. I'm glad you said that. That is what this is. You nailed the bigger purpose here. You nailed the bigger point. And I'm putting up this people for bringing them and showing this graph. The lines across, we are unstoppable. Another world is possible. And that world is the world that we want to live in. Not the world the establishment wants to live in. And what Chad is talking about, the numbers, the tie, okay, that's good. I get that in terms of the caucus itself, and that we've got New Hampshire totally in space, and that's great in terms of that. But what he's really talking about, the number that matters, is the insane number of Bernie supporters.
The media message coming out of it was
because that proves
for quite a while that it was actually Santorum.
Bring up the results again. If you need the link, I can drop it in. I don't have to go. Sanders just won. Sanders just won. All right, I'll drop it in the chat in the live production. Sanders just won.
Beating Mitt Romney and
hang on a second. The vote percentage is 49.4 for Sanders and 49.9 for Clinton. That doesn't matter because look at the delegates as soon as John gets it up on the screen. Hillary Clinton has 19 delegates, but Bernie Sanders has 20 wins.
You just pulling up that result right now for your folks. The world.
The center here. Chad, I'm sorry, you're the one that everybody's looking at right now while we center in on this.
Remember, the previous winner. Here we go, folks. Iowa.
Wife told me it initially came from Fox News that I heard it.
Right. And on the Republican side, because
of course it did.
On the Republican
21.
Side,
yes, 21 delegates now.
31 now. The rest of the country. Also, and it led to squat. Santorum won. Let the squad.
Unelectable.
Excited about Ted Cruz.
They're saying 19. They're saying 19 to 20.
Candidate like Mike Huckabee was and Santorum was. And here's what's going to happen. Trump will crush him in New Hampshire.
Can't we
be like, remember when Ted Cruz won the Iowa caucus?
We won't do the work. This one hasn't even updated. I'm looking at the other map, guys. This one hasn't even updated. What it is? Hillary keeps losing ground. I'm going to switch back to that other link.
Just John. Sanders 49.6. And still 11% left.
Eventually going on to win these other.
Oh, that's beautiful. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to move around all these different screens. There's so much information coming in at the same time. This is amazing.
Right now.
This is history unfolding. 89% reported. 89% reported. Yes, thank you, Chad. 89% reported.
Robertson, are you
kidding?
I'm very jumping on my bed right now.
Yes, I'm not gonna lie, I'm acting a fucking fool. I'll drop an F-bomb right now. Here we go.
We got to show the Nebraska for Bernie. Hang on, everybody. We got to show Lou here. He's standing up there. Nebraska for Bernie shirt there. This is what it takes to win back this country, folks. You have to get together. You have to spend long nights, days together, doing stuff that just requires income.
I'm going to say this. I think he'll win. They had it all. Your little Shih Tzu is a very nice little dog. You should bring him on every once in a while.
He's not barking at people. He's not barking at people. I'm seriously, guys. I know this is ridiculous. We have like more than 2,400 people. I don't know how many people are watching right now. I'm going to switch it back to the map. You guys talk. I need to check my front door. I'll be right back.
You weren't first, buddy. You weren't first.
That is the thickest. I'm going to jump in here just being in Nebraska. And I'm sorry. I've just heard too much shit for 6 months. And I'm not going to gloat. I'm not going to be negative. We're on the love train.
Hey, come on. What are we going to go and say?
I've been very clear winning.
I really am going to say this. I've heard too many establishment Dems in the parties in 2 states say that this cannot happen. That said to us in Nebraska that no matter what we did
I want to tell you
in May, June, July, August,
I'm really
September,
honored. And I want to congratulate Ed, and I want to congratulate all of the incredible candidates.
We had no chance.
Mike Huckabee, who's become a really good
I
friend
was
of mine.
proudest on December 22nd being able to be that person that did the whole hype crowd up and run around.
I want to thank all of the folks that
go
worked
like
with
this
us. We had a great
and
team.
see the line of Nebraskans for Bernie t-shirts behind Bernie Sanders in Iowa.
I have to thank my wife.
Hey, establishment Dems, can you hear us now?
And Don, they
now
went out and
I
they
got
were
my
doing
victory lap. Everybody else
speeches,
went with
in
theirs.
fact, Don and Eric,
Any Dems, Nebraska Democratic Party.
So I just want to thank my family. They have been so amazing and so supportive. Has there ever been a big so to me, this is political revolution. And we've had every indication. We're going now on. We have all over 28 points ahead. Every single county. New Hampshire, we left turnout has gotten everybody's attention. I was listening to NPR. They were doing an interview with the Republican governor, and he said that the Republican Caucus stores were going crazy, saying that they've never seen this many people. How many pictures have we seen posted on social media of lines out the door? How many times have we heard we got to do a recount because this is just too close? In a lot of these precincts, it's not close. One of the cool things about the Iowa State results is you can zoom in and you can go to individual precincts and you can see some of these totals. And in a lot of places, especially in the heavier population density areas, it is overwhelmingly for Bernie Sanders. Completely overwhelming. This website really needs to be explored, and I recommend everybody do it. Everybody who's watching, because this is really cool. And they said that because this was a Microsoft thing, this might not work. This is what people want to be, and it's giving the result that we want to see. I just saw another update: 49.8, 49.6, 0.2% difference.
Here we are, folks. Line to end up. Maybe I'll come back and find
that is what we need. Bernie has a higher number of delegates. Bernie is at 21 delegates according to Google. Clinton is at 19. Bernie Sanders wins Iowa. Period.
Like I'm buying a burger.
Do you guys remember when it used to be a huge turnoff to the electorate when a candidate was tremendously wealthy?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Everybody's going in the party. What do you
And I'm seeing a lot of folks that have been here a lot longer in Bernie 2060 TV right now. I apologize.
They're all beta males.
But I really do want to say thank you to some people that work their asses. Every person in Iowa, every volunteer, every person that's worked in freaking offices unpaid. God damn, I know too many of you that list. Every one of you that worked 20, 25, 30 hours as a volunteer after doing your 40-hour-a-week jobs.
That's how you get the time, right?
Thank you.
Higher income.
To the millions of people around this country who have stood up and said enough is enough.
49.8 for Hillary, 49.5 for Bernie. Thanks,
to the people like Janine, that I'm actually about to do the same thing. Bye, guys. Tonight is a game changer for Nebraska.
In fact, I think
I'm out for a couple of days.
Here you go. You got an anecdote. Last anecdote.
Thank you.
Hand down. Hand down.
Is our time.
And she knew that there was an
time,
upcoming
and we're tired of being freaking treated like second-class citizens all over.
All of you candidates,
of course he is.
Being treated like indentured servants.
That I've ever seen.
I've told a lot of candidates.
He's not a bad guy.
This is fucking beautiful.
Refer to my son.
I'm so happy to be part of this team and be able to present this to the world.
She said, my son is an American
Thank you,
soldier.
John, for putting together this patented engagement broadcast
And I was
system
so proud
for us to be able to put this out.
that
Mainstream media, establishment pundits,
that's what these Iowa
establishment
caucuses
Democrats,
are all about.
their third-wave
It's about
bullshit,
this person's voice being heard.
peace and positivity,
Story
wish you luck.
being heard.
But
And Katie and the kids.
Hey guys, Mallory's on C-SPAN giving his update out of the race.
We had two candidates.
All right. John, you got something you want to say? I don't want to hear that.
So we made this fight.
No, I was just wondering. I wonder if we'll have a little more towards supporting the plan to this story.
I want to thank everyone who came out to our events. And like everyone who went out to the caucus tonight.
Celeste has been listening to it, which I think she is. Maybe she can let us know if he says anything in there that would indicate anything. I don't know. Well, I suppose that would
my deepest
race doesn't really matter. I don't suppose he was anything really affect anything going on in Iowa right now. I don't know. Anybody ever done that? What O'Malley's saying right now, the fact that he is. Did you think? I guess my question is, was this time to do this now?
We were,
right?
I was giving
Is it a
those
weird
numbers
time
out.
frame you've done this, or are they like, we see the results, it's kind of silly?
Income lower.
No, this is perfectly understandable. He got 26% in the totals that I'm seeing, and he stood up, and he stood strong, he stood for his values, and he stood up for his experience. He did a great job at the debates, and he didn't go negative on anybody. He ran a proud campaign. He just didn't get the attention that he needed to be able to hit the 15% threshold in Iowa, because they still use the 15% threshold at the precinct caucus level. And he was suspending his campaign because it's a losing campaign. There is no way that he can make up from such a devastating loss like this, at least not this cycle. He might be back in 8 years after Bernie's second term. But for this cycle, this is the time when candidates who were making very low results decide, it's time for me to step out. We already heard about it from Mike Huckabee on the Republican side, and we heard, and now we're seeing it from Martin O'Malley. He ran a great campaign, totally positive on what he wanted to do, and I think he did a great job. I wish him well, and let's move on to New Hampshire. That's all this means. It's not a big deal.
That translates.
February 4th, is that it? Or something?
Thank you, delegates. She's up by
February 4th is the next debate.
Right. Well, I think
Yes.
But I think that
we now see
how they then apportion the delegates.
The whole world is going to have to see the choice. Are we Americans?
Not all states, though. Okay.
Are we Americans?
We have another data point from Trump's speech.
Iowa stood up tonight.
Yeah, of course, when he loses.
He said, freaking Americans.
Our data point is...
There we go. I avoided that. We're freaking Americans. We've been Americans since the 1920s in FDR. We've been Americans when John F. Kennedy said we can reach the moon.
Right. By the way, here it is.
We are going to prove once again we are Americans very soon, and we did it tonight.
Oh my God.
Instead of America, a little bit of it, or a can't, or whatever the Hillary side was voting there. I really think this is going to sway a lot of undecideds. I think this is going to sway a lot of people that were just voting party line too, when they recognize that what mainstream media has been saying about the power of the Sanders campaign. They've been denying it. It's funny. Well, there's 20,000 people that showed up at that rally, but I don't really think that means they'll show up to vote.
Now, back to the Republican side.
Another 8,000 showed up for that rally, but that's a bunch of college kids.
Why Iowa was so important is because
you've been hearing this all across mainstream media. I just want to run an update here on this, folks. This says Hillary 49.9 and Sanders 49.5. We're like 4 points away, but it doesn't matter at this point, based on the delegates, based on what I understand. It really doesn't matter, folks. Bernie has reneeded. Here's what Google has to say. They're looking at 6-point difference, 19 to 20 right there. But anybody else have something they want to say, or want to chime in on anything?
They say, okay, let's go. We've got our establishment candidate. It's either Rubio or whoever it is, right? And we're moving on. I think Rubio felt
Here's what I plan on doing, folks. It's been a long day.
Race for that
long weekend. And we have many more of these to go, I imagine.
They weren't even trying.
We're gonna have to rally the troops for every one of these caucuses, primaries, whatever it is. I mean, honestly, I gotta talk to Chad and find out, okay, what's next? What do we do next? What's the next thing outside of broadcasting Sanders events and the newsroom? What's the next?
We gotta be cool with
which one? Because this is how it goes, folks. We're organizing our game. This is our offensive to take back our country. In the political New Hampshire is next. Well, and so we need to promote New Hampshire. We're going to follow the Sanders campaign. The folks in social media that we've got to know so well. With the support of the world,
live on the air for us,
and we will follow their lead in doing everything we need to do to support New Hampshire with their choice of Bernie Sanders. And we're looking at the results here. 90% supported. It seems to be slowing down.
Well, it just got a little
slowing down as we get to these last larger precincts that are still counting.
Florida.
I know there's more than 24,000 of you, or 29,000 views. Look at wrong. 29,000 playbacks so far today. More than 2,400 of you watching us right now. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm honored. I am honored that you are here with me in my office. You're here with my dog. You're here with my cats. You're here with Lou. You're here with Janine and Chad and Eddie and Sean and Celeste and Nico. And we are the 99.
I don't know.
I'm just like you. And this is what it takes to restore our country. Thank you so much for being here with us. Looks like another update.
Only 5 for Martin O'Malley, but still far.
By the way, what's up, Lou?
If Sanders gains,
I'm just gonna say New Hampshire.
We're gonna be super nervous.
Wake up call.
Let's wrap this up.
The latest polls say that, quite frankly, Bernie Sanders is doing very well up there.
Oh yes, no, he's annihilating.
Wake up call.
The roller coaster of
New Hampshire.
I told you Iowa caucus.
I think he's up 30 points in the poll.
Chad, hi, nice to meet you. Good to meet you, man. Good to see you, Janine.
That's actually what John and I.
I'm going to be doing your job in about 2 days, going out there collecting signatures. Let's get it done.
Helpful hint, check out the library. Good place to get signatures.
Look, we're going to do.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I do appreciate it. I swear to goodness, this tonight
we would after a debate
changes so many states and their
election, but no, not
so many states, and I knew this.
Right now, things being what they are, I've got Rubio.
Hey, just for the record, I just want to throw this out there here, breaking on 2016 TV.
We'll see again how
Bernie Sanders is opening an office in Nebraska. He'll probably be with me next week.
It's only the 2 millionth time in a row.
We're focused past Super Tuesday. We're looking at March 5th and beyond.
We'll see. Okay,
March 26th here in Washington.
There you go.
Finish the phone on
26th, according in Washington. I am, as far as I'm concerned,
tell me the day Jeb Bush
as far as I'm concerned, we're just going to follow your lead here. Where the streams go, where they come from. I have a little advance notice that there may be something
going to lose by a lot
happening on Wednesday.
You got to get out of there.
The best way to know what's going on with us is to subscribe. Subscribe to us right now while I have a whole bunch of donors. We don't ask for your money
because we need you to get out.
We don't run ads. Any ads that you see across there are ads placed by monetized content that we use that we try to avoid. Share this, like this, subscribe. If you want to know when we're doing streams, I know a lot of people hit me up and say, why don't you let us know when you're having your next stream? How do we know when your next stream is?
He might be stubborn and we don't know when the next anyway. He might stick all the way to that.
This is a revolution. I got a quick note from somebody that said, I think we might be able to deliver a stream on Wednesday around 5 p.m. Are you guys going to be able to do it?
He's a glorified Scott Walker. When he gets his
anytime you call, we're there, right?
What do you think about Rand Paul?
This is what I say to you. Anytime we call, we put.
We have Jimmy at Jeb's headquarters. I want to go to that in a second. And then when we come back,
2,000 on Channel 1. Channel 3 got
camps.
taken down too fast for us to even build anything more than 1,800. Channel 4 was all the way up to 8,000 again. And here we are in Channel 5 rebuilding Jeb. Because YouTube continues to knock us down. This is a war, folks. And the best way to help Bernie 2016 TV, if you are not a really, really rich person who believes in Bernie and can drop a sack of cash on us, the best way to help us is to subscribe. And most of us in the 99 are not loaded with a sack of cash right now. Looking at the results, this is just irritating because we see Hillary keep that 1 percentage point goes up, down, up, down. Bernie Sanders at 49.5, Hillary at 49.9. Yet I keep seeing these posts. I keep seeing these posts back here. Ryan says CNN, Clinton declaring victory. Right. Let me ask you something, Chad. Can she do that anyway? Oh, we won. I mean, could she say that and get away with it because of where the numbers are? Or are they going to call her out on this?
Well, if she keeps the percentage higher, I mean, right now, like you just said, like you just showed, she's at 49.9%, and Sanders is at 49.5%. So theoretically, that means that Clinton won a higher number than Bernie Sanders won. So yeah, she can say that, but when the actual numbers come out, the numbers that matter, the delegates, the result looks to us through the Google search result like it's going to be different. But here's the key thing, okay? The Democratic Party splits the vote. Delegates can be split between a number of candidates in all 50 states. That's different from the way the Republicans do it. Okay, Ted Cruz won Iowa. He's been declared the winner. That means that Ted Cruz gets every single delegate going to the Republican National Convention from Iowa. Trump gets 0. None of the other candidates get anything. He gets all of them. The Republican side is winner take all. We are proportional. So right now, like when I first started talking to you, I saw, according to the Google results, it was 15 to 15. And it can be split like that all the way through.
Rick Santorum should have already dropped out.
We're going to see the excitement for Sanders go crazy starting tonight, because this proves that Sanders' political revolution can do it. It means we can get out the vote, not just blow up the internet. And that's a big difference. That is something that the Democratic establishment needed to see. They needed to see that Sanders and his campaign and us, that we can actually get out the vote, not just blow up Facebook. Okay? And now that they've seen a result, they've seen that we can do that, that's going to get their attention. And on the other side, the grassroots, the people who haven't gotten excited yet, they're going to see Bernie Sanders and realize, gee, he could have had an even bigger one if my cousin in Iowa had, so that means they're going to show up in their state for their primary, their caucus. That's how this works. This is the beginning.
And focused on New Hampshire. So they won't.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you.
But Marco Rubio did grave damage to
absolutely. And while you were telling us that this is the beginning, which it absolutely is, that long haul that we know we're fully capable of doing, that the people naysayers say we're not. These are the people that just can't think big enough to understand what we're doing here.
But third was a way to say, like,
take a look at this. Take a look at this chart, guys. There's where we're at right now.
Assuming
0.2 percentage points difference right now. 0.2 percentage points difference. Like Chad said, really doesn't make a difference. And that's kind of cool. That's kind of throw something out, John.
And the establishment
they were right now until we get to the end, Lou.
Hell yeah, let's vamp it up. Let's vamp it up. You know, there was an article that came out, I believe it was yesterday, from Keith Ellison.
And remember, the establishment so far has been splitting up their vote.
We have ready those congressional endorsements. Everybody's been wondering about Bernie. I'm not going to get into why certain people have not been endorsing Bernie Sanders. I think a lot of us have our own conclusions on that. But he said,
Trump and Cruz.
This goes right tonight. They're already lined up.
In that sense,
they're ready to get behind the true love train, the true moment of change.
But
They just had to see, quite frankly, if people like Sean and me and Eddie's gone, but this younger generation,
not at all.
are we ready to stand up and fight? Are we ready to say, yes, this is what we believe is right, and we're going to get out there in the snow and the cold and people
around this long, but as you get closer to the general
vote for somebody that's non-establishment, vote for somebody that has not had their social media set up since 10 days before Barack Obama took his inauguration and his oath of office in 2008. And yes, I conclude that fact. I'm not making up bullshit. This is the start of something. We have started something. We as the people have started something that now everybody is going to want to get on the love train. I hope y'all find seats. I hope y'all find seats because this whole damn thing is neat. Let's go.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Lou. I'm going to play this right here. This little clip from Mary Alice Parks. She is on the campaign trail with Bernie Sanders for, I think it's ABC. And very interesting watching her. She posts a lot of these posts here. And here we go. I just want to play this. She says, starting to have party atmosphere here at Bernie Sanders rally. No sign of the senator yet. That's because he's in the Holiday Inn. Unless that's what this is. Is this the dance room at the Holiday Inn? Let's listen to the excitement. I mean, he's not even there, folks. He's not even there. There's just a bunch of people cheering.
He is, and obviously, I'm not positive either.
That's just
the last story I read about him is that he was fiercely trying to learn Spanish.
That's what it is. That's amazing.
Even though he's Latino, he doesn't know Spanish. And they're like, hey,
to the map here. If you're going to be the VP, we have really quick. Sorry, folks. What do we got on the map? We are showing 49.9 and 49.5. It just keeps bouncing back and forth between those numbers. And I keep scanning chat to see what's going on, see if there's anything left. Thank you very much, Chad, for coming by and educating us on what's going on in the politics here. Chad knows a lot more about this stuff. He has been working politics. He's been involved in a political process. Here, somebody who's organized caucuses and dealt with delegates. He's been doing this for a long time. Chad came on board the Bernie 2016 TV at the very beginning and really helped us all understand the basics, what we needed to understand about what was going on with the political process. So he is our political.
It does. Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
He's our analyst.
Another one came in.
That's Chad Lumpkin. So we're very glad to have him. He does a lot of work up in Seattle, Washington.
Well, you see, we were saying
we still have more than 2,000 people watching us. 30,900 playbacks so far today. We've been live. According to this, we've been 7 hours. We just crossed 7-hour broadcast, folks. We have been on stream for 7 hours total today, and the work we have done is nothing compared to what has been done by the 99. Interesting update on the chart here, folks. Very interesting update on the chart. I'm going to push this over. I know we're going to hear some boos, but that is the latest update on that chart right now. We're showing Clinton 50.1% and Sanders 49.3%. 91% of the results total.
Okay, Sanders speak.
1541 out of 1683 total precincts reported in Iowa. And we just saw that Clinton took a little bit of a bump there in the lead. 31,000 playbacks.
Okay, that was
wonderful. Yeah, it still feels good. This still looks good. 21-21 on the delegates now, apparently, folks. Let's over to that. Chad, you have something to say about that?
Okay. So,
one of these days, me and you're going to have to learn how this whole mute and not mute thing works, John.
Well, what? For me?
No, for me, like, you telling me on the newsroom, say, screw it, guys, this is live and we're doing it right. You're like, don't mute yourself in the morning. Does that mean myself leaving? As I pop in, just waiting for other people talking. Like, who popped in?
No, that's what I mean. Look,
21, folks.
Yeah, 21 would be 70.
Is the number right now.
Presidency.
And I'm going to say it again.
And would also be the
60 points down 6 months ago.
Her inauguration.
Yep.
So those are
60 points down, 60
leaders in the race, and they're all about the same age.
A fallacy.
Now,
a pipe dream. Universal health care cannot be done.
By the way, Cruz is only
single payer as a right cannot be done. Family Medical Leave Act extended, built, enhanced cannot be done. Nobody believes in that. That's just not. It's a pie in the sky.
Behind Senators Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, and Marco Rubio.
Iowa has chosen tonight to fight for 15, not settle for 12. Iowa has chosen tonight to fight for tuition-free college, not debt-free college.
The supporters, so he could get some fresh clothes.
It's in black and white to the whole wide world, and I am appreciative of being able to sit here and just whirl through a bunch of words with all y'all and talk
and realize
to folks about all of this. Because quite frankly, folks, this is a revolution, a peaceful revolution, something that honestly, I believe in my heart of hearts that Martin Luther King Jr. would be proud of.
I don't know how I feel about
We have taken the technology that has been given to us and taken the tools that we are allowed to use. And we have built our own revolution behind a man who says, not me, it is we.
Is it Western Iowa or
it's a beautiful
whole
thing.
county is in central?
I would really like to hear from Janine sitting there who just got done caucusing, canvassing, and out there flyering to make sure that Bernie Sanders is on the ballot in Rhode Island, because Lord knows too many states are going to wake up tomorrow and have the realization that they're going to have to do it in their home.
We got that confirmed, Luke. From that earlier today. You are a tired man, sir. You need to go to sleep. We are all tired here, but we just did that earlier today. We had Janine confirm for us that Bernie Sanders, she's got the stacks of ballots with her, and she will be dropping them off, sir.
She said library. I want to hear more tips, because all of this stuff is things that are not going to be presented on mainstream media.
I appreciate that she's not. We tried that earlier. She's not interested in coming on camera right now, Lou. We've got a whole day tomorrow to run. Thank you for that. I just wanted to show this, folks, that we have this right here from Dylan. J. Dylan Sandiford. Hillary trying to declare victory while tied with Bernie is essentially Steve Harvey announcing Miss America. I couldn't agree more. I think that's beautiful. I could not agree more. For right now, everybody, we're all tired. We're all been here a really long time. We're all just trying to get through and end this. I want to get to the end of the results with everybody today. We're vamping here. We're trying to have a conversation with you. You're staying with us. It's wonderful. If we're boring, don't stay with us. Go somewhere else. The bottom line is we know what's happening, folks. Sanders' presence has been heard. We can wait till the very end. We'll all stay together. I'll click on it now. We'll see what's going on with the big map here. We're back to 50.1 and 49.3. 92% reporting right now. I'm going to go back to that map really quick and take a look at that. My goal was to finish up this evening. I don't know how much longer it's going to take to get to 100%, folks. I want to finish up the 100%, say cheers with everybody, run a song, and prepare for tomorrow. Because the newsroom will be tomorrow at 9 a.m. I do that every morning without fail. We will talk about the results. We'll talk about what it means. We'll talk about next steps. We'll talk about the news. We'll look at what MSM spun.
Don't make me take credit for.
And we do this every morning together so that we can all be aware of the realities.
We're gonna have to go to Ted Cruz.
That are happening around the world, and not the bullshit being spun by MSM media. And on that note, while I have a lot of you still here, we'll cut back to that really quick. 51 and 49.3 still showing there. I want to remind everybody we have a lot of people here, and maybe you all haven't heard me say this. ExxonMobil is the Nazi Germany of the energy industry. They did 40 years ago, and this is a documented, folks. This is all the newspapers. The MSM pushed it out. They just stopped giving a shit. Our planet is dying. 40 years ago, Exxon knew they were murdering the planet. It chose to hide that. Our government chose to hide it. Corporate media chose to go along with that. Instead, it's dying. And every energy concept, every green energy initiative that has been put forth by Obama, by every other country in the world, is not enough. It is not enough, folks. I wish it was an asteroid hurtling at our planet. Because that's literally what is happening. We have a floating view of the happening that's happening here. It's going to get really stuck. We're going to lose our food supply. Our ocean is just about ready to go cascade failure. And you You may think I'm an alarmist. You may think I'm making stuff up. Go do the research. Ignore what you're seeing in corporate media and go do the research at how much methane is spewing out of California right now. And it's not getting fixed anytime soon. At 450 plus dead pools in the ocean. These are areas of the ocean that are kilometers and kilometers wide that are not able, they have no life. They're dead, devoid of life.
It's not just that
you know where these exist? They exist on coastlines where the Koch brothers
very standard politics.
spew toxins into the ocean.
People say they're not interested.
And your establishment government lets this happen. Both sides of the establishment government.
Almost every
other planet is dying. ExxonMobil
I know.
solely responsible in my mind. Their company should be
I don't know. I have no idea.
The CEOs of that company need to be put on trial for crimes against humanity, and the funds from that company need to be put forth for green energy grid. I'm going to say that over and over and over again. Jimmy Walker. Because I want it embedded into the minds of the people that it can be done, it should be done. And it's a very easy way to make the shift. ExxonMobil owes the planet reparations. I want those reparations paid.
Upsetting the apple cart.
You can't take it out in their take it out in their profits and their money. Liquidate Exxon. That's what I want to see with the new burning era. I want to see the liquidation of Exxon.
I ain't giving them any of my money.
49.3%. We're still looking at that vote to 92%. Reporting again
is a victory for the grassroots.
In Iowa, 15 reporting on way down. Thank you for joining us all.
Tonight is a victory for courageous conservatives across Iowa and all across this great nation.
32,000. Still more than 2,000 people. I'm going to look at some of the comments here, guys. We need 44 delegates to win Iowa. I keep seeing that. Chad,
Iowa has spoken.
There's several people that keep saying that. Arthur, 44. By the way, Chad has anybody know what they're talking about? You know what they're talking about? Arthur,
the Republican nominee, and
that's why we're down to 94% of the precinct.
Will not be chosen.
There's 42 delegates already accounted for right now. There's 2 more left.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
And we're going to see. We might have a split, or we might have a win.
By the Washington establishment.
Either way, this doesn't
will not be chosen by the
I'm going to drop some pictures in. I'm working real hard. To be honest, I just got a bunch of pictures in from the Council Bluffs field office.
Where all sovereignty resides in our nation.
To them, when we all
the American
have talked so much about starting this channel in June. In June, he was polling at 11% in this country.
Tonight. Thanks to the incredible hard work of everyone gathered.
That's when we started. Yeah, drop those pictures, and I want to see those pictures.
Courageous conservatives across the state.
This is what pages? This is the Des Moines Register. Hillary at 50.15, Bernie at 49.32. That's how close of a race it is, folks. And you think about that way, everybody should know.
By the way, there's Bobby's
perspective, your incredible victory that you have won tonight. That is the most votes
they are on
ever cast
YouTube. Channel 1
for
is
any
down by
Republican
Viacom, and that's how you
primary
find it. It says Channel 1 down by Bernie 2016 TV down by Viacom. Channel 2 was shut down by CNN, and that's available too. Hundreds of videos. And the point of that is there's hundreds of hours of footage of Bernie at these massive rallies. When we were broadcasting in front of him in June, July, August,
run amok.
These were the big, huge
Tonight
initial
is a
rallies.
victory for every American who's watched in dismay as career politicians in Washington in both parties
they were not showing
refuse to listen and too often
If you want to see
fail to
something
keep their
amazing, go
commitments
back
to
to
the
Bernie
people.
16 TV channel and take a look at those rallies.
Tonight is a victory for every American who understands that after we survived 8 long years of the Obama presidency,
we were the
one personality
and we weren't the only ones. There were a lot of other people out there, independent media. But our goal here was to broadcast to you from the beginning.
Understand that it is a commitment to the Constitution, to our shared insistence that we rise and return to a higher standard.
This is the American spring cleaning. We are ridding ourselves of our corrupt
nation that the world has ever known.
Rise and return. That's what we do.
Christian. I'm looking for these links. You're going to see what's being put in here. Yes, Nico, we are
revolutionary understanding that all men and all women are created equal.
This thing keeps you not updating. Looking at the Microsoft Mac, it's about the most.
That our rights do not come from the Democratic Party.
Yes.
Just
or the Republican Party, or even from the Tea Party.
Thinking is, since we saw like a big swing in the percentages, I'm wondering if it's because some of these very large districts are left, and that's why the big swing. So it is
the federal government's responsibility
if one comes
is
to Bernie, that
those fundamental rights to defend us.
Would you say that's an accurate speculation?
Yes, and while Americans will continue to suffer,
I would agree with that speculation.
under a president who has set an agenda that is causing millions
so they're going to have more of an effect on those final numbers.
I want to remind you of the promises
around. Again, folks,
thank God.
As Chad said, we won.
May endure for a night.
If it's a tie with the number of delegates. 21 delegates
in the morning.
Yeah, so 22 each, right? There's so many other reasons for this. O'Malley can drop out
tonight,
and O'Malley supporters. We know what did I say? We didn't try to trick you. We're just there. Join us. Your guy already feels the burn. We know that. So that's great for all. And for everybody else, we have New Hampshire coming up next, and Bernie is way stronger. I think Janine said
campaign has been
ahead in New Hampshire.
From millions of Americans across this country to organize, to rally, to come together. Whatever
we have to see how mainstream media is going to react. If it truly is a tie and Hillary declares victory just based on the percentage points, what's going to happen here is that they're going to say, well, Bernie had a nice show.
Constitutional liberties and the Judeo-Christian values.
This is the way they'll play it. And what we need to tell with the 99 holy shit, look what happened. Look at how many people showed up today. And then we're going to do that everywhere we go. I've got the story. Every state says that way, whether it's a primary or Caucus, whatever we do.
When the media have to show that,
they don't
conservative cannot win.
They don't. We don't do it. That's why we do it. Now, this is awesome. They hold themselves for
thousand contributions poured in to TYT.Cruz.org as courageous conservatives.
It was typed over to me. I think you'll find it really, really interesting.
We'll do that. Give everybody something else to look at while we do that. Here's the results that continue there in the morning register.
With an average contribution of 6
She has the right Microsoft.
Is the power of the grassroots.
I'm going to grab this thing out of Thank you all for staying. She's such an elite.
But it's more than that.
She's the one that works at Goldman Sachs.
12,000 volunteers.
I told you it was interesting. I think one of our volunteers for that.
Disgusted by the people of Iowa. She works at Goldman Sachs. She's as elitist as it gets.
He dropped it to me PM. I don't know if he wants me to state who dropped it, so I'll leave his acknowledgement for later privately.
This is interesting. I mean, this sounds like it's part of the course, and you're well aware of this. Let me pull this up. I don't want to see what happened here. This is not an indication of Hillary's power, folks.
16, 18 hours a day, 6-7 days a week.
So we can show it to everybody. Here you go. Hillary Clinton.
We are not tired at all.
By chance. Losing 70 was split 61-61 between Bernie Sanders. The winner was decided by a random coin toss because that's how they got the job done in Iowa. That's how they get the job done in Iowa. And I guess that's
we will have
what it does. All right.
That's actually how it does in the majority of caucus states I know about. It's actually the same way here. It does come down after a secondary role of you being able to pick if through the second one they're both split still evenly. It is a coin toss for that delegate count, that delegate vote to come down.
And I'll tell you about the dynamic of
what that really means, folks, is quite frankly, like Celeste said earlier, single votes do count.
So they have to
because tonight Hillary Clinton won one delegate.
Acting too early before you know the result.
Or you can look at it that Bernie could have won one delegate by one single vote.
Wow. Lou, I'm going to interrupt you here for a second. Thank you for that. We're looking at a bunch of stuff you're not looking at right. I'm reading information that's coming to me right here. And, apparently, Hillary is already speaking.
We do not have Hillary.
She's speaking and declaring. How obnoxious. How obnoxious.
Yeah, audio.
That's just obnoxious.
To have a real contest.
The fuck do you think you are?
To really
and that deserves
think hard about what the Democratic Party stands for and what we want
I said Steve
of our country to look like.
That's right. Miss America, like Steve Harvey is. I get the joke there. Took me a minute.
Who gets things done.
To your credit, where credit is due, the story that I just handed you came from our viewer, Our Stories, provided
in a long line of American reformers who make up our minds that the status quo is not good enough.
Many people watching us tonight. I'm fading fast, so I need to get the fuck out of here and go away. I'm waiting for the end result at the last minute. Yes, I dropped the F-bomb because I've been on air more than 7.5 hours a day, and that doesn't include the news show this morning.
My involvement from that very first job I had in the Children's Defense Fund.
Today,
and I know
is nothing.
I know what we are capable of doing. I know we can create more good-paying jobs and raise incomes for hardworking Americans again. I know that we can finish the job of universal health care coverage for every single I know we can combat climate change and be the clean energy superpower of the 21st century. I know we can make our education system work for every one of our children, especially those with disadvantages.
Wow.
I know we can make college affordable and get student debt off the backs of young people. And I know we can protect our rights. Women's rights, gay rights, voting rights, immigrant rights, workers' rights. I know too we can stand up to the gun lobby and get common sense gun safety measures.
She's coming from a long line of reformers in the Democratic Party. The BS
I secured the nomination.
I think there are some right now, but I'm not sure. I'm hearing it through TYT.
And going into that White House,
thank you, Sean. Here's what I think we need to do. I'm going to play this piece right here.
Determined to push forward
just given to me. This is
on the great goals and values that unite us as Americans.
What we need to do, folks, is blast this C-SPAN video as much as we can. We need to get this out there because mainstream media is working with Hillary to say one thing. It seems to me we've got a very different reality happening here. This is the city of this. This is the corruption as it plays. The audacity of her to do what she's doing right now. Basically saying, fuck you, people. I'm just going to declare clean this so fuck you. That's what she's saying right now.
In the last few weeks, we finally began to have what I think is one of the most important substantive conversations that the Democratic Party could have. And I am thrilled at all the people who are saying it first. I know that we may have differences about how best
So how many do you have?
232.
But I believe we have a very clear idea that the Democratic Party and this campaign stands for what is best in America, and we have to be united. When it was all said and done,
Some people walk out the door.
we have to be united against a Republican vision candidate to drive us hard to divide us. That is not what we are going to do. I followed their campaign very closely. I understand what they're appealing to, and I intend to stand against it. I will not let their divisiveness, their efforts to rip away the progress that we made successful. Because we can't forget. So as I stand here tonight, breathing a big sigh of relief, I want you to know I will keep doing what I have done my entire life. I will keep standing up for you. I will keep fighting for you. I will always work to achieve the America that I believe in, where the promise of that dream that we hold out to our children and our grandchildren never fails. Generations to come. Join me. Let's go win the nomination. Thank you all, and God bless you.
That's why I recall on Iowa TV about voting data. That loud way is sometimes I feel like here is something we saw earlier. Angry. That's what
why would they recount?
If you want to read the motion to the body to be heard, I don't. They said they promised or 3 people left. So if you want to challenge those results and do another count, you guys want to First round was 459, right on the money. Right on the money. So if 3 people walked out, they're still right on the money.
But you're saying
with our count at 232 and 226.
But if they only
I'll have an opportunity. I will announce the total, and then you can challenge it.
if they only count the people who join their group, they're not getting a full count of the So we're saying they need to actually count every individual body, not every individual body.
I'm telling you about that. If you want to challenge it, then challenge it. Yeah, we can go and announce the Here's where we now stand. Hold on. Here's where we now stand.
Decision.
Uncommitted 0. O'Malley 0.
Was very powerful.
Clinton 232. Sanders 224.
One way I got the same
hold on. 456. We lost 3 people
and remember, a lot of people
in the melee, apparently.
Thought he was a very successful president.
I understand there may be some consternation about the count. If anybody wishes to challenge that for a recount.
On the other hand, there was also
is there a second? Hold on. Is there a second?
She did in that speech.
There's a second.
When you got Bill Clinton,
we will have a majority vote, and we will see how that plays out.
And say it. like maybe you shouldn't be able to say it, or people
the vote is, if you vote yes,
because you're going to talk about the establishment as people, it's
you
about
want
change,
a recount.
And,
if you vote no,
but I think overall
you don't want a recount. Does that make sense? Everybody understand what we're voting for?
She's never going to be the anti-establishment candidate. So be the establishment candidate. Be the good establishment.
By the way,
be the establishment
so you know,
that you trust.
The difference here will not change the delegate map. There are only 9 delegates.
Like you trust how they work.
I do not believe it will change the delegate map.
Yeah,
but that being said, I could be wrong.
They're all with the
all in favor
right?
Of
and I don't mean that in this race. I mean,
raise your hands,
right? With the possible exception of Bernie.
All against a full recount. Raise your hand. The nays appear to have.
What a random name to pull out there. So yeah, with the lying. You want to give credit to Bernie Sanders for not lying? I agree with you there.
Right? Watch there,
but he's the exception. She's just the
not the way things are supposed to be handled.
Having
that was not right. Okay, whether the recount would have mattered or not, whether the percentage would have mattered, whatever you say, doesn't matter. That was not handled correctly.
Clinton's presidency,
that's voter fraud. That was not done correctly. And we just showed something on the screen that said Sanders' camp is going to demand the raw data.
Right. But
I agree.
I think for a lot of younger voters who might have been too young to remember that presidency, or maybe weren't as invested.
The corruption within our establishment government is so
bad. To understand politics at that time. We'll look at that.
I don't trust
That's
whoever's
establishment. That's what I hear.
holding all this data. I want the raw data. I want it released to the public. We're going to do a recount because they think they won outright. Sanders camp thinks they won outright. Well, Hillary's off declaring things.
So they're
already. I'm the queen.
Hey, John.
Only a 0.2
Percentages just swung 49.8 to 49.6 again.
Seems like they're reporting an
I'm going back to that.
Saying you got 95% number. I don't know where they got it.
We're back to that close number again.
But anyway, so
back to the close number. Give me a second here. We'll pull it up,
people
folks.
like, you know,
There you go.
reliable sources.
49.8, 49.6. 22 percentage points difference at this point, folks. That's what we're looking at. Not much. Not much. And you know,
they were kids.
I will go with the margin of error based on corruption. A margin of corruption error. How about that?
The guy who they
coin flip
because they think
the coin flip, which is
the coin flip gave Hillary Clinton right now has a 22 to 21 delegate lead in Iowa.
Because of the coin flip.
Pair that with what we actually covered here on Bernie 2016 TV tonight. That all of that information that was just out there that actually somebody else, not even somebody here, but somebody else on C-SPAN's feed saw all of that and thought it was kind of funny and has pulled it and said, look, this is exactly what we need to be paying attention to.
Yeah, because this actually, for the vote...
And we pointed that out earlier, that it didn't seem completely on the up and up. We'll see how it's going, but as of right now, the coin flip has put Hillary ahead, 22-21 on the delegate count. There's one delegate still in question in Iowa.
But so far it looks like...
I just want to say,
I haven't seen any. You guys
back to you, John.
Thanks. Yeah, I was trying to read this screenshot that came from Sean, but I can't read over because it says pin on Pinterest. So I'm not exactly sure what he was trying to say there. If you could grab me another one of those so I could look at it, that would be great. I'm not really sure what the message was.
They were chanting liar.
So, but I don't know where.
Hillary
Oh, nice.
That's Jimmy Dore.
So it doesn't mean it's not real.
It was this act
worked up about it. Confirmed and double.
Sorry, that's what I didn't understand. I didn't understand where
yeah, it says at a birdie party.
Okay. They're watching her on mainstream media declare herself the winner while we sit here looking at this neck and neck bullshit.
You want to make it early enough so that you get good press coverage.
This is the propaganda machine in action, folks, because now mainstream media is blasting this out everywhere, and the folks at home sitting in their rocking chairs watching the indoctrinated feed.
Perhaps not knowing.
Right? They are going to keep going. Hillary won. They probably don't even understand what that means in terms of caucus.
I mean, it's
Hillary won.
sort of allegory
they're going to hear. And that does damage. That affects the rest of the campaign. That's lying.
And that's across my lap.
That is misinformation.
So now,
it's not supposed to happen.
Bernie Sanders has not spoken.
So we're going to lost a lot of the audience. We're sitting there.
On the other hand,
neck and neck.
If I was down by
49.8% with Hillary Clinton, and Sanders at 49.6%. O'Malley is out of the race.
Just throw it in, even when it's super tight. You don't know exactly who's going to win.
We're just hanging in here, folks. Still have more than 2,000 people with us right now. 34,500. Playbacks. Thank you for joining us today. We are now live at broadcast for 7.5 hours on the stream. It's been amazing. People have shut us down during that whole time frame. Thank you for being.
He's not even going to talk about it.
Thank you for being in Iowa today. We really appreciate it. Looks like we just had a new update. Let me read some of those other stats. We're just kicking through it here until we get to the very end. We're at the very end of it. 93% of the results.
I would say it's so loud.
Total precincts reported in 578 of 1,683 precincts so far reporting in for this Iowa caucus 2016.
By the way, we've been on the air.
Historic. It's been amazing. It has been
5 hours and 45 minutes now.
What do we got? A picture of
the caucus covers 3 hours and 43 minutes. So I think we're getting a little bit tired because
check this out,
and it seems like anticlimactic because so many people already gave their
Iowa City, home to the University of Iowa,
but it is
entirely possible
there
is still undeclared, and Bernie's down by
I know.
Right. And so I'm a little worried that we're not going to explode as previously promised.
No.
But I need you guys. I mean, I'm close, so I know I'm close.
Do we know? Let me find it on the nice little map here. Iowa City. Where is that, guys? Any map of Iowa?
Get that photo up.
Is it really that tight? It's that tight.
I have to get to that photo, but there was
look at some of these. Look at that. 50-50 right there.
People.
Calhoun County.
MEC.
56, 44, 77%.
So we're breaking down the numbers. They're watching us. They got their eye on on multiple screens to try to figure out what exactly is.
That was only 90%.
You told me at one point what this is that you're doing. What you call that?
There's still a lot of information coming. There's still a lot longer to go. I don't understand how Hillary declares herself the winner already. 93%. Reporting 1,578 out of 1,683, and that number hasn't changed for a while. They're at 49.8 to 49.6. Clinton over Bernie Sanders. Thank you for joining us tonight for all of this. Thank you for joining us all day. Oh, that was up on the humanist. That's humanist for Bernie.
They're playing with our emotions.
Yeah, they really are.
Sanders headquarters. See, Sanders.
A lot of people still watch.
They've been a lot of.
What else we got here? I'm going to cut back to the.
I don't like that. Cut back to the results. But they have a lot of people in the background who are super excited. So the TV cameras.
This is
how long do you think Sanders will wait?
I just want to touch on what you guys were talking about.
He's waiting until we take the lead, until it's actually everything's completely in. I mean, he can come in right now and sort of
old dude who used to be president.
He's already done so much, Come in. They said he couldn't do it. Look at us now. I mean, there's so much you can say.
Great things
what do you guys think about his decision to? It seems at this point that maybe he's just going to wait until it's pretty much done.
We're in an information.
Yeah, and that's what I would expect to be information. I think most from the newsroom, actually, there was an episode. I will just quote this. Bernie Sanders is a Charlie kind of guy. They're going to wait for all the facts to be in before they report.
Great revolution.
Unlike Hillary, who's going to assume that she's been handed the crown here, Bernie Sanders is going to wait till he has all of the facts. There was an episode of the newsroom where every other news outlet had reported the story as being true and had run with the story to be the first out with the story because that's what's important. And that's exactly what Hillary is doing here.
I want to check in on a couple things.
Story out first.
Even if Sanders is not speaking yet. They just showed an exciting crowd.
Even if it's bullshit, get that story out first, and all these news agencies are helping her push it out. Push that propaganda out, because what matters is that it's out there, right? But Charlie said, we're not going live with that story until we know for certain, have we doubled the story, that when these things happen, there's a red team, let's verify that story. Well, the story wasn't true. And ACN was the only news agency to get it right. Of course, it didn't matter. Mainstream media, they all forgive each other for lying and making shit up and whatnot. But the point is that Bernie is a man of integrity. And we, the people of America, are of integrity. We don't want our candidate to announce that he's won before all the facts have been reported.
Well, I wasn't suggesting that either. I'm saying that he can come out right now and just be like, hey, man, look at this. Check it out. Yeah.
No, I know that. No, that's not what you're saying. What I'm saying is that he's not going to, that's certainly not what I'm saying, guys. What I'm saying is he's going to wait. He's going to wait until he has it all because that's what he does.
Yeah.
That's, so if he comes up to say anything, I don't know what he'd say unless he has to, unless the crowd is just like, look, dude, you got to come out. It's really late. Right? But my guess is he's going to wait until it's over. I don't really know. We don't have. I don't know how these things go. Hillary's declared victory. We still have data that's not complete yet. We're still on 93% precincts.
Hey, John. Bernie's coming on stage. I sent you the link. Can you bring that up, maybe?
He is going to come on and do a little preview. All right. Let me give me 1 moment. It's coming on right now. I need to get to it. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, because at this point, he's already shown and proven so many people at this point. Win, lose, or draw. It's like, hey, look, we've already proven you wrong. I'm viable. I can do this. I can easily beat her. We already know that I'm going to do better against the Republicans. Cruz is the one I think that's coming out on top on that side. Here we go.
9 months ago, we came to this beautiful state. We had no political organization. We had no money. We had no name recognition. And we were taking on the most powerful political organization in the United States of America. And tonight, while the results are still not known, it looks like we are in a virtual tie. While the results are still not complete, it looks like we'll have about half of the Iowa delegates. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Secretary Clinton or somebody. Organization for waging a very vigorous campaign, and I want to thank Governor O'Malley. I've lost more than one campaign, but he should know that he contributed a whole lot to the dialogue. That he ran an issue-oriented campaign, and he won the respect of the American people. As I think about what happened tonight, I think people of Iowa have sent a very profound message to the political establishment, to the economic establishment, and by the way, the media establishment. That is given the enormous crisis facing our country. It is just too late for establishing politics and establishing economic. What the American people have said. And by the way, I hear this not just progressives. I hear conservatives. I hear moderates. And that is, we can no longer continue to have a corrupt campaign finance system. By far the most exciting audience, and always exciting. I am the chairman of the Veterans Committee, and in that not only have I worked hard to try to protect the interests of the veterans, I've had the privilege of meeting so many men and women with their lives on the line to defend and protect our way of life. And what they were protecting is an American democracy of one person, one vote, not millionaires buying a I am overwhelmed, and I am moved by the fact that millions of people throughout this country have helped volunteer in our campaign. That we have received in this campaign 3.5 million individual contributions. People went to BernieSanders.com, and you know what the contribution was? It was $27. We do not represent the interest of the billionaire class, Wall Street, or corporate America. We don't want their money. We will. And I am very proud to tell you that we are the only candidate on the Democratic side without a super PAC.
There used to be on the valley.
The reason we have done so well here in Iowa, the reason I believe we're going to do so well in New Hampshire and the other states that follow. The reason is the American people are saying no to a rigged economy. They no longer want to see an economy in which the average American works longer hours for low wages, while almost all new income and wealth is going to the top 1%. What the American people understand is this country was based and is based on fairness. It is not fair when the top 1% today owns almost as much as wealth as the bottom 90%. It is not fair when the 20 wealthiest people in this country own more wealth than the bottom half of America. So you guys ready for a radical idea? Well, so is America. That radical idea is we are going to create an economy that works for working families, not just the billionaire class. And yes, millions of our people are working for starvation wages. We are going to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. We are going to have equity for women. I've been all over this beautiful state of Iowa. We have 70,000 people, and in meeting after I hear people, standing up like say, Bernie, I went to college. I graduated college. Now I am $60,000, $80,000 in debt. That is crazy. People should not be financially because they want to get a decent education. And that is why I believe that in the year 2016, public colleges and universities should be tuition free. I will tell you how we're going to pay for it. We're going home on tax-free speculation. The recklessness and the illegal behavior of Wall Street economy to its knees. The American people will say Wall Street to help the middle class. God damn it. When we transform America, we will end the disgrace of having more people in jail than any other country. African Americans and Latinos. We are going education, we're out in jails and incarceration. And I'll tell you something that really does astound you. The Senate Environmental Committee. I have talked to scientists all over the world. The debate is over. Climate change is real. We have a responsibility to work around the world to transform our energy system away from energy efficiency and sustainable And what makes us totally amazing is that we have not one Republican candidate for president prepared to come up and tell us and agree with what virtually all scientists agree. And you know why they are not prepared to do that? Because on the day that they acknowledge the reality, and call for change. You know what happens? They're going to lose their campaign for the Koch brothers, and the fossil fuel industry. So I say the Republicans, stop worrying about your campaign from big oil brothers or the Koch brothers or the coal industry. Worry about your planet, your children, leaving your children and your grandchildren.
Three votes out of
now, I have criticized during this campaign many things. Every single day. That's okay.
We got the 95%.
Let me repeat what I believe. I believe that at a time when every major country on guarantees health care people as a right. I believe we should do the same in the United States. Wall Street Journal, Washington, corporate America, wherever you may be, let me tell you straight up. I believe that health care is a right, not a privilege. That is why in Medicare single-payer program, which will not only guarantee health care, not only end the pharmaceutical of the American people, but it will save the average middle class family of thousands of dollars a year in health care costs. Let me conclude by saying no president will tell you. And that is no president, not Bernie Sanders, not anybody else, will be able to bring about the changes that the working families and the middle class of this country, that our children, our seniors, there's no president, because of the powers that Wall Street, with their endless supply of money, corporate America, large campaign donors, are so powerful, no president can do what has to be done alone. And that is why what I want has to be done tonight is a political revolution.
Because one time I said,
political revolution that said millions of people come together, including those given up on the political process. They're dismayed and frustrated with what goes on in Washington. With young people who had never been involved in the political process. When young working seniors begin to stand up and say loudly and clearly, enough. That our government of our great country belongs to all of us, not just a handful of billionaires. We will transform this country. Thank you all very much.
All right, political stuff. Texas wasn't bad because he's like, I'm going to do this at 97. I don't like this. I'm done with this. Cruz, our guy, right? And political records. I mean, on and on, super boring. And it's not just that we disagree with it. There was excitement that we're seeing. Julio's crowd had good excitement. Trump, no. Cruz, middling excitement. Hillary Clinton, he won. Yeah, and Hillary Clinton's crowd, very excited. There you go, everybody. Yeah, Bernie Sanders. That was Bernie Sanders. Right after I just said emphatically he's going to the end. He didn't, but that's okay. Because he explained what's going on. He explained that what Iowa did tonight. And what we saw very clearly
seem to agree that there was a huge difference in terms of enthusiasm
political revolution.
with
Iowa
speech
planted the flag for Bernie Sanders for the United States. For the opposite. Oh, wow. That's what we needed. Thank you, Iowa. Iowa was coming through for us. Thank you. We had a good speech, and when it comes to a matter of percentage, the world will do the same. I want to thank everybody who has been watching us today for the coming up on. It'll be 8 hours. We'll broadcast for 8 hours straight, folks. But maybe when you're in the room and it's so loud, you get an 8-hour day. That 8-hour workday that we have is courtesy of the muckrakers. 95% reporting. That 40-hour work week is courtesy of the muckrakers, progressive and Teddy Roosevelt reporting that went against the establishment. I have been in a couple of these where the reason we are in the same place today, folks, is because we stopped participating actively in our democracy. Racist reminds me of Ben. And now Bernie Sanders has given us an opportunity to excitement and drama our country, be active participants in our democracy once again. Those are the two. It's the American spring clean. We're getting rid of the corrupt individuals in our government, replacing them with Bernie crowds. There are still more than 2,500 people watching. Thank you so much for joining us. There's 38,000. We just crossed 38,000 playbacks of this event today. That all of that activity, all of your comments, all of your shares, all of your memes, everything you've done with this whole conversation helps Bernie Sanders. It helps raise up George Allen was such a loathsome guy, and Jim Wentworth pumping out misinformation. So much at the time. I'm looking forward to joining you all tomorrow. His lead, if I remember correctly, Alan's lead at 9 a.m. Pacific, and noon Eastern, and it's hung in there for a long time. Mainstream media has done. Northern Virginia comes in. We have Webb could take the lead, but you always hope that time never comes through. Correct me if I'm wrong. One magical night, it actually happened. All exactly what happened here, and the website catch up, and he finally passed them. It was amazing. That both McCaskill and Webb were on the same left, so that was an amazing election. I thought I remember correctly. Okay. So we're still waiting on that. Either way. Sorry, say that again. Ames, Iowa. Okay.
College town. Ames, Iowa. From what I'm hearing is Ames, Iowa, that they're still trying to figure out. And there's now a question about that county that we showed here on Bernie 2016 TV about that as well. And a question, not just conspiracy theory, we'll have for a few people out there. There's a question.
It was handled incorrectly. It's handled incorrectly, folks. And what happens with that is that people's voices are lost.
Second place finish in the Iowa Caucus.
And just imagine,
2 minutes.
showing the results, we're showing here 94% reporting the. I'm just going to cut over to the C-SPAN screen we have up here. C-SPAN is doing some post coverage here, and that's what they're showing the Democratic results right now. 94% reporting, 49.8 for Hillary, 49.6 for Bernie Sanders. Look at that difference there, folks.
Seemed like he was bitter of losing. That would have played well.
What is that number?
Tagging people on a night when they bested you. I'm not sure that plays well.
Okay, when you have caucuses like this, and they're talking about those different precincts having X amount of votes. Right now, Hillary Clinton, in a caucus, they might have 9 total votes. Right now, Hillary Clinton, as I'm seeing, is a little different than yours. Hillary Clinton has 665. Bernie Sanders has 661. Is the statistical tie. 22 delegates to Hillary Clinton. 21 to Bernard Sanders. The guy who was 60 points down is now running even with a $2 billion machine. Let's go, folks. Oh, and there's a cash bomb just started by grassroots for Sanders. If you got anything, put it in. And show tonight that somebody cannot get up there and proclaim that they already have the win with all the votes not counted yet.
Nice, yeah, I've seen that. Are you reading this right here? I want to read from what Janine is saying, and everybody's talking about. So Chuck Todd,
campaign and media.
Does mainstream media. Chuck Todd says, someone obviously assured the Clinton campaign that they had it in the bag. An obvious mistake. I mean, this is
racist and lying liars.
That's what we're saying here. You can't declare.
And it might be more disagreement on that, but I don't actually quite agree.
Not even close.
And I'll explain why in just a second now.
They did not expect this to happen.
A little bit of movement in the polls.
They were counting on it not happening, and they are counting on us not to show up.
That's the difference.
We know that we will. We owe it to the world.
Summations here.
We owe the world of America worthy of this plan.
So let's summarize.
And we're only going to get that with Bernie Sanders. Only going to get that with Bernie Sanders. Thank you for rising, Iowa. Thank you for doing what needed to be done for the sake of the planet, for the sake of the
70-some-odd counties. I think.
I really appreciate it. I am
visit every county. But there are.
I am looking at just more comments, making sure we're okay, guys. I think anybody else want to jump in here and say anything? We need to cover anything else. At this point, guys, we're going to jump back tomorrow. Noon Eastern for the newsroom to dispel the bullshit. Anyone?
That won't change.
I'd just like to say, Iowa has now become the catalyst for the movement. We've now seen how it can be done and how we can move forward. And I was thinking about it as this all happened. My kids are going to grow up, with leadership that I didn't have. Growing up, and this country, when they become my age, might be a whole lot different. So that's saying a whole lot.
Camera and her fiance.
Thank you so much. Anybody else?
Okay, that's why we.
You don't get to sign off really quickly, guys.
Get caught up in on the four shots.
They're saying now that they've been using statistical models or something like that to come up with the numbers here, and now they're actually doing the accounting, and that's why they don't know, but they don't think they'll have an answer tonight, because they actually have to count for something.
Do we believe that 0.8 jump that she had, that they took that?
Whoever told her
do we believe that that's still hanging out there in this last 5%, that maybe they question something about it?
I don't know, what do you think?
They got a result from a precinct that had reported, now they end up reporting again with the same result. That's what I'm saying, that might still be out there.
This wasn't an overwhelming victory for Hillary voters are overwhelming victory for Bernie Sanders. We have to actually count.
Reporting, so still 12%.
Sanders campaign has asked for the raw data.
And they're over 20,000 votes overall so far. So
it's not going to go down
like it went most likely hold out because if those 12 counties in, we probably counted them. So I love the drama.
Now you better believe the eyes of the
universe will be make a note here that
we will know the truth
3 months from now, 3 years from now, no one will remember who was 0.2 or 0.6.
Nico's putting it here. Hillary projected herself winning, especially you said you're just going to win. This is how ignorant the establishment is.
The only way that it's not is if inches are out and people
silly
play that
establishment.
up.
We're the ones that make you great.
You see what I'm saying? But in reality, like I said an hour ago, it's not you and your greed. Look at what we've been able to accomplish despite your greed. Look at what we've been able to accomplish despite
time for a real narrative.
punitive nature of how you operate. That's hilarious. That just cracked up. The reason
great thing about this season is that it's like the NFL.
Political perspective, that's a
you can't. It's also more like baseball. Like you're devastated by a game. You got another one tomorrow.
You want to grab it there?
That's like
we're
again tomorrow.
Much worse than any of the other things that they're doing.
Okay, so let's do the Republicans.
I mean, if people are going to see through some of the other stuff, they're not going to see through that.
But
they're going to, okay, they're going to come up with the same, right? It's just all
on the Republican side, Cruz came in first today, Donald Trump came in second. And Marco Rubio came in third. Almost point away.
Every time they see it,
so there's another loser. I'm going to argue here, and I think we'll have a debate, that Marco Rubio is the biggest winner. And Donald Trump is the biggest loser out of tonight.
That's what it is. It's the big lie. How many times do we have to have it tried by the mainstream media, the establishment, to say the establishment candidate
even though
is going to be
it's filled.
No matter what. I mean, tonight is the prime example of this. Here we are at a literal. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4.
Republicans.
A tablet, the computer screen, everybody's got statistical tie. But Hillary Clinton went out there and it was covered by mainstream media, channel after channel after channel, her declaring her victory.
But that doesn't necessarily translate into later states.
It's the big lie.
Marco Rubio needed
and the big lie is quite honestly in the age of the internet independence is broken because video doesn't lie.
Did that, at least
video doesn't
in
lie.
Iowa,
and thereby going against the poor and minority communities in this country. The video doesn't lie of her lying about sniper fire going over her head. Video doesn't lie about what happened tonight in Old County that we featured.
John said over and over again on the show is
tomorrow.
That video.
You weren't tonight. You were number 2 and almost number 3.
Tomorrow.
So
there's going to be some serious questions about what the hell is going on
not
around
so much.
here. And I'm not.
So if you had won tonight, you could have gone on
the foil needed.
Saying that
we all saw ourselves on this screen.
Well, now that steamroller for the first time.
Good night, folks. Because to be honest, I believe that Iowa just reawoke the American dream.
Whether that leads to a loss of momentum, we don't know yet.
Continue that fight.
There was
do what's right and continue to feel.
So just by that fact,
the burn until the establishment chooses to learn we are tired of their BS. We want Bernie Sanders
because he just lost.
Yeah, I'll say this.
Back to you, John.
Even though
he was polling, like we saw so many polls with him, 8 points over Cruz. He lost by 4. And so maybe that just means that Iowa evangelical blah blah they can't really be polled. They can be polled. That actually, or maybe it means like we suspected the whole time, his followers love to like cheer for Muslims to be deported. They like go into the rally
for like county. I'm sorry, and 2 others will count.
Yeah, so just the question.
What we're gonna do here?
New Hampshire
we're gonna sign off. I'm listening to everybody here. We've been broadcasting for more than 8 hours. And for me, that's it. We're going to hand off tomorrow. I'll be back at 9 a.m. Pacific time, and we will at noon Eastern.
And so will that maintain?
Maybe they'll have everything counted by then. Maybe we'll have new information about this voter fraud that's going down in Polk County. Maybe we'll have more information about why Hillary decided to declare herself
people on the ground.
By tomorrow, she's going to won the primary by tomorrow.
The old way of doing it.
Of course, she will. Right. So, give me 1 second, folks. Hold this up.
But he ran a little campaign.
I'll be honest, this Polk County thing is blowing up on Facebook.
Went around
I don't know about Twitter, but I'm looking at Facebook and there are 30+ shares, just boom, 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 and the more it's getting shared, the more it's boom, 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 boom. This, somebody's going to have to explain this before tomorrow. Somebody is going to have to explain that guy sitting there rolling his eyes.
Bernie Sanders will keep his lead and probably crush Hillary Clinton.
At the thought of democracy being a one-person, one-vote thing in Iowa.
now that Trump has lost his air of invincibility,
one last thing before we go,
maybe some of these guys
start from Michael Moore, folks,
True,
who gave his endorsement, his official endorsement of Bernie Sanders
really looks at it
yesterday,
in a
day before.
way.
If you have not read Michael Moore's post,
invincibility. I mean,
should,
think about
because
how
it lists a whole bunch of other things that the establishment said we wouldn't be able to do.
I mean, the guy went bankrupt 4 times.
You should go read it, because it's important to know that,
didn't matter.
and it's something that we've been saying
They
over and
remain
over
defiant,
again.
they remain supporters.
That we are Americans, not Americans.
Tonight in Iowa is going to
Hillary is just not on that wagon.
voters, hey, you
She's
know
an
what, maybe it's not
establishment
the right
wagon, that's what's
person
going on there.
support.
And,
I don't think so. And his supporters are not logical people.
We've just seen the change in the nation.
But Trump has this incredible ability of taking his weaknesses and turning them, or making them seem as though they're not
It's been a long day, folks. Tomorrow,
Anna makes a great point there. I think that Trump was smart tonight to give a concession speech that was neither a concession nor a speech. Right. It lasted about 2 minutes, and he's like, hey, nice job, guys.
Yeah.
Like one of those, way to go. Right, and got off the air.
We're hoping that we can get
new pauses for a day,
somebody would
and then 2 days from now, explain to us something else outrageous. We got up all the attention again.
And remember, the election attention span is so short. So I think he can easily tone it down for a few days and then ramp up his rhetoric, and it'll just work.
It'll work, but again, to Ben's point, let's give enough of a ground game
around the world with you all today. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for helping us.
Really, there's a reason why politicians do what they do. Focus so much on the get out the vote campaign. And if you don't have that because you're lazy and don't really care, like and you're actually not good at managing anything, well, then you might start to lose election after election.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't have it in Iowa,
Mr.
maybe he has it in New Hampshire, told the closer he can stay longer before flying back home if they from Iowa. But is he going to have it in the next 4 states after that?
And while
maybe now he will scramble and drop $50 million.
The reason
it's not
we were still doing
hours to construct.
I can't believe
we have complete.
I can't add
that dream. It's the American dream, and America is us.
So the problem
so let's make that dream together with Bernie Sanders. Cracker Foxy, Mr. Sanders, finish the dream.
You just made your winner, the guy who finished.
Thank you for joining us here.
Versus also a winner. He's literally a winner. Right. So right now, boom, just like that, to every voter in New Hampshire, they got two different guys. Moving from the aisle, so you got anti-establishment guy, and you got okay, that was fun. I gave you a ride now, and didn't win. He had a chance to put him away. That's debate. He put him away. Number 2, he allowed you to bring that debate and to rise to that. I get something. The energy and the attention. And when we watched it, none of us caught it. We can't believe that anyone would win that. I don't think
scared of criticism. Like, and someone whose appeal is so based on them being this force, this winning force, to hide and duck away from hard questions from the point of view of his supporters, a woman journalist.
You know, but this is you're right. It may have seemed weak to some people, but this is a zero-sum game. And every TV story that's about you is not about someone else. Every time they mention you, they're not talking about someone else. And you sat out in front of 12 million voters, of which everybody in Iowa was watching, everybody in New Hampshire was watching, and you just decided, I don't care.
And he had his audience, but it was a quarter of the size of the debate audience.
Now, I have a rule. Ben is right, John is wrong.
What? I thought we agreed.
No, second. Okay. No, the predominant reason why he lost is he gave up the spotlight and allowed Rubio to shine. Ben did say that.
That was the effect of his weak move.
Right. Okay. John, I've already ruled this. You're just making it worse. No, Ben said that before the debate, during the debate, and that's exactly what happened, and that's what led to the result tonight, where we all realized that even though Rubio came in third, he really was a big winner of tonight because of the context of the race. And Trump was a big loser of tonight, even though he came in second. So yes, there's a little bit of irony that the guy who finished above the other guy, we're declaring the bigger loser. But in the context of this race, it makes perfect sense. And I think in the end we can say, we all called it. Okay, all right, so that's the Republicans.
By the way, these have been ticking up a little bit. It's not changing the percentage, but the equivalents have been slowly going up, but they're still 3 apart, as they have been.
Critically, which is very relevant for us as we move forward, CNN, my chief strategist at the Mankiewicz Election Central, tells me CNN is saying they will not have final results until tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which, by the way, look at that. So you see, well, you guys can't see, but they show 49.8, 49.6. But they switched to that. They keep going back to 50-49.
I know, they got it.
If you're going to round 49.8 up, you got to round 49.6 up.
It's 50-50. But they're paralyzed by having to round O'Malley up too. And they're like, it added up to 101. It can't add up to 101.
By the way, I guarantee you they had that guy.
No, that's clearly because I noticed it like 30 minutes ago. Right. Yeah. Right. Just round him down.
No, he's a 0.6. Yeah. No, you got me.
So they got to round them all up. You're out.
Damn it.
Okay. Just show the decimal points. All right. I want to do the biggest fail, but boy, this is a hard category. All right. I think I have one, but we'll all, of course, discuss it here. The biggest fail of the Iowa caucuses, I think, goes to Ben Carson. But it's a long list of fails. Trump obviously failed by not winning and putting these guys away. Huckabee was a disaster, dropped out immediately afterwards. He thought he was going to win Iowa when this whole thing started and finished approximately 87th. Santorum, no one's even heard from. Giant failure. Rand Paul. Okay, now Rand Paul makes a real running, and there's an argument to be made that Rand Paul is the biggest fail tonight. Because, remember, Ron Paul almost won the Iowa caucuses in 2012, and Rand Paul was supposed to be the more electable version of Ron Paul, and he got his ass kicked and finished 5th. So with a little over 4%. So when you compare that and think about it in that context, that is a giant fail for Rand Paul. Now, Jeb Bush is usually a miserable failure, and especially in Iowa where he didn't try much, so he says, I know, give me a break. Give me a break. But I go back to Ben Carson. He finished 4th, but there was a moment right before they started caucusing, not during, before they started caucusing, where his miserable campaign, which is one of the biggest failures of a campaign I've ever seen, because briefly they were leading over Trump
really well in Iowa specifically,
and they just gave it away. And so tonight they came out with this mysterious thing of, oh, he's wrapping it up and going to Florida. Even if, I don't know how they screwed that up, but however they screwed it up, oh, what an unbelievable failure. I mean, it's one thing that Trump doesn't have a ground game. Ben Carson, of course, doesn't have a ground game. He has a nap game. But on top of that, to bundle it in the beginning and say, we're going to Florida instead of going to New Hampshire, and then they had to turn around and tell the press, no, he's just going to Florida to get a change of clothes.
That's crazy.
So that's the biggest fail.
Will you be the biggest fail if you don't genuinely care about winning the presidency, though?
That's a totally fair question.
Yeah, he was never genuine about it. He's doing this because he's profiting from it, very handsomely. So he's enjoying the money that comes along with it. So I don't think he's the biggest fail because he doesn't genuinely care about whether or not he wins or loses.
I think he had that staff shakeup because he was like, why am I paying these people? This is silly. Like, give me an assistant. That's all I need. Were expensive. That's it. They were expensive. And a change of clothes. But you're right. I think I'm checking in. Jesus Christ. It's a bad night. It's a bad night. So because the clothes thing is a punchline. It was a punchline to us, and it's in every story. Every story is ending with, and he's going to go home to Florida to get clothes. That's his Lincoln Chafee moment. Again, he's being belittled. He's being belittled, as he was anyway. But I also agree with Ann. It's a really good point. Like, it's hard to make him the biggest fail because he didn't try. Like, I hear you, but look, he was briefly leading. People considered him a real candidate. And as far as fails go, right, it doesn't get any dumber than I had to go to Florida to get a change of clothes.
But can you imagine he's taken the lead, he's doing well, he's like, oh but I don't really want this.
No, I mean, there's an argument to be made. He threw it on purpose. Yeah. At least subconsciously. Right? Yeah. Like, I don't self-destruct. Man, if you're president, that's going to really limit your naps.
Yeah, exactly. Right? You can't nap as much.
And the whole point of this was to not work hard. Yeah. Like, to not be a surgeon and constantly working, just have somebody else write a book for you, pretend that you stabbed people or whatever you did, and then make $20,000, $50,000 a speech.
Yeah. His campaign, I mean, I got to remember that in the past 2 Republican cycles, there was this turnover of absolutely crazy people, especially 4 years ago. And so we've seen something like this before. But for someone who was polling so well, without having to do anything at the debates, did he say an interesting thing other than that pyramids were for storing grain? The expectations were so low, and he still was managing to beat them in Iowa. They don't need anything out of you in terms of policy ideas. Just give a couple of vague comments about Christ or whatever, and you'll do just fine, like Ted Cruz is.
And talk about how strong you are.
And how strong you are. And he couldn't do that, and he just kept wanting to prove to us that he'd stabbed people and hit them in the head with hammers. It's the craziest campaign ever.
How late is Popeyes open, by the way? I could go for some chicken. You know what I had for lunch? Popeyes. They're a wonderful organization.
Told him, nope, don't kill that guy.
I did try to kill my mom with a hammer. I did. No, we all paid attention too early. We had no choice here. Like, everybody did. But I mean, again, if we had one cable news channel, we'd be okay as a country. It's still, we had no business being on 24 hours a day, but we'd survive. They wouldn't have to compete. And so sometimes it would just be painfully dull, and they would feel no pressure. But we live in this crazy world where we have to keep polling, and we polled so early, and many people, myself included, kept screaming, nobody's paying attention. I wasn't paying attention in Iowa, really, until the first of the year. And then, when it started to be a real race, those crazy things dropped off. Trump sustained himself because he's this, otherworldly body. And he just, and he couldn't, the media wouldn't drift away, because he won't let them, because he's drawn to it. But normally, it takes a while for people to pay attention. And by the way, we're up to 96%. Yeah. And 0.3. Yeah. How old is 0.3?
Okay. I really want to do the Bernie Sanders discussion in a second. I think we're going to have to. It is a shame because it's impossible to know when those last 4% are going to report. Because I've been through many elections now, and sometimes they'll be done in about an hour from now, right? And sometimes they just won't be. It'll be 98 or 99% reporting until morning. Yeah. And so that's the frustrating part. We've been, this is the equivalent of blue balls in politics. Like, we're on the verge of Bernie Sanders passing her. All of a sudden, not excited.
Why don't we record a version for him winning, record a version for him losing? And record a version for we don't know.
There's still all the Polk County still at 9%. It's gone for her fairly decisively, and it's got a lot of votes. 10% of Polk County is more than many of these counties.
It's among her better counties.
And it's, so I just, again, that's why I made that call early. I just didn't think because she was going to get that.
I just wanted to be on the air if he wound up passing her. It's just impossible to know if that's going to take half an hour or
7.5 hours. It's super statistically unlikely. And besides which, it's irrelevant. It's a fucking tie, right? Which, who said it was a tie for it? Oh, right, me. All right, here's what we're going to do. Okay, I'm going to play a clip for you guys that I promised a long time ago, about 4.5 hours ago. It's the clip, guys, number 7. Jordan Charton, our reporter, went and asked Hillary Clinton supporters why they support Hillary Clinton. Let's take a look at that. Then we'll come back and tell you winners and losers on the Democratic side, okay? And then we'll probably wrap it up. But I want to give it just a little bit of extra time in case we get the 97, 98% reporting. All right, so let's go to video 7.
Kind of getting out of a hole now. The economy is much stronger, and I kind of hate to see a situation where we go backwards.
People who have health emergencies can't wait for us to have some theoretical debate about some better idea that will never, ever come to pass.
I don't know that dropping a match and burning the whole thing to the ground and starting over is great, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat or a Democratic Socialist.
I think there's a misnomer with that, though, because if Bernie Sanders became president, it's not like the Affordable Care Act would be repealed. I mean, the debate over single payer would be in the background of the Affordable Care Act, still in place.
I mean, I would definitely endorse single payer. I mean, if it works for Australia, if it works for Canada, and all of these other countries, I mean, I think it definitely could work here.
Do you think we shouldn't try for a Medicare for all, just because it would be a hard debate?
I don't know if it's because it's going to be a hard debate. I just don't know that we necessarily need to start over. I mean,
why is it starting over? The Affordable Care Act would be still in effect while they're debating single payer.
They can keep debating and keep working. What I'd like to see is, no matter who is involved, is to try to fix what's wrong with it.
Bernie Sanders is talking about the single payer plan. Everybody would be covered, and you're pretty much getting rid of private insurance altogether. So are you for that plan if theoretically it could go in place?
I don't have a problem with insurance companies not being in the system. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they don't really add anything to it but overhead.
I'm not running on just telling you what you want to hear. I'm telling you what I think I can do, what I think I can get done.
I wouldn't want to risk my grandchildren's future on a man who does not have the experience making promises that won't happen.
I just think Bernie would have a hard time getting a lot of stuff through.
Do you think Republicans are going to welcome a Clinton with open arms?
Oh, gosh, no.
Why would she have an easier time than Bernie? I actually think it might be tougher for Clinton. I mean, you watch Fox News the last few years?
Yeah, you could be right.
They're large banks, but they put a lot of people to work. What would you do when you break them up?
It seems I hear from a lot of Hillary supporters that it's too hard. It's not realistic, so we shouldn't bother trying. Do you want your grandkids? That's the mentality where we shouldn't try?
Let's assume we break up our large banks. What happens? We're just relaxing and giving our competitors in Europe, China, Japan, they won't get rid of their large banks.
I appreciate Bernie's position very much. I mean, I think $15 minimum wage is absolutely necessary. But $12, what Hillary says, that's realistic.
$12, $15. I mean, the fact that you get movement is what's the most important thing.
We don't operate overnight. We operate in increments in this country. It is a more conservative country than any in Europe, unfortunately.
Actually, over the last few years, the country's been shifting leftward, the data proves.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But not in the Congress it hasn't.
Well, that's a lot of it has to do with gerrymandering and, the districts.
Yes, that's for sure.
I was against going to Iraq, and I was disappointed that Hillary did that.
So you still think she's more qualified based on that judgment?
Yes.
Isn't the biggest international task judgment on whether you send troops to war and protecting the country? If she was president in 2003...
She understands the diplomatic process and how you can compromise and get things done. We have to be able to do that internationally. Compromise and get things done. Just like Obama. Lots of compromise. Got 5% change.
I know, but remember, a lot of them are satisfied with Obama. One of her winning strategies is to say, I'll do more of the same. And so especially with minority voters, that resonates.
That defeatist mentality that was a theme throughout that entire video infuriates me. The whole thing about I want $15 to be the minimum wage, but $12 is more realistic. No, stop being such a freaking loser. You're a loser.
Loser.
No, they're losers. You're a loser if you're that much of a defeatist, where you immediately say, no, $15 an hour, that's just too difficult. Well, we'll settle for 12. You're a loser.
Yeah.
Okay? When you tell yourself, I'm going to start this race, but you know what? It's going to be too hard for me to finish at first. I'm going to try to finish at third. You're a loser.
Okay, all right. So I thought that Glenn Smith, the older attorney there, was the one that I didn't mind at all. He doesn't. Bernie Sanders is too liberal for him. You know, he's more conservative. He doesn't want to break up the big banks.
Even though he thinks breaking up the big banks means you destroy them. They're gone.
Not only
He
does
doesn't seem to get that they still exist.
You think breaking up the big banks makes your country less competitive?
No, but he's saying the other countries are going to have bigger banks. John makes a good point. He did while we were watching the video that that means that their bigger banks are more likely to blow up. Yeah. Right? No, I get that, but he's a more conservative guy, and he doesn't want as much change in the system as you guys do, or as Bernie Sanders does. I don't begrudge him that. I disagree with him, right? But I think that's a rational choice to make. That if that is your position, you would vote for Hillary Clinton.
I think that's true. That's true on all those issues. I mean, I got it. You can't challenge people who didn't know they were going to be in a debate to a debate. And Hillary's obviously, her trickery on the Affordable Care Act was effective, right? That but the fact is that was true on all those issues. Those people are not comfortable with that kind of change, with that kind of talk, and probably fearing what that kind of talk would bring on the other side. They fear, whether they express it or not, they sense that the revolution that Bernie Sanders would bring is dangerous for the country, scary to them, in for whatever way, whether it's banks, whether it's healthcare. It's too much. It's too much. And here's a candidate who they feel like has a solid record of pretty sort of progressive policies, solid democratic policies, and that she's super confident and competent and can get things done. And I don't agree in any way with Jordan's suggestion that somehow, I don't know how either of them will work with a Republican Congress. I think it's irrelevant. They both would run into a giant brick wall in a Republican Congress. She is much more likely to get support from the few scraggling remaining Republicans of the world, the Colin Powells of the world, than he is.
So I agree and really disagree. So let me explain what I mean by that. I agree with you that it's a tie. The Republicans are going to hate him just as much, right? But I think that is what Jordan was saying. I mean, I don't think he was implying that they'll hate Hillary more. I mean, he's joking around about. I think they will
hate Hillary less. I think that
right. But I guess my disagreement. So overall, they'll fight him 99% to both of them, right? But the disagreement is, yes, you're right. The Republicans will agree with Hillary Clinton a little bit more on some issues, but those are exactly the issues we don't want them to agree on. Those are the issues where she agrees with them as opposed to them agreeing with her. They're never going to be like, oh, you know what, that's a pretty good liberal position by Hillary Clinton. If Bernie Sanders had that liberal position, I wouldn't be for it. Hillary Clinton, I like more, I'm going to go for it. No. Hillary Clinton is more likely to go in the Republicans' direction and agree on trade deals, tax cuts, etc.
Yeah,
so that's why I would want Bernie.
I got it, but some of them are comfortable with that. I mean, that's we got to face facts.
No, that's right. That's it.
And I think the other ones too, whether they acknowledge it or not. Just they're more comfortable with a more careful approach. What I thought you were going to say, and where I might even agree with you, is that even though I think they might hate Bernie more, that you never know what happens if you have somebody in there truly fighting.
That's right.
That's also true. The fact of the matter is, I don't know how the Republicans will respond to that. I don't know how the electorate will respond to it. I don't know how the media would respond to it, and it would change the dynamic. And that might be so significant that just that on itself is why it would be worth it to have Bernie there.
Here's the one and only thing I admire about the Republican Party. They're strong, okay? And Democrats are not strong. They're weak. And that video perfectly demonstrated that, right? They love concessions. They love being defeatist. They love just conceding. Like, oh, we want compromise. We want to concede. No, Republicans don't have conversations like that.
Well, we have. I don't know whether you were on the show. I think we did it in the main hour. But we did a poll on the show that I was on recently in the last month. A poll that indicates exactly. I think it was Old School, where maybe it was a show. I don't know. I was talking to you, but we found a poll about who compromises more.
And it's overwhelming. I mean, just if you just ask it, not about specific policies, just in general in life. Like, oh, you want a slice of bread? I want a slice of bread. We got 2 slices of. All right, you take one. Or as Republicans are like,
I want all the bread.
Let's fight over it. And the winner gets all the bread, and the loser's hungry.
And you know what?
That's right.
Not when it comes to bread, but it's admirable how strong they are. And I wish Democrats had a little bit of that.
That's funny because, being an old Republican, I think, let's fight.
Let's fight. Well, and you believe that in general. I
you know what I'd want to do? But my nature, my policies are progressive. My nature is mixed, okay, between conservative and liberal. So I'd want to fight, I'd want to win, then I'd give them the other slice of bread anyway.
Right.
Yeah. So they get the bread, but they still resent you.
Yeah, I look at, like he pointed out, the supporters there were not expecting to be sort of debated on the points and everything. But at the same time, they are perhaps amongst the most enthusiastic supporters for a candidate. If you're at a caucus, then you really like this candidate. The idea that you don't really understand that debating single payer doesn't mean getting rid of the healthcare system that we have in advance beforehand. You don't really understand exactly what happens when you bring up the banks. That Hillary yells out, I'm going to focus on changing the Affordable Care Act in ways that will work, and they love that idea. And what exactly would she do? I've been watching every debate. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
I've been watching every debate with her. I have no idea what she would actually do to change the Affordable Care Act for the better. I can assume from what she's been saying about how difficult this sort of change would be that she would do absolutely nothing. And maybe on some level they understand that, but it seems like they're just buying these lines about. I'm not ready to say, well, you're weak or anything. In general, I understand that we're psychologically a little bit more prone to that as liberals, but they just accept the lines and they like her, and they don't really know what she would actually do. I think that they find Bernie to be a little bit uncomfortable, and so they just accept what she's saying without even being able to answer questions about what she would do.
I think it is very well put. I think that given the circumstances that we've all lived under for 24 years, first of all, it's understandable for people not to want to be part of somebody's calling for a revolution. I don't want a revolution. I just want things to be okay, right? That's
some people are
some people are that way. And those are good people, and those are progressive. Just and then by the same token, that there is a possibility, because it's not just the policy and whether you can get it implemented. It's the manner in which you govern, right? And this is a woman who's been Secretary of State and who's been a liked member of the Senate by the other party at moments, like when she was voting for the Army Corps. And there's a sense that a guy, I think what's hurting him actually significantly, again, with these voters, is free college. Because free college to me seems a bridge too far. Not that it's not a good policy, that doesn't make sense. But that sounds like, I heard Howard Stern make it fun, right?
Yeah, that's funny. Look, the guy who came up with this free college idea, I know it. I know it for a fact. I know the exact evolution of this idea. It was Adam Green from the PCCC. He pulled it. He requested ideas. This was one of the ideas. He pushed it. He built a coalition. It was first a progressive caucus and then beyond. And he says Hillary Clinton's proposal is better than Bernie Sanders on this issue. And Adam's an enormous progressive.
Right.
So she actually has the more liberal position on education, but it is not perceived as such.
And not perceived as such, and it certainly doesn't sound that way. And to me, free college sounds like, that to me sounds social. That to me is the one thing he talks about.
We had free school.
I got it. This is not. I'm not interested in a direct debate about whether the merits of it would work or whether the merits of it would be right. But it doesn't sound incremental. And this is a campaign.
How about freshman year? This freshman year, tuition free.
It doesn't sound incremental. For a guy who has to shed that label. So, and I think it makes people uncomfortable. And if I were Bernie, I would talk about it.
It's amazing.
I would talk about it differently. I don't even have to change his policy. I'd talk about it.
I think that that's a good example of him not doing so well when it comes to messaging, because I think he needs to make it clear for all the people out there who refuse to understand his policy that this is not a way of getting rid of private institutions. So if you're some wealthy elitist person who wants to go to a private university, you still have the ability to do that. I find it hilarious that we live in a country that will punish a candidate for wanting to give people opportunities, right? Oh my God, you want to give poor people an opportunity to go to college for free? You're terrible. Okay, we're not, because we're so knee-deep in hunger wars. We're so knee-deep in fighting one another and being competitive with one another that we don't want other people to have opportunities, right? We want opportunities for ourselves, and then we want to shut the door behind us. That's the thing that frustrates me about our electorate. His policy on free college, public institutions, makes all the sense in the world. Anyone who's against that is just against an equal playing field, a level playing field for Americans.
So I have two things to say to that. First, well,
took me a second. Is he signaling the controller?
Right. Now, secondly, I wouldn't be at this table if it wasn't for free college. So I find it a great idea. I'd be an olive farmer in Turkey. I say that, it sounds unbelievable, right? But no, that's what I would be. That's what my dad was. He was an olive farmer in southeastern Turkey, and if Turkey hadn't given free education, now they didn't give it to everybody, they gave it to people who scored really high on the exams. I think roughly the top 15% of exam takers for their national college exam. But at least it was an opportunity, right? And it was a way out. He had no money. He had no money. Not like you get student loans. There was no student loans back then. We're done. We have no opportunity. So that's where we would have stayed, right? So obviously, I couldn't be a bigger believer in free education, in free college. And let me just add one last thing to that. It's not just that, hey, it worked out for my family, which it did, which obviously makes me a big believer. It's not just because it's just and fair and it gives everybody a shot. It's also because it helps the economy.
Yes.
My dad then went on to go to a very good school, got a good education, met a lot of people there, and then was able to start a business. And eventually, in Turkey, that business wound up hiring over 100 people, right? And being a really, a nice part of the economy, and this is how your economy grows. And it wasn't just him, the guys he went to college with. I mean, it was in some ways a weirdly magical time in Turkey, of all places, in the early 1960s, right? And so a lot of those kids were dirt poor. And they came from towns and villages all across Turkey. And they all started businesses. You know why they started business? They're Turkish. Every Turkish person starts a business the minute they have an opportunity to. And they all contributed to the economy. And now Turkey's top 20 economy in the world. 1,000 different complicating factors. But it worked. It works. It's a smart economic move for the country.
If we get Bernie Sanders, the USA could be like Turkey.
Oh, yeah. Now, that is the
America,
worst
Turkey again.
Worst framing ever.
and just to add to that, I mean, it would help the economy in that people would have the education necessary to be entrepreneurs, to be innovative, but it would also help the economy in that people wouldn't have to be strapped down by huge amounts of student loan debt. Yeah. People who can't go out there and buy houses or cars or contribute to the economy because they have to pay off these loans, which you can't get rid of in bankruptcy. Exactly.
Yeah, I just think it needs to be framed different. I don't think we object to the policy. And you're right, we don't. It doesn't sound right to people because we haven't had it, and it's a change. It's a big change. Like, let's not pretend it's not a big change. It's a big change.
Yeah,
it's not incremental.
I think but really fast. The version.
Are we still talking about Turkey, by the way? Because I was not super interested.
Yeah. We're going to incrementally move to being Turkey.
In the 1960s.
Like 80 years ago, as a country, we fought, as a country guided by something like the political movement that we're still sort of a part of, or at least the ideology, we made amazing strides and got for American workers things that they had never before had in the history of humans. That the idea that not every kid should die of black lung necessarily, or be ground into paste by hard labor when they're 8 years old. The idea that you would have a weekend, and then eventually that you'd have a retirement. All of these things, we got all this stuff. And then decades and decades went by of fighting in foreign wars to protect our freedom or whatever, and more productivity, just shooting through the roof in productivity. And 80 years later, what do we have extra? We got Medicare along the way. We don't have any extra days off. We don't have an extra weekend day. We still get the same free elementary school and high school that we got 175 years ago. how many lifetimes need to go by when we get a little bit more than we did 80 years ago?
I got it. You're right.
That's incremental. Just a little bit more.
Right.
Third weekend day.
But it's not incremental when compared to yesterday. Like compared to yesterday, it's
a huge change. But here's my response to people who are like, oh my god, it's a huge change and we're not used to big changes. Then stop thinking about the status quo. No, that's not what you sound like. That's not what you sound like. I'm specifically referring to the people that I've read online and the people who keep talking about Bernie Sanders' college plan as if it's crazy. Okay, then if you don't want change and you want status quo, then stop saying that you don't want the status quo, because I'm tired of hearing that shit.
That's interesting, though. I didn't know that Hillary's plan is actually more progressive. So that's interesting.
I got to look into that because that's really interesting.
It's a little bit more limited in what he would actually cover. I think hers could still its own.
By the way, free education. You get a free college education?
No. I got student loans.
And you pay them back?
I'm paying them back. I've paid off about half.
I got a scholarship for undergrad, and then for graduate school, I went to a state school, and it was like kind of affordable. I was working at TYT. Parents helped me. I didn't have to.
Yeah, I got a free college education. I mean, somebody else paid for it, but I didn't pay for it. And so that's a free college education. It was fabulous. You got one too, right?
Yeah, my dad paid for it.
Yeah,
I got co-signers, but I'm still paying for it.
Yeah,
right. I pay a lot every month.
Yeah. You do? What do you pay every month?
I'm trying, one of my New Year's resolutions is that by the end of this year I want to be done, so I'm paying probably something like $1,250 a month. Wow. Almost every dollar that does not go to bills that I can, I put into that. And I ended up with
much change. We don't like too much change.
By the way, I went to UConn.
Right.
I didn't go to Harvard, and I left with like $35,000.
Right, UConn's like an incredibly shitty school.
It's the worst.
Look, I gotta say two last things about this. Then we're gonna do Democratic winners and losers and wrap up. Okay, so it's so look, I know. So hold on. So on this free education, I never thought about it that way. And I think Ben makes a really interesting point. So I was very lucky. My upper middle class because my dad had sold that company, 30 come here, bought a building, and that sustained us, etc. But hey, if I hadn't gotten a free college education, thanks to my dad, I paid some of the bills while I was a lawyer, etc. Right? Then I probably couldn't have set up this company because I would have had to take another job to pay my college loan.
That's right.
Yeah. Right? And so I had the privilege of getting a free college education because my dad had money. Right? Now, if you don't have that privilege, then you don't have the same opportunity that I had.
That's right. Education is supposed to level the playing field for everyone, regardless of what your socioeconomic status is, regardless of how disadvantaged you were growing up.
Yeah.
And we don't have those opportunities anymore.
Yeah. And then,
giving you a solid education through 11th grade does not level the playing field.
Yeah. And
I'm aware that there's a book for that.
I was like, I don't know why you said 11th grade. I'm just going to leave it.
I just wanted to add, if you want a non-turkey example of free college,
I really do.
Yeah, the GI Bill.
Yeah, my father. You mentioned your dad's free education in Turkey. My dad's free education was on the GI Bill.
Yeah, and the GI Bill, you know what it did? It created a middle class that wound up, being the engine of our growth for decades and decades. Because all those kids came back from the war, they got a free education, and lo and behold, they wound up contributing to the economy. It's smart. It's not just fair. It's smart.
My father, there's a good story about my dad and the war. So he goes, shortly after Pearl Harbor, he turns 18, he signs up, he volunteers, because that's what you did. You volunteered. I was like, did you want to wait till you get drafted? And then he was like, I would have waited. Like everybody was volunteering, you volunteered. So he volunteered, but then
it didn't bother Trump and Cheney and Tom DeLay and Newt Gingrich and almost every single conservative politician.
That's right.
When it was Vietnam.
Right. So he exactly. So he volunteers, and then he didn't know you got extra money for joining the Air Force, jumping out of a plane, you get an extra $30 a month. Something like that was a big deal. He would have done that, but he didn't know. So he didn't know you could choose. So he's like, I was in the friggin' army. Right. But then they don't induct you right away, and he went to college. He did a year at UCLA, and then he wanted to go back east, so he transferred to Haverford, which is a private school just outside of Philadelphia. And then he got inducted, and he went back out to California, Camp Roberts, went overseas, fought in Europe, and then came back and was like, well, I think the East Coast is where things are happening. He wasn't interested in the movie business, which is what his father did. And so he was back. He joined the Merchant Marine to get out of Germany to get back to the States because you couldn't get those guys out of Europe at the end of the war. There's like 500,000 Americans. They're stuck there. They can't fly them back. But if you join the Merchant Marine, they let you out right away. And so he joins the Merchant Marine, sails across the ocean, then resigns from the Merchant Marine. Right?
Which I assume a lot of people probably
I think they knew what was going on. Right? So and he's like, oh, great, I'm in the Merchant Marine. I quit. I don't have any interest in this. So he's back in New York, and he calls Haverford. And he's like, great, when can I start? And it was, I think, then January. And Haverford was like, great, we'll see you in September. Right? Mm-hmm. And like, September? I was thinking like Monday. I'd go back to and he called UCLA on the GI Bill, and they was like, when can I start? And they were like, let us know when you get here. Oh, wow. Go to class. So he went back to UCLA, and that's why he ended up.
And that's why you and JR argue about the Bruins versus the Trojans to this day.
That's right. Well, JR actually went to USC, and like, well, I didn't go to UCLA. That's okay. But Tufts doesn't play USC. Yeah.
Nor do they really play it.
They don't play it. Well, they're playing Wellesley.
Okay, all right, let's wrap up, guys. All right, so as things stand right now, as we did the live coverage of the Iowa caucuses, and boy, we had a fun. We had a blast. It was a ton of fun. All night long, Hillary Clinton was leading. Bernie Sanders was catching up all night long. As it stands now, 97% of precincts reporting, and she has a 0.3% lead. We don't know if he's going to have a 0.2% or a 0.5% lead, or she is by the end. But we decided in our live coverage a couple of hours ago that it was really a tie, and now it seems that everybody has reached that conclusion, and it doesn't really matter who won by 0.5%. That's a tie no matter what. Now, I wanted Bernie Sanders to win, but even if he wins by 0.5, it's still a tie. So this is as close an election as you can get. And at the end of the day, it's going to be about a 1 delegate difference. So
it might be a 0 delegate difference.
It might really have the same exact number of delegates. So that is also a tie. Now, we're picking biggest winners and losers. How do you do that when there's a tie? Very easy. I think that Bernie Sanders is clearly the winner here. And why? Let's talk about the context, as we did on the Republican side. The context here was we were told Hillary Clinton was inevitable, just like we were in 2008. She had a huge lead, and then all of a sudden she didn't have a huge lead. And then going into the elections tonight, she had about a 3 to 5 point lead. That's what we said in the beginning of the coverage. Turns out she didn't have a 3 to 5 point lead. There was a little bit more excitement for Bernie Sanders' side, and he wound up tying up this election. Now, think about this context. Here's a guy who's 74 years old, calls himself a democratic socialist, and is the most liberal member of the United States Senate, and proud of it. In all my life of covering elections and politics, which is now over 20 years, a Bernie Sanders type of candidate would have had no chance. In fact, 10 to 15 years ago, a Martin O'Malley type of candidate would have cleaned up Bernie Sanders. He would have done a young, dynamic governor coming out and could point to these successes, etc., as opposed to one of the oldest members of the Senate, who's the most liberal member of the Senate. In the old days, no way that guy had a chance. And the old days aren't that old, because we were told Hillary Clinton was inevitable. They made the same mistake again. And so to tie her in Iowa, and with about a 19-point lead in New Hampshire, I got to say that between the two people who tied in this election, if I'm Hillary Clinton, do I think, like, nailed it, I tied Bernie Sanders? If you had told her that 6 months ago, I think she would have thought that was a terrible, terrible loss. So I think, given what has transpired, it's not an overwhelming victory for Bernie Sanders, because if he had clearly won Iowa and New Hampshire, he'd have more momentum. But all in all, I think he's the winner tonight, and not Hillary Clinton.
I kind of disagree. I mean, I think that almost all of what you're saying is accurate, so long as the message coming out of this is that they tied. Which, yes, they're very, very, very close, but that doesn't mean that if tomorrow she's up by 0.3 and she has technically won, that won't be the message going forward. It very well could be, I think. And I think if he had won, I would call him the big winner. So it seems like if I would also call him the big winner for not winning, he beat the polls. He had more enthusiasm than we thought. He had less than I hoped that he had. I thought he was going to beat the polls even better than he did. And I think that he did perfectly well, but Hillary really needed him to not win, and so far he hasn't won. That would have been a disaster for her if he won. And so far he hasn't. So I think that from the point of view of her campaign, while she would have loved to have beat him by 5 points, I think that she's the big winner coming out of this. And don't take it wrong, I love Bernie. I want Bernie to win. This doesn't mean people get mad like if I think that she is going to have seemed to have done well in a debate that means I love her. I just think that she is probably going to be quite happy with the results.
But that sounds like the soft bigotry of diminished expectations.
I'm diminished by him not winning. Yes, I'm shriveled slightly.
No, you diminish expectations for Hillary Clinton, where it's now a tie when the favorite, doesn't win.
If it's a tie.
Okay.
So I side a little more with Cenk, especially because during Trump's speech, he for the first time mentioned beating Bernie, right? So he talked about Hillary, talked about Bernie, and a few months ago, Bernie was not considered a viable candidate or even a threat to Hillary whatsoever. And the fact that now he's a threat, the fact that Hillary's rhetoric when it comes to issues pertaining to Wall Street has changed shows me that he is a winner. Right? At least tonight, he showed that he's a winner. He did not win. It's a tie, but still, I feel like it shows that he has some momentum, and he has support, and he's not someone to be messed with.
I think Hillary Clinton's the prohibitive favorite for the Democratic nomination. I've always thought that. I don't think that changed tonight. Bernie Sanders is obviously way more viable than he was, and I can see a scenario where he wins, but I think he had to win tonight, and I think as we said at the beginning that this was Iowa, New Hampshire, or his voters, his people. He didn't win. She's going to beat him by some incredibly small number that will be portrayed as a tie, which it is, but I think it hurts him more. That said, I can make enough in both arguments. It seems like a cop-out, but I think in this rare case it isn't. It was a pretty good win for the Democratic Party tonight. I think that the longer this race goes on, there's conventional wisdom that Hillary has to spend money and get beat up. Hillary Clinton's not running out of money in this race. And I don't think she's going to have a resource problem at the end allocating where to spend that money if she is the nominee. And I think the longer the election goes on, spirited and engaged, the more time that they don't rip each other to shreds, which they haven't done so far. This has been look, we had a pretty good conversation about whether two Democrats who were in favor of health care for everybody, the manner in which we go about it. That's a Democratic debate. That's the kind of debate that doesn't happen on the Republican side in any way. So I think that it is a sigh, really. Her losing these first two would have been bad, not unovercomable, but bad, and now she won't.
So I hear you, and there's an argument to be made that Bernie Sanders is a bigger winner, in my opinion, and that maybe Martin O'Malley's the biggest loser, right? Because he literally dropped out of the race, and it didn't work out for him. But I'll just say this final point. I think a tie goes to the underdog. If you're the favorite and you tied, you can't think that that's a victory. If I was the favorite and I tied, I would be disappointed. But if I was the underdog and I tied, I'd think, well, I did a lot better than expected.
But the fact is, there was, as you mentioned, you guys, the Team Sanders, of which I'm a fan of, although I don't appear to be on it, because, the number of tweets you get when Bernie Sanders takes the lead in the poll, or the way you guys even talk about when he takes the lead in the poll, to the exclusion of other polls where he's not ahead, doesn't seem the right way to talk about this thing. So
she was leading these polls, and it turns out we were right. She wasn't really leading.
No, well, we don't know. People turned out for a caucus. The fact is, she was leading in the polls. They were just the polls, but he closed the gap to within 2 points at the beginning of this month in January, and then he didn't get any closer. And then it turned out it was a tie, 2 points, always within the margin of error. That's what it was. So yeah, he was the underdog. 6 months ago, 4 months ago, he wasn't really the underdog at the beginning of this month. It stayed incredibly close. It ended incredibly closely. He is not going to have a better opportunity to string together 2 straight wins than Iowa and New Hampshire. And he didn't get them.
All right, I hear you. So that obviously a little bit of disagreement there. And which makes sense, by the way. If you've got a tie, it's perfectly reasonable to disagree on who won.
Well, and look, really fast, we're talking about the biggest loser on the Democratic side. It's still Donald Trump because he that big of a loser.
I don't think it averages about 98%, and at least 26 precincts. So the only number of precincts still out remains 49.8 to 49.6, or as CNN would describe it, 50 to 49. But obviously it's not a great win for her. It is a tie. It's a tie, and you make of the tie what you will.
Look, maybe, and this is me trying to convince myself, maybe winning by a point or two makes the Bernie Sanders supporters and volunteers really happy. But now they don't feel that they're as much of an underdog, and it takes away some, but coming so close, maybe that fires them up to work even harder in the near future.
It's going to be. I'm looking forward to New Hampshire because he's way ahead. One poll he's up 30. My guess is that that's an outlier by much as he's up between 10 and solidly up double digits. But of course, Bill Clinton's campaign in 1992 started in New Hampshire. I mean, he came out of nowhere in New Hampshire with that campaign written off, and the story of that campaign was, holy crap, Bill Clinton finished, I think, second. Right?
Hillary won in New Hampshire.
And Hillary won New Hampshire, so New Hampshire has been good to the Clintons. I don't know what that number is this time. That they obviously a victory in New Hampshire is a death knell to Bernie, but she won't win. But I mean, what do we look in New Hampshire? I mean, the numbers will matter. That's what we'll be talking about in 8 days. Is it 57-43? Is it 60-40? Or is it 53-47?
No.
Or is it 62-38?
Last two thoughts for me for the night, entering, is amazing fact. Bill Clinton lost the first 4 states and still went on to win rather easily. So it is amazing. It is amazing. So sometimes we get wrapped up in oh my God, what happened in Iowa? Especially on the night of the Iowa caucus.
Yeah.
But on the Republican side, it almost never matters. And on the Democratic side, 50-50. So we got a lot of states ahead of us, so we'll see how it goes. And the second point was that New Hampshire, for the Democrats, for the Republicans, I think it's relevant. For the Democrats, I don't think it's relevant. I think he's going to beat her badly. And so South Carolina polling, Nevada polling, between now and New Hampshire and after New Hampshire, that's the most relevant.
Okay, but then that cuts into your Bernie winning argument, because I don't think he got a huge bit of help here for South Carolina. He'll get some help from New Hampshire, because that'll matter. Like winning in New Hampshire, it's still a win. It's still the first primary. It's still an actual place where people show up and vote. It counts as one. That stupid system.
Yeah, let's just put let's try to get out of our high information bubble for a second and go to a low information bubble where you're a voter in South Carolina, you wake up, look at the paper. Really? That guy they were calling a socialist tied Hillary Clinton? And you go, let me take a second look. Right?
Maybe, but bear in mind, I got it. Tie Hillary Clinton, but people are interested in winners, and they'll also look to see who won. And she's going to win by some infinitesimally small number. So
we don't know.
And we don't know how they're going to react. Well, I mean,
and by the way, I mean, you know me. If I think I know, I'll tell you. I think I know. I don't know what's going to happen with the South Carolina.
Oh no, I don't either. I don't know how it's going. I don't know what the Charleston Post and Courier headline is going to be, or how they're going to cover it on the news, or what the ads are going to be. And so but I do know that 45-point lead among black voters is unlikely to be 45 points after Bernie goes 1-0-1 in the first 2 primaries.
Yeah, but that 45-point lead was never going to last. The question is, does she maintain 25, 20
No,
points?
dude, I disagree. It would have lasted. If she'd won this 54-46 and then she put up a fight in New Hampshire as a result of doing this, then it would have been that. But that didn't happen. So.
All right. Well, obviously, we'll have a lot more coverage tomorrow. We'll tell you what the final numbers were on tomorrow's program. Look, every election night. Now, there's a lot more debates coming forward. Obviously, you guys, we do this every time on debate nights, on all the special election nights, but especially the actual elections themselves. New Hampshire will be here as well, and we'll have guys on the ground as we did there.
I'm not kidding. So when's the next debate? I don't know.
It's Saturday.
So Saturday.
Democratic debate Wednesday?
No, the next one I'm pretty confident is
Thursday.
So
they're saying Thursday.
It's Thursday.
The Republican one is this weekend.
So it's Thursday and Saturday. We'll be here for both.
So for the Democratic debate, invite Martin Obama.
Oh,
him like.
Oh, interesting.
CNN is having a New Hampshire Democratic town hall, 8 p.m. Eastern Wednesday. They've been running ads this whole time. That's what I was seeing.
Oh, but the ads had Martin O'Malley in it.
Yeah, they gotta
switch that. Anyway, we're on it. It's tytnetwork.com/live. So, but we're done for tonight. It was a hell of a night. Super exciting. Thank you so much for watching with us.
19 precincts left. The lights are going to go. I will stay here for every one of those precincts. I'll tell more stories about my dad on the high seas. And
all right, 98% reporting. 98.2%.
They say 99. But
who knows? All right. Bye.